I won't bless that guy, that son of a
that son of a that poor son, that poor son, that
son of a bitch.
Welcome everyone to the Crastinators podcast. It's
If
another
you
episode.
can believe it, it's
If
the
you can-
podcast yet again.
It's another five man clusterfuck of a podcast.
5 man, 5 hours. You'll get what
No.
you wanted, audience.
5 man, 5 hours, 5 seasons in a movie. We're going to Disney World. Cheesy Manfredo is here, and so is Oblivion Fall.
Wow.
woke virus. I'm suffering
Woke
from
virus.
the broke virus.
Ain't we all, brother?
Oh my God.
What?
I was playing Battle Network. I didn't stream for a whole month, and then I played Mega Man Battle Network again the other day on stream. And the running joke in that game in the stream there is that Wily is spreading the woke mind virus, and that's what's making the machines go haywire. That's the bit. We have fun here.
I wouldn't
have
be
fun on twitch.tv/Saint Comics. Subscribe.
I wouldn't be surprised that Wiley is spreading the woke virus. As you say, it is a particular set of people with a very, very distinguished feature in the center of their nose that Wiley obviously shares
Wiley
with a
is-
specific group of people.
In the center of their nose?
Is Germanic. Wily is Germanic.
In the
He's
center
like
of
a
their
mole.
face. In the center of their
He's
face,
good-
I
he's-
mean.
In the center of their
he's
nose
good.
is that distinctive mole.
You know,
He's good Germanic.
We all know what that
stock.
means.
you know, it'd be a really funny like Mandela effect if it turns out that like let's say someone tweets out, "Hey, do y'all notice that Wily Sprite has like a yarmulke?" And then everyone goes back to all the old Mega Man games. Like, oh my god, it's always been there. What the fuck?
Oh no.
Wait, what the fuck? He just always worn a yarmulke.
That wasn't a bald spot?
No, he was wearing a yarmulke the whole time.
Mega Man. The rootless cosmopolitans are destroying society. Go fight them for everlasting peace, Mega Man. Like, damn, this is fucked up. There were themes in these games we never even picked up on.
Damn,
That is
this
fucked
is
up.
deep.
I totally missed it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Maybe
I'm gonna-
Just like the goblins,
Maybe-
just like the Harry Potter goblins.
maybe
I'm
Kanye
gonna
was onto something here.
What, when he talks about Mega Man?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said he loved all.
When
he-
Kanye had his Mega Man video essay.
Kanye said he loved all Robot Masters. He's loved them all. He loves each and every one of them because he's a Christian.
I love all Reploids, Maverick and non-Maverick. You know, there's good people on both sides.
You know, I love Sigma. I love him.
Sigma made some good points. I love Sigma. Is that what did Kanye say? Yeah,
This is awesome.
Stupid.
this is awesome.
This
I
is
love
great.
war criminals.
I
Well,
like.
Hey, this is great. This is great. I'm having a great time with my friends
I-
on the podcast.
Speaking,
This week.
speaking of war
I
criminals,
don't know what
I'm
you
going to
mean about
become one right
podcasts.
now.
Damn,
Go on.
I'm gonna talk about a dream I had. That's right. I'm pulling a mage.
No, not
Don't
a
worry.
dream.
It's quick.
Okay.
This was like
I
right
trust
before I
you.
woke up, and there was a character in there who was either Ben Saint or Cheesy Manfredo or Chris Raygun, one of the three, and I don't know which one. An
the
amalgamation.
trio, the iconic trio.
Chris Ray Gun. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'll keep it brief. I was at an apartment complex, and it was just a big like stretch of apartment buildings that somehow I had spray painted like a giant mural of like 30 or so like popular female like characters, butts, just all posing on the side of this building, and the mural was so good. It was in 3 dimensions, and their butts were poking out, and I spray painted this whole thing. And the paintings.
Why your dreams are just like your real life?
And the paintings extended into the fucking rooms. And if you walk through like the top floor of the apartments, like where like around where the busts were, like each room that one of the characters was like against, like the entire inside of a room would be like painted like in the theme of like whatever media property they're from. And someone had labeled the doors safe for work, not safe for work, since I'd done that. And for several days the apartment had not noticed, but then they did notice. And then I was running to escape because I realized people were coming, and the guy who was either Ben Saint or Cheesy Manfredo or Chris Raygun ran up to open a gate to let me out. But the guy walking next to me. There's a guy in a white shirt, you know, one of those undershirts that you usually wear a suit over, the white shirt with the buttons at the top sort of thing.
Yeah.
It was Joe Biden. He was wearing his aviator glasses. He was speed walking next to me. He's like, the butt heist. We got to cover the butt heist. And I'm like, oh no, the butt heist. And I went to grab my phone because I wanted to record Joe Biden talking about the butt heist because I thought this is going to be so fucking funny. Joe Biden talking about a butt heist and looking at these giant anime butts. And then I couldn't find my phone.
Would be
and I woke
incredible.
up.
Damn.
I was having a dream yesterday morning, and I don't remember what it was, but I remember I was like half asleep. I was like, this is nice. I'm having a dream. I don't remember what it was, and then my alarm went off, and instantly I forgot what the dream was, and instantly I was sad again because I remembered that the previous night my brother Nate Bestman betrayed me by not raiding my stream, even though he could have done it. Yeah. He had every opportunity to raid my stream, and he refused. He callously refused. Yes. What kind of a brother?
What kind of a brother wouldn't raid your own stream? That's despicable.
Wouldn't raid his own brother's stream. He callously refused.
All you've done for him. That is how you repays you.
I literally had. Okay. Oblivion. I linked you a video that I really liked the other day. I don't know if you got around to watching it, but
shit, you did link me a video that I didn't. Get around to watching.
I recommended you a video. That's okay. Well, I found this channel. The guy is called Geno7, and his bit is that he's basically doing what's it called? It's like every frame a painting, but instead of about like video and movie making, it's about like sound design and composition. Is his thing. And he did a video. He just had one that was like a hit, and it's about the sound design of Wario Land 4. And in that video, he talks about the ending theme song for the good ending is this song with lyrics, which is unusual for a Game Boy Advance game. But there's a song with lyrics, and the song is about, the opening line is, "Oh, the dream that I had last night melted into my pillow, and all I'd gathered turned into sand." And that was me. I woke up, and the dream that I had last night melted into my pillow. It was exactly like that.
You're right.
What do we think?
I think that's horrendous. Last
that's horrendous.
Last week you talked about Homer having that dream about the invention, and then Marge woke him up because it's a couple minutes before we usually go to bed. Wake up so you can go to bed again in 5 minutes. I had an experience like that, only it was morning. I had a dream where this was like maybe 5 or 6 days ago. I was in some kind of glade, some kind of forest glade at night, and there were like bioluminescent glowing like pink flowers and shit. It was really cool. And Princess Luna and Princess Celestia were just sitting on a hill, and they were hot.
Wow.
And I started fingering them, and it was great, and we were gonna have sex, and then Kai woke me up in the middle of my dream, and I'm like, why? I never have sex dreams. How fucking dare you?
You screamed at him so loud.
I woke up and I immediately attacked him. I went into attack mode.
Kai never usually wakes me up.
Is this the Dreamcast?
No.
Is this the
Oh my gosh,
Dreamcast?
Dreamcast
2 or 3?
I don't have any dreams. I never have dreams.
Oh no.
About a couple
remember
dreams. I had one weird one recently, but I just forgot it, so I'm not gonna say it.
Wacky.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I just that channel, I was really impressed by what the content on offer on that Geno7 channel. And it's interesting because they had like 3,000 subscribers, right? Tiny channel. I found this Wario video. I think when I found it, it had like maybe 50K views, a somewhat respectable amount of views. I think it has now hit like 100K. And I looked at the rest of his channel. The rest of his channel has like 2,000 views, 4,000 views. Even though there's only a few videos, but like they're all really good. And I feel like I discovered a diamond in the rough. Like I feel like I found this channel right as it seems poised to blow up. It seems like it's good stuff and it could blow up. And I feel like I found it like before that happened.
For that Wario thing, I just didn't click on it because I'm like, everybody makes videos about stuff these days.
It's so it's a really good bit.
I need to watch that video. Because I've been needing long videos to watch that are good. I tried watching the Riku is gay video, and
I gotta admit,
it was too rambly, and I didn't like the person's voice.
Oh, me too. I'm so glad I didn't have to be the one to say it.
Yeah, you're so homophobic.
I am homophobic. Thank you.
Hey, people who have bad arguments against the video, stop right now. It's like,
yes. Okay.
I don't like that. Start with your strong arguments, and then address the strong counter arguments, and then address the weak counter arguments. They were doing it backwards.
I can't really complain because my Mega Man video starts with like way too much introduction. Like I ramble way too much at the beginning of that video, so I'm guilty. I'm guilty of it.
But your video needed to be 8 hours long, Ben.
That okay. The Riku video, I think like the arguments, like the content is good and the evidence is there and there's a compelling case and I am fully convinced that there is a compelling case that Riku is gay.
Same.
I'm kind of interested to hear if there's like a counter argument, like if someone else has like, well, actually, here's all this evidence that points to Riku isn't gay or Kairi is the real love interest. You know, I'd be interested to hear, you know, a counter argument, but you know, placed side by side all the clips of Riku not being interested in women and being into Sora like are pretty compelling, right?
When I heard, the second I heard like, oh, what if Riku's gay? I'm like, has he ever known the touch of a woman? No, and he never would. It's just obvious.
It's obvious, but it's like it's fun that it's not like a. It's not like, oh, it's a silly Japanese game and you can read that into it because, haha, it's like translation and it's like different culture or whatever. It's like explicit from interviews and the intent is more clear than you would assume, and it's interesting.
It kind of seems that way, even though like the initial setup when you start the game, it seems like it's a love triangle where it's these two boys both like the girl. Like that's what it's sort of presents itself as immediately, but then like it never again really backs that up ever. It's interesting.
If you got to the end of the video, I think in the description,
I actually didn't get all the way. I got like 3/4 of the way through it.
Well, the thing I mentioned about the sleeping realm theory, the theory that's like about Kingdom Hearts 3, I forget the broad strokes, but it was also interesting. That's at the top of the description of the Riku's Gay video. Check that out. It's even harder to listen to, so you may have more difficulty with it, but like, there's a Google Doc, and it's great. I don't know how to explain it, because I'm not the one who made the video, but I like it.
Maybe I will.
Wow.
I like all that Kingdom Hearts stuff, because the games are so cryptic in like a stupid way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I say it's stupid. It's cryptic in, deliberately cryptic way, and it's like weird how many things go into the presentation of these ideas that make them subtle and like hard to see, but they're clearly deliberate. Even things like, a cutscene shows this shot and then this shot, and this is like you can infer from the choice of shots a theme based on this other information and stuff. And it's like, why would they like? Obviously, everything in a game is created like deliberately. Everything is put there deliberately, but like you would assume some things are just arbitrary, just like let's just put it wherever. And the fact that the theory goes into like, actually, there's a lot more hidden meaning throughout the game that you wouldn't really think of, but when you it's a good theory. It's a good, compelling theory. It's just like the Riku video. And
I thought you were talking about the Riku video.
Well, I am talking about. That's the thing. It's like it's the similar sort of thing. It's a theory specifically about the nature of Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh,
and Riku is gay isn't necessarily related, but the Riku is gay video is like, it has elements of that theory near the end. If you didn't get to the end, you probably wouldn't have seen all that, but like, it's good.
Yeah. I had gripes. I had gripes with the presenter. I kind of didn't like them.
I would assume you would, but like, that's just because you're bigoted or something.
That's right. That's right. Listen, all right, I'm gonna. I didn't like this. Didn't like the fursona. Didn't like the avatar. Thought it was under animated but over expressive, in a way that was distracting. Didn't like they rambled. They kind of went on tangents about. I didn't like. Okay, when they talked about like a lack of gay representation, I found it almost like infuriatingly naive the way they talked about like Disney. I don't know, the sense that I got was like they wanted to do Disney apologia. Like they wanted to be like, oh, Disney just wasn't ready. Disney wasn't ready to put gay people in their movies. But now it's 2023 and now, you know, times have changed. And it just seemed like they weren't acknowledging the fact that like Disney makes these decisions about like they do this bare bones representation thing, you know, for like a cold, calculated money making purposes. It's just, he seemed like he was absolving them of their responsibility in this arena. And finally, the one thing about the attitude that I kind of annoyed me, and I don't know if this is going to sound stupid. I feel like people might call me stupid for this, but the way that he talked about when Riku was gay, he would always like have a little sly expression on it, so like, ooh, like, oh, Riku did something gay, Riku acted gay, and it felt dirty. It gave me a feeling like it was like a dirty secret that was being like sneakily shared with me, and it made it sound like being gay was like this dirty thing. The way that he like snickered about it every time that it reared its ugly head.
I think that's just like Tumblr culture.
Like, I don't like it.
It's the sort of like, ooh,
like they were at a con, like they were at a con, and it made him squee, and he was gonna glomp Riku. He was gonna glomp him.
Yeah,
because he's such a little squishmallow.
yeah.
Squishmallow.
And I just
I like that word. I just can't cotton to it. It's not copacetic. I don't know. Okay, I'm done. I'm coping. I'm done coping.
You guys haven't asked.
The argument was compelling.
You guys didn't ask me what my opinion was on the Riku.
Did you watch the video?
Is gay video. I didn't watch the video, but I did make this epic meme right now that expresses my feelings on the video that I didn't watch. Check it out.
I'm gonna kill you. What's it?
Yo,
As far as I'm concerned, all Kingdom Hearts characters are gay.
Yeah.
I thought they were all the gay one.
I thought they were all the gay. They don't. Well,
I mean, you could scratch that to all like Final Fantasy adjacent characters too.
I mean, those
like,
black robes are like...
You don't need 8 hours to tell me Riku is gay. I assume they all were gay. I don't need an 8-hour video. I'm big brain. I
fucking organization...
are gay by default.
Sephiroth is gay for his mom because he like is his mom.
That's the only gay that's okay.
If you think about
in the Bible.
Yeah, which means his mom is a man at that point.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying.
Allyship.
And that's where I draw the line, frankly. That's where I fucking draw the line.
The fucking Organization 13, like their black robes, they always had a bit of like what's
S&M
leave it to
S&M culture, the leather and the zips.
Leave it to Kingdom Hearts to make black robes
instead of just being made of cloth, like a Jedi robe.
That's just goth punk. All goth punk stuff is very like S&M inspired.
It's derived from queer spaces and all that stuff.
True.
It's great.
Goth shit.
There's no such thing as straight fashion. All the cool shit is gay.
Straight people.
There's no such thing as white
fashion.
culture and no such thing as straight fashion. It's true.
True. Agree.
True.
These are facts.
You know what? Actually disagree. Straight fashion is like a graphic tee with a Batman logo. That's straight fashion.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? You've turned me around. That's straight
fashion is a guy in like an old like black and white movie like prison uniform, like black and white stripes with a little like cap. That's it. That's
straight fashion.
Nah, that's a twink uniform.
That's the Hamburglar uniform.
Like what the Three Stooges, like what the Three Stooges would wear if you sent them to prison.
Just them though. They're the only ones who wear that If they got arrested,
everyone else is dressed normal.
Everyone dressed in prison orange, but they get the stripes because they're just wacky. They're just wacky like that.
Yeah, if you're wacky enough, you go to prison. You get the funny costume.
That's what they
them
put
in
on
the
the
wacky
Joker. They wear the stripes because he's so wacky. You know, watch out. This one's the wacky inmate.
To the Joker.
He's kooky. He's loco.
Black is the new orange.
Oh my god. Dude,
And then he
I
eats
love
it
orange.
like an orange. He peels it and he makes juice out of it.
I don't want
That's how
black
wacky he is.
stripes on a white shirt. I want white stripes on a black shirt. Whoa!
I remember when he said that.
Yeah. And then Batman's like, you're out of line, Joker. He starts breaking his arms.
Hey, remember when I discovered putting bacon grease on green lentils? Remember that?
Yeah.
That moment, that magical moment that we shared. I found a new way to do it.
Put lentils on bacon grease?
You can
Put lentil grease on bacon?
Because to get bacon grease, you have to make bacon, and then you have to save the grease, and it's kind of a hassle. But guess what? You can just take bacon. When you make your green lentils in your rice cooker, you can just take bacon and cut it up and just throw the raw bacon in the water with the lentils, and then the bacon cooks in the lentils. The rice cooker cooks the bacon.
Ben,
It's a miracle.
The year is 2020 free. You said this last week. Your dementia setting.
Wait,
in.
I did?
No, you
Yes,
didn't.
you did. I was waiting for you to say throwing in the bacon with the lentils and the rice.
I'm
cooker. You said
gonna
that.
kill myself. I'm gonna fucking do it. It's
I don't
over.
remember.
It's
Maybe
over.
I just wasn't listening. I don't remember you saying you put bacon in the rice cooker.
Oh my god! Fuck!
No, you definitely said that on the last episode. I listened to it yesterday.
It's over.
I caught up to it literally yesterday.
Oh no!
It's fucking over for me.
That both means that you have to mention I am like completely absent-minded and I wasn't listening and I was very rude. If that's the case.
No, it was a 3-hour conversation. You're gonna miss one or two things.
I can't.
I
can't live with myself.
actually
anymore.
just listened to the last episode right before jumping into this one, and I totally
Do
forgot.
you remember?
I forgot
Do
everything.
you remember my bacon story?
I forgot everything you guys talked about in the last episode.
Bacon in the lentils.
I mean, so did I.
Bacon and
The
lentils.
the rice cooker.
Lentils
The rice
and
cooker
bacon?
cooks the bacon. The rice cooker cooks the bacon. It's so convenient.
Why don't they call it a bacon cooker?
Why don't they call it exactly?
You know,
Exactly.
you're exactly right.
What if you make
Thank
rice
you.
out of bacon?
Bacon.
Then it would be
I don't-
epic.
I
Bacon
don't
cooker
know.
with the
I
hard
don't know.
R.
I don't know what would happen if you did that.
Just
Wait,
chop
check-
like bacon into rice
Check this
shapes.
out.
Wait a second. Wait, Ben, you don't have a grease jug? You don't have a grease jug in your kitchen?
I have a small mason jar,
Ew.
a small
No,
little glass
No,
jar.
you're gonna go and get yourself a big ass jug of
A jug,
oil.
like for- like
get
a
an
moonshine.
oil jug, and then you just put that oil back in the jug, and any extra oil
You just drink
put
the
in
oil straight from the jug.
Yeah,
straight down the
I
spout.
have an oil jug. You don't got an oil jug? Come on, Ben.
I have an oil jug. It's called.
My penis.
Cock and
Ew,
balls.
God! Check out this video. Check out this video that I posted. This
No more
is
Geno
another.
7.
This is another one from Geno7. This video. It's okay. Did you see that defunct land?
Yeah,
Not defunct land. The where he finds the ba ba ba.
That
ba.
is
Defunct land.
Yeah, I watched that. With
Yeah.
Kai.
that was
2 weeks
good. That was a
ago.
good video.
Incredible video. This video is basically like it's like that, but it's about this one guy who worked at Cartoon Network and is like responsible for like all the iconic sounds of that era of
Yeah.
Cartoon Network.
That's great.
It's such a good video.
Is he the one that put?
This-
I'm,
this
I'm
guy-
glad that this is
I'll give this one a
really
watch, too.
engaging and popular because it's
I
like,
mean, no, but it's only
what
got
if-
it's only 4,000 views. Only
Well, not-
4,000 views on this masterpiece of a video.
well, I hope it gets more. But like
sounds-
the idea
sounds
that like uncovering the hidden talents behind things that we just take for granted. It's like, yeah, they do deserve credit. We do need to do that more.
Mm.
People don't deserve to be buried alive. That's
Okay,
my
I mean,
Like
stance.
that guy who makes all the good voicemails. Who is he?
It's not. It's
Oh my gosh! Shut the fuck!
It's not-
I'm gonna
it's
kill
not
you.
quite-
I'm gonna kill you, Oblivion.
It's not quite as good as the Defunct Land one because it's not like it's a mystery. Like this guy, he's not like famous, but like he is known in the industry. Like people know who he is. So it's not like he had to search for him. It's just kind of like a piece about this guy who sort of did all this amazing work. And
Sure,
you probably
sure.
never heard of him. Yeah.
But I like
Great
that
stuff.
content online is being made about stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because like I wouldn't think to look up who made the like guitar sound.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In fact, I want to know that. You know that classic Hanna-Barbera era,
the
like guitar smash.
Ding.
I
know the
guess.
one.
I guess so.
Yeah,
All sorts of cool stuff. Sounds are very often overlooked.
true.
Overlooked and undercooked.
Sounds are overlooked and so are textures. Because you were talking about...
Gib, sounds can't be overlooked. You can't look at a sound. Stupid.
No,
you can look at the waveform.
No.
Overheard.
No, shut up. That's not true.
This looks
That's not true at all.
interesting.
Shut up.
Yeah. So Ben, you're talking about channels that you just know are going to blow up the moment you see them. I had that experience a while back with this channel, Kid Leaves Stoop.
Mm-hmm. I've
this
heard
was like
of
their
this.
second video.
Possibly from you.
I don't know if I ever mentioned it.
Maybe not.
Actually, I feel like I think I sent this
2.5
video
million
to like one
views.
of my friends.
I remember
Yeah,
watching
it's
this
blown up
one.
now because it's been like over a year. But when I found this, it had like less than 10,000 views, and it was just this really like well-made video. And I'm like, this guy is going to get big, and I guess he did.
Yeah,
Hopefully
135K.
7.
I think Geno 7's got. I think Geno 7's got the sauce.
I think he's, from what you're saying, it definitely sounds like he's got the sauce.
Yeah. That's my prescription.
The next video in the channel is "What if bowling stayed illegal?"
What?
That's what it says. What if bowling stayed illegal?
What if
Then
bald people stayed illegal?
in the description
No, the
Yeah.
next video
In
in
the
their
channel.
channel.
That's the title.
of Kid Leaves Soup?
Yeah.
What if bowling stayed illegal? It's a video.
Oh, wait a minute. I saw this Simpsons Missing Bus Stop video.
Oh,
I've seen that
that
one.
one's good too.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. I did see that.
I haven't seen a good.
You know what? I like videos.
What would you call
What
these?
if bowling stayed illegal? What the fuck does it mean?
Are these like still video
Bowling is
essays?
illegal, Ben.
What
You didn't
what do you
know?
even call these types of videos? Are these still video essays or?
Bowling was associated with like
I-
gambling or other shit, and they in America it was banned. Like 9-pin bowling was banned, and the way they got around the law was to create 10-pin bowling. It's technically a different game. That's why it's 10-pin bowling. I'm not joking. This is
No, I
actually
did not
the
know-
history.
I had never heard that before.
That's like cocaine's illegal, so we invented cocaine too, which is technically another drug.
Well, no, it's just
Yeah.
Actually,
it's
that's
just
what
like
painkillers is. Actually, I think
this guy has The Simpsons in like half of his video thumbnails, but it's just like that episode of The Simpsons where they put uranium in the farm in the crops and they combine tobacco and tomatoes to make tobacco.
Wait,
It's technically a different
vegetable,
even though it's just
was it uranium or was it that he just was mixing seeds? I thought he was just mixing seeds.
No, he got some stuff from the power plant and put like uranium or plutonium or something in the seeds,
Oh boy,
and it can cause a crossbreed.
I haven't seen a good video essay in a while. The last one I watched wasn't really that good. It was called "Why Nintendo is So Overprotective of Its Intellectual Property."
That seems
Because if you know nothing about like Nintendo history, it's a super interesting video. But after I was done watching it, like, because he says that like, oh, the reason why it's because they had this one lawsuit where Universal Studios wanted to sue them for using the word Kong, but they didn't own the rights to it, and that kind of scared them off. That's why they didn't really like merchandise or spread themselves thin. And then after I was done watching the video, I was thinking like, wait a second, what about the Super Mario Brothers Super Show era? Where they were like putting everything on like macaroni in the live action movie. He did not mention that era at all. Like he skipped over it. And I'm like, wow. I mean,
Macaroni.
I would have argued that it wasn't even necessarily that lawsuit that did it. I do think it was probably just the live action movie that really scared them off from like.
Did you see the trailer for the new Mario movie?
The little promo that they had? Yeah.
Yeah, it
The
looks
little
really cute.
advertisement.
Yeah, it looks really cute.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna watch it, but like a part of me feels like, God, I wish I was like 12 years old because I'd be more excited about this. Because I feel like I'm not that excited for it. Even though it seems like this would be something I would want. It looks like they're stretching beyond and doing more kind of lore stuff. Like they even have like the whole Donkey Kong race there and everything. And I would have ate that shit up as a kid, but like,
yeah.
now I'm kind of like I don't know. It's like I mean, I'm gonna watch it. I'll probably like it, but I don't feel that excited about it. I don't know. I guess I moved on. You know?
I never
I
cared
didn't
for Mario in the first place, so I'm just interested.
I didn't really care about the movie at all. I thought it was gonna like whatever, but I gotta say, seeing that new trailer, there's something that warmed my heart a little bit about the fact that they're sticking to the old like they're plumbers from Brooklyn like backstory.
I love the live action movie. The older I get, the more I love that. Like live action movie. It's great.
I genuinely loved the live action movie as a kid. Like I watched it a bunch of times.
I'll tell you this. Something about like it feels like the Mario movie is being made by people who are like fans of Mario, and not gonna lie, I feel like because there's like a big like group of people who love like those last two live action Sonic movies, and like everyone I know who loves it is not gonna listen to this podcast, so I could say this: I feel like it was a big cope. I feel like liking those movies was like a massive cope because they're just unironically like. What if Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunks was a superhero? Is like what the Sonic movies are, and I'm tired of pretending they're not. I'm tired of pretending they're not that, because it wouldn't even fucking matter.
I'll be honest.
What?
It wouldn't matter if Alvin the Chipmunk was a superhero. It wouldn't fucking
no,
matter.
I'll tell you this.
He wouldn't do anything.
I'll tell you this: if they removed Sonic from that movie, like they've removed everything, like. That was Sonic the Hedgehog related, I wouldn't even be able to tell that it was supposed to be a Sonic movie to begin with.
Oh my gosh, if you take everything Sonic related out of something, you wouldn't know it was Sonic.
No, not like that. Like because certain like Sonic stories have like a certain way about, you know. Like
oh, I mean yeah, here's how
you're saying the movie didn't feel Sonic.
No, it didn't really
didn't feel
I mean the fact that like we have like kind of like a human character that we're following.
I mean,
like in Alvin and the Chipmunks, this guy is just Dave. This guy's just Dave from Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Everything wrong with the Sonic movie that you're describing is down to just that one human character, just for one. Not even all human.
I don't think so. Even like Robotnik not being
the one dad guy. No, it is down to him. He has a weird hexagon shaped face. I want to punch him. I hate his face.
I think he's handsome, but like even like Doc.
let's fight about whether he's
even
handsome.
Dr. Eggman.
Like, he looks like an NFT profile picture.
Like I don't mind
like
Jim Carrey, but like. He does not look like, dude. I'm not.
Jim
does not look
Carrey
like
as
Dr.
Eggman.
I love Jim Carrey.
It's so
Jim Carrey as Eggman looked
good.
Jim Carrey as Eggman looked kind of neat. I thought that looked cool. I mean, I didn't see the movie.
I really enjoy him as Eggman.
I'll tell you this: if that design existed and it wasn't tied to a Sonic movie, I would never even tell that was supposed to be Eggman.
Well, doesn't he look more like Eggman in the second one? Doesn't he he become fat or whatever?
No, he doesn't. He stays skinny.
Fat.
But he gets the costume. He looks more like classic Eggman.
The must. Yeah. There's like little like classic Eggman isms going for him.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get too like.
You know what? I kind of think, and I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but something about the fact that Jim Carrey kind of doesn't look anything at all like Eggman, and yet, from the trailers I saw, he kind of sort of was. I think it's like a weird outside the box. I would say it's a weird outside the box, maybe even inspired casting choice that I would never have thought of. I like it. I think I like it.
I enjoy it. I'm entertained. And in interviews, Jim Carrey was like, I really, really hope that in the next movie they let me be fat. He said,
I'll tell you this. I mean, I thought the second movie was better than the first one, but the first one wasn't even like a high bar.
Oh, definitely.
So it was like, it went from like, to, all right, for me.
They showed.
I just want to have fun with these movies. I'm not expecting them to be like good films. I just want to have fun, and they've been fun.
I'm just trying to have fun with your wife.
Too bad I don't have one of those anymore.
Owned.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Cheesy, you're gay now. Cheesy, you're gay.
Who was I coming into last night? Boom, got him dead.
You're almost as gay as Riku. I would say.
I didn't say. I didn't say I wasn't. I didn't say I wasn't also a Kingdom Hearts character.
When I saw they cast what's this Jim Carrey's Eggman, I was like, what the fuck? Weird. Interesting. Neat. When I saw that they cast Jack Black as Bowser, I thought neat. And then I heard him and I was like, oh, you know what? It is Jack Black, but it just kind of sounds normal. It kind of just sounds like Bowser. Honestly, it's not.
When they said
it's not that weird. It's not that weird of a voice.
When they said Jack
coming
Black
out of
Bowser, I thought, oh, perfect. That just works for me. If you heard,
yeah,
like,
it just works. It just works, but it doesn't. It's not really interesting. I don't know. I think Jim Carrey as Eggman is interesting.
I'll tell you this. I'm pretty like you know what? Ultimately, I feel like if you like Sonic, you like those Sonic movies, and I kind of relate, in the way that like if you notice, a lot of DC movies have very kind of like interesting like casting choices. And I think the biggest example would be like Arnold Schwarzenegger as like Mr. Freeze. Right, and like, oh, I love that. I love that they went in that direction.
Okay, but that, I mean, that was like, because Arnold was like the biggest star of the freaking era.
But think of it like this,
whereas Jim Carrey is not exactly like an A-lister anymore.
You know what's so funny is that that version of Mr. Freeze was created because that first Tim Burton Batman movie came out. And in the show, in that episode, Heart of Ice, which is like a 10 out of 10 episode, I watched it like 3 times last month in a row. Mr. Freeze isn't like a buff bodybuilder Austrian guy. He's like a little cancer nerd in a super suit, you know?
In
animated series? Yeah, an animated series.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, to choose a bodybuilder to play that character is a very out there choice, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a different... Okay, Mr. Freeze is from the animated series. Like, he was made for the animated series. He's not from an older...
He existed, but he was more of a goofier character called, like, Mr. Zero. And then in the animated series, they're all like, hey, what if we just reboot his whole origin story? Let's literally rip off the movie, The Abominable Dr. Phibes, which has the whole origin with the wife. And, like, let's give that to Mr. Freeze. And and if you rewatch that episode, I really recommend you rewatch Heart of Ice, because that's still a really good episode. Mr. Freeze has like this his voice does like it sounds mechanical because it's coming out of like a speaker, and that's like lifted directly from the movie The Abominable Dr. Phibes, because that character connects like a speaker into his throat, and he talks out of like a fucking like phonograph, and it sounds like that, yeah.
Like one of those things that like people that had to get their tracheas removed because they got throat cancer, like when they put the microphone to their throat.
Well, it's like the movie was made like I think in the 60s, so it's like a speaker. It's like a fucking, it's those old timey like the fucking open bloom flower looking speakers that's like connected to a record player. Yeah, that movie is great too. That movie is like, imagine if it's like it Saw, but like if the Jigsaw killer was like a goofy supervillain who was played by Vincent Price. If anyone knows Vincent Price, he's 10 out of 10.
Of course I know Vincent Price.
Well,
come on,
he's a classic boy.
Well.
I'm trying to think. Was okay. So casting Jim Carrey as Eggman is like, okay, we have a goofy villain from a well-known franchise. And we're gonna cast this sort of like comedian, this well-known comedian, but who's like past his prime. Like he's not really a big movie star anymore, even though everybody knows who he is. Is that kind of what they were doing with Arnold in Ice? Like was Arnold like kind of already sort of like an old star, and they were like, let's bring Arnold back for this fucking weird like superhero role?
I can't remember if like Batman and Robin was one of the last Arnold films,
because if I remember correctly, Arnold didn't really bring that much to like the Mr. Freeze. Like Mr. Freeze is not like he didn't really act a lot. Well, right? He just kind of delivers like ice puns.
Oh, I mean, he acted as much as Arnold can act, you know.
Right.
Right. And the ice puns is all part of the charm. Which is
okay.
It's very funny how like the original character of Mr. Freeze was like a very goofy, like his original suit was like yellow and pink, and he had more like a bubble helmet, and and then they make him all super serious in the Batman animated series, and then they make him goofy again in the live action.
Yeah, they take the new serious backstory, but they make him ridiculous again by making him Arnold. In Heart of Ice, isn't there a part where like he's a doctor and someone calls him like Dr. Freeze, and he says actually it's Mister? Isn't there?
Yeah. There's yes. There's a part like that.
That's there's hilarious.
A fucking.
I'm sorry. That's
There's
hilarious.
this really good bit in that episode, where it's in like, I'm looking for it right now in the animated gifs, but there's like a bit where like and I was listening to the director's commentary of that episode where it's like, so Mr. Freeze is trying to kill the guy who, like, is the reason why he's in that fucking suit, right? And they're attacking his building with his, like, giant freeze cannon, and Batman stops the cannon, and Mr. Freeze with his cannon already kind of like froze the door shut to the building, so he can't get in. And I was listening to the director's commentary, and they thought like, oh, how do we? Mr. Freeze has to be inside that building for the ending of the episode. So how do we get him inside that building? And they think of this very clever bit where it's like, okay, what he's gonna do is he's gonna walk up to a fire hydrant, and the fire hydrant, and he's gonna like kick it. It's gonna break open, right? And then water's gonna spray out, and then Mr. Freeze is gonna like push his gun into the water stream and turn it on, and that upstream will freeze like the water, but the frozen ice would push Mr. Freeze upward. And it's kind of hard to describe, but when you see it in action, like here's what it looks like. And it's like really fucking clever. Like way to get him inside the building. You see what I mean?
Let's see here. All right, I'm watching. There he goes. Yeah, I mean it makes sense.
Yeah, it's really dope. Like, fuck, I miss listening to director's commentary.
This is, I think it would make a little more sense is if he just kind of jumped on top of the water and just froze a little bit of it, and then the water pressure might just like push the little ice platform, like rocket it up. I guess. I don't know. I
don't know.
I get it.
I think he'll just fall down because his suit would be too heavy for his stream. Okay, the physics of it is kind of whack.
I mean, sure.
How does the physics of this make sense though? Like,
yeah, the physics are whack.
Is the ice? Wouldn't the ice block the entrance and the water would stop flowing, or is it like a tube?
What it is that it's slowly getting frozen, but only like what already came out, so that kind of like pushes them up.
Here's what I think. The water, once it leaves the hydrant, is in free fall. It's going to travel in a parabolic arc. So if he freezes a chunk of it and then like holds onto it somehow, assuming that it has like a lot more mass than he does, he's just going to be pulled along in its parabolic arc as it flies.
It's very goofy physics, but as long as it kind of makes sense, it's fine. I mean, this is the same universe where he has like a giant mechanical robot suit that he's in,
no,
right?
It's fine.
And he has like a made up disease, so
it's fine. I get it. I'm
the episode is based. The episode's really good. While watching it, I was being one of those like the whole. I was jerking off. I was like being like they don't make them like they used to. Villains don't like quote poetry anymore. They don't fucking hold villains don't hold you hostage and then like fucking like do like fucking poetry around you about like, oh, woe is me.
Did you hear that they released like a new edited version of like Roald Dahl's books? And like they just changed. No, did you hear about this?
They unironically did I know what you're talking about. They did the meme.
They changed a bunch of stuff, and they genuinely like put in like, I'm sorry, but they made them woke, and I mean that in like a weird bad way. Like they took out like pretty innocuous things and like made them like aggressively like inclusive.
They did
like what? What kind of innocuous
I'll find the example that I saw.
They did the thing where it's like I'm quoting the sick animation clip, but it's kind of like, back in my day, it was all about Chef Boyardee. Now all they eat is Chef Boyer Girl. that's unironically
so
like
true.
That's unironically like what they did, and it's like, this is so why like.
Okay. I found it.
Is that a sick animation? I saw a sick animation made a little thing about that. I don't know if he came up with it. It sounds like something
I'm exactly quoting like a sick animation short that he made recently.
Yeah.
I've really been liking those shorts he's been making. Those are really funny.
Yeah, it's just non sequitur little characters.
I wish he was my friend.
So here's three bits that were changed. I only saw the first one. The first one is the one but the other two, I guess, are similar. Here's some examples of changes they made to these 2022 editions of Roald Dahl.
Yeah, okay, the first one, this change, you can't go around pulling the hair of every lady you meet, even if she is wearing gloves. Just you try it and see what happens. What is that?
Yeah, they didn't want to say that.
Besides, so they changed it to besides. There are plenty of other reasons why women might wear wigs, and there is certainly nothing wrong with that.
Have
That changes the meaning of the
has
thing,
Like what?
doesn't
Like
it?
what? Like why?
has Joseph?
Like why is that changed?
I'm looking at the. Oh, they also changed stuff from Matilda too.
I think they did it to
So
a bunch
the
of them.
witches-
It's so weird.
So the first
Working
one is
as
like
a cashier
really
changed to working as a
Matilda
top
was already
scientist.
woke. I don't know why. Like
They're doing the more female CEOs bit. Why?
they're really girl
Even if
bossing
she's
it.
working as a cashier in a supermarket or typing letters for a businessman, even if she is working, well, I don't even know the context of this line, so I don't really get
guess,
it.
I guess the idea is because it's like kind of reinforcing like old gender norms kind of stuff. And these books are still popular; they're still circulating. Yada yada yada. I'm not justifying. I'm not justifying like the rewrites of it. It's just ultimately you should still tell kids, hey, by the way, this was written like when people. This was written before the
the second
Mormon
one
Church
is, like,
decided black people were people.
They
like
changed
if
India
it's
to
talking about
California.
witches and like you can't tell, even if they're doing normal woman things like being a cashier or typing letters for a businessman, like that, I guess that's fine to change because it's old fashioned. But the first
It's
one
what
I'm
they
trying
changed
to
it
like,
to, but I don't get. It's like
you can't go around pulling hair to see if they have a wig. Just try it and see what happens. It's saying don't do that. Besides, there are plenty of other reasons why one might wear wigs.
Like, why couldn't they?
Like
why couldn't they change?
They couldn't. They didn't need to delete the first bit. They could have just added.
I mean, okay, I would
Like if they really wanted to do that. Like it's
I
not
don't
like
see
there's not
why
like
they
the
had to
first one is
change it all.
saying wigs is a bad thing anyway.
I mean, I don't even see the need for, like, oh, we gotta put a line in there about how it's okay to wear a wig. Nothing about the first line suggests that it isn't okay for someone to wear a wig.
Yeah.
What
That's
it
why
is
it's
saying is
confusing.
don't mess with people who wear wigs. It's already saying not to mess with people
Right.
over that.
Like, it's fine. I
know,
I assume these are, like, some of, like, the most baffling and, like, pointless and irritating changes. Maybe some of the other ones I might understand more, because apparently they just, I don't know, the new editions have a bunch of stuff.
I really hate the second one because like it's not the fact that it's like I see where like you could interpret the second one as the original being a bit problematic. I don't agree with the cashier thing. Everyone, boys and girls, are both cashiers and always have been. I don't get that.
Right.
But like the typing letters for a businessman, it's like, oh, working under a man. It's like, okay, I can see that being an issue, but why can't you just say, instead of running a business, you could also just say working in an office? Because like they're describing normal, like average Joe jobs, and
Right.
being a CEO or a top scientist are not average normal person
we're-
jobs.
Maybe if I read the context, something about this would make more sense. But yeah, it really seems like they changed the meaning from talking about someone just having a job to talking about someone like being a bigwig, girl boss, top of, and like that's different. That's a different scenario you're describing.
Especially if the context is like, oh, you know, witches could be ordinary people. Now it's witches could be billionaires.
We more witch billionaires.
I fucking hate it. That's fucking stupid. I
You
hate
mean
it.
J.K. Rowling?
Oh my god,
dead.
goblins!
Got her.
The
Dead,
goblins!
dead. Got her.
I bet there were some problematic goblins in Roald Dahl's books.
They probably.
the first one is
witches
like-
are kind
it's-
of goblin-esque design.
Yeah.
It's sort of odd because in the witches, like, I can't remember the book the book itself, but like the idea that witches don't have hair and they wear wigs, inherently is sort of like playing into like this idea that not having hair is a bad thing and wearing wig is a sense of like, oh, you could be a secret bad person. Like that's already into like the reason the witches are like that is so like changing just this line to say, by the way, there's nothing wrong with wearing wigs, but also in this story the bad people always wear wigs.
Are the witches bad in the witches? I haven't.
Yeah,
read
they
it.
are.
They eat
They
children.
are bad.
They're
Okay.
it's like a little boy, I think, and he's like,
I
I'm just a little boy, and then there's these witches. It's like, we'll eat you.
There was,
like, something
I
like that.
do vividly remember the plot synopsis. It's like a little boy who's raised by his grandma, and his grandma says like, "Oh yeah, witches exist," and they eat kids and they disguise themselves as regular women. And at first he didn't believe it, but he has an encounter with like a weird woman who's trying to lure her down his treehouse, where he's like, "Look, I have all these snakes," and he's like, "What the fuck?" And eventually they go to a hotel, and the kid accidentally like witnesses like a witch conference. And then the witches find him, and they turn him into like a...
No, not WitchCon.
Yeah, WitchCon.
Into a
They turn him
mouse?
into...
WitchCon 4.
They turn him into a mouse, and then the kid figures out, oh, we should like slip the mouse juice to the witches, so they all turn into mouses, and then we can just all stomp.
Definitely.
Then we can all just stomp them to death or something. I don't know how they kill. Anyway, so they do that. They stomp the witches to death, and then
Jesus.
And the ending bit. You know what? The ending bit. It's very interesting. Like the direction they go, because this feels kind of dark for a kid's like story. But the thing is, so he doesn't turn back into a human. He stays a mouse, and they figure out that a mouse has like only like maybe a 5-year or 10-year lifespan. They have a short lifespan, right? And the grandma says like, "Oh, well, I'm not gonna live long, so we're probably gonna die around the same time. So it's fine that you stay a mouse." The end.
Cool.
Just die.
What?
Wait.
Die
To
young.
the
Yeah,
kid?
to the kid, because they can't turn him back from being a human. So they assume that you're gonna probably live a full mouse life, which is kind of short.
Wow.
So we're gonna die around the same time.
I watched the film. There's a film that I remember.
In the
of
film, he
this,
turns back into human.
and I don't remember if it ends differently.
In the film, he turns back into a
I remember
kid.
it being sort of...
In the book, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you read the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
The Great
There's a
Glass
sequel?
Elevator.
Yeah, Charlie and the Great Glass
wait, I heard
Elevator
about that.
is so I read it as a kid and like it's so fucked. There's aliens. They go to like the International Space Station and like there's aliens there and there's a part where Wonka makes this like juice. He makes this like gum that like turns you young, and the grandparents like eat so much. They eat too much of it, and they unage to before they were born. So they have to travel to like the fucking ghostly like afterlife spirit realm to like find their souls and spray them with like sap from a 1,000-year-old pine tree to like re-age them back to the land of the living, and it turns them old again. And they're like, can I have some more so I could be young? And they're like, no, you ate it all the first time. No, you're just old now. Sorry,
Jesus.
you fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
It's a lot of weird shit in that one. Aliens are canon in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's confirmed.
Makes sense. I believe it.
I mean, they have Oompa Loompas.
Oompa Loompas were
do
just
have
like
Oompa Loompas.
pygmy people, which is like
Yeah.
it's a real group of people that I used to exist. Maybe
Oh
they
my
probably
god.
they maybe still exist.
No, they're there. The problematic goblins.
They're like,
Goblins.
Yeah,
They're
you know,
like
the
assumed
real
that
problematic is now I'm
cryptids,
thinking back
maybe?
to Tim Burton's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and like Wonka
Oh.
does do a I'm going into the jungle and I'm stealing the people.
That's not Tim Burton. Like that's in the original book.
I know.
Wonka
I know.
goes-
I'm,
he just
I'm
decided
blaming
to
Tim
goes
Burton.
to,
I'm
um,
just thinking,
for the film.
I haven't read the
Wonka
book, so I'm
goes
just
to
thinking of the
Oompa
movies right
Land,
now.
and the Oompas, there's like all these creatures that eat them, and Willy
It's-
Wonka's like,
yeah, it's-
come
it's-
live with me
it's-
in my factory
it's-
and work.
It's straight up. The Oompa Loompas are a tribe from like the African jungle that are like savages, and they were being attacked by freaking creatures in the wild. And he was like, "Hey, I'll give you a factory to live in. If you just become my we don't call it slavery. You know, you can just live in my
Yeah.
factory and work there, and it's better than being eaten by jaguars, right?" And they're like, "Yeah,
All like,
let's do it."
all like,
Thank you, white savior, for rescuing me from the frickin' dangers of the wild.
it's so funny.
I love
It's so
it.
funny how like all kind of like major classic like British literature like kind of justifies colonization slightly in a way.
It's our major cultural expert.
Even
fascinating.
Even people like Alan Moore, who's very like critical about like the British government and is like an anarchist in like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. He forgot to he didn't realize that like having so much of all the universe pop culture centered around British pop culture kind of like creates this blend of like whiteness and subtle very so subtle like colonization justification. Luckily though, everyone goes into space and lives forever.
It's easy. It's very easy to just kind of fall into that sort of thinking without even realizing it when that's just the culture.
That's why in
that
my
you're in.
Marvel Universe fanfic, the queen dies back when the IRA put that bomb in her car, it actually kills her. In my alternate universe.
Did that happen in real life?
The blast wasn't big enough to kill her. And I think it was either it was the wrong car or it was the blast just wasn't big enough. So they like missed their chance.
No, I never got a DVD box set of The Crown, so we'll never know.
I have
Wait, what you got, Ben?
Let's see. I did some. Okay. Shit, I already talked about the bacon in my lentils, so that was it. That was all I had. That was the only thing.
You're going to bring it up.
You're going up to the stand-up mic, and you got your cue cards, and it's all just lentils and bacon.
Now hold on. I might have mentioned this already in this episode, but did I mention the bacon in my lentils?
Yes,
actually.
yes,
Okay, interesting. I've been doing experiments. I've been doing experiments on quinine and in my room. I bought I explained that to achieve a certain visual effect in a video that I want to record, I thought about painting my teeth with quinine to make them look weird. And so to achieve this, I bought 12 liters of tonic water and I boiled it down to like 100 milliliters, and I put it under a black light. And I did things to it. I did fucked up things to it.
Oh no!
Here were my. So So it glows blue under the black light. If you boil it down, it glows blue brighter. But if you boil it down even more, it starts to glow less. And it glows on one side, but like the light sort of like diffuses and it doesn't glow all the way through. And I think the reason why is that the concentration of the other chemicals in it, specifically like the aspartame or whatever, because I got the non-sugar kind, is like occluding the quinine molecules and preventing them from fluorescing. So, I tried this, right? Because it's acidic. There's citric acid in there. So I did the baking soda vinegar volcano thing, and I put baking soda into it to try and neutralize the acid. And what happens when you do that is it creates carbon dioxide and sodium citrate. And sodium citrate is a salt and an emulsifier. It is what they put in cheese to turn it into American cheese. So I put baking soda in the stuff, and it bubbled, and this is amazing. I couldn't believe this. The quinine glows blue, but when I put the baking soda in, it turned green. It now fluoresces green under a black light. And I don't know why that is, because it's still like the quinine is not in like a compound. The quinine should be the same. So I have no idea why it changed color, but it did. I should have taken a picture. I wish I had a picture to show you.
So
my mistake.
You know,
but it looks really
Do you
good.
think it's like a different chemical reaction, or somehow the wavelength got affected?
I don't know. I didn't think that the quinine would change form at all in doing this, but like I guess it did. But visually it looks really good because it turned when I added the baking soda to it, it turned not just like it's like a slightly it's like a whitish, greenish, yellowish, like milky white pale glow, and it actually looks really good. So it looks yeah. I'm gonna see what
Smear that all over your face.
This is what I've been doing this week. I'm having all these. I'm turning on the black light and I'm like putting like powders into all these glowing vials, and they're like fizzing and boiling and like glowing at me and changing color. And I'm just like, fascinating.
You should be recording this. That'd be good.
I should be recording this
because that's like slime experiments. That'd be good. Like
also,
be real.
This is the origin.
You know what? I'm gonna take
also Ben.
real quick. I'm gonna take a picture.
This is the origin story of Ben Slime.
You mean the cop killer? The cop killer.
Who? Nah, I don't fuck with that commie bullshit, dude.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Damn.
I can't spare 1 minute.
I can't spare 1 minute. There's a thing I was going to bring up, and I already forgot what it was.
Were you going to bring up Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumanium now in theaters?
Quantumanium. I love that pun.
I saw that movie High when it like an early screening of it, and the whole time I was thinking like, God, when is this gonna be over?
What if it was Ant-Man or the Wasp, and like you didn't know which movie you're gonna be seeing?
You have to choose the gender.
You sit down to
Pokemon.
watch Ant-Man or the Wasp, and it's either about one or the other, but you don't know which one.
It's like Clue. It's like the movie Clue when it released in theaters. It had like each theater had like a different ending, or they're like Or there were like 7 different endings, but like it was random which theater got what for like
You
who
know,
the killer was.
You know what would be I always thought would be a pretty cool like experiment was if there was like a comic that basically had like 2 comics were made that were using the same script, but it was like 2 different interpretations of the same script. And
Like 2 different artists throwing
yeah,
designs.
2 different artists, and you could like design the characters however you want, right? But it'd be like the same characters in both stories. And the plot beats would be the same up until the ending. Both versions would have different endings. I always thought that'd be a really cool experiment. You could kind of do like a Pokemon thing, where you call one like red version, the other one blue version, or something. You know?
Dude, everyone buys the same comic twice. What if you do it to like where the only difference is like the hair color? But like in the script, you get around it by like they're like aliens and they don't say blue or red. They say
like one of them is like
Quilene.
blue hair and pronouns. The other one is like no hair and no nouns.
One would be one would be they version, and the other one would be them version.
That's
or
that's
like
wacky.
you could like as long as like maybe if there's like a part of the story where it's like a character's like, hey, I like your blue shirt. You could like it would be kind of like Mad Libs, kind of, you know.
The entire script and Mad Lib like verbs.
This could work. This could work. I just have to figure out an angle. You know.
Okay. I'm back.
Back.
I'm back. Let's see.
Let's
See
take a
these
look.
glowies.
All right. So it looks really.
Ooh.
Well,
It looks really
Looks
okay.
aesthetic.
So you can see it in the big like cup there. You can see how it's only glowing on one side because like it's like sort of dark, and like I think the light just doesn't like get all the way through it. Here's like a better shot.
I would
this is really
I'm gonna-
nice. Just
Yeah.
just as images, you should make a
I'm
wallpaper.
gonna
of it.
post.
This actually,
I'm gonna-
it actually looks really cool in photo. It looks like much more vivid in. Okay. Well, in these pictures, it looks really, really purple. In person, it doesn't look quite this purple, but also the liquid like glows brighter. Liquid seems brighter in person than it does in these images.
Maybe that's your eyes, your human eyes, not being able to see purple.
I'm gonna
Maybe.
post these images on Twitter and be like, "Yo, is it normal if your cum glows green under black light? Is that okay? Is that normal?"
Oh yeah, Ben, you're talking last episode about wanting to go for a bit of a James Lee aesthetic with these. With this thing you're doing.
Yeah, the glowing like eyes and teeth is a kind of what I want to make happen.
If you want, since I'm a little bit of a visual effects boy.
Oh, you have
if you
expertise to share?
Yeah, or maybe like you could send your footage my way and I could see about like making the glowy bits like look extra like glowy. And fuck around with it.
I would.
That sounds like fun.
I think that might be cool. Do you have any? I don't know. Do you have any tips on like how to make it work in a like how to get that so that you could do that to it?
I mean, there's a lot of methods I could try. I'd probably experiment, and then like let you know what works. I'd probably do it in After Effects.
I'm gonna. My idea is just like paint a glowing liquid onto the parts of my face that I want to like. You know,
obviously
emanate.
That's a good idea.
That's
like,
the plan.
Yeah, my thinking is like in post we could enhance it even more. Like,
yeah,
I could like have it take the bright parts of the image and like have those like have like a bit of a kind of glow or a bloom sort of effect. I'd like not in the gross PS3 bloom era video games.
Right.
Bloom,
my plan was to try and like enhance the effect in post, but like I'm sure you have more. I'm sure you probably know how to do that better, and also I think you just have better software because like I only have Vegas. That's all I know how to use.
Oh yeah, Vegas is. It's probably gonna struggle to do that
shit.
kind of thing in Vegas.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, that'd be sweet. Yeah, I'll see what I get. I'll let you see it. That'd be awesome.
I want to fuck around with whatever you got when the time comes, and then you can look at my result and say yes or no.
Nope, trash. That could be really cool.
Get this out of my face.
Yeah, my idea. I think I said that my idea is that I want to do it's going to be an ad for the Slime and Punishment book, but it's going to be like as the cop killer, and so I want to have a real like sort of eerie sort of glowing atmosphere to it.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do a funny voice?
I will do maybe a slightly funny voice, and then maybe I'll add some weird, like, monstrous kind of Oblivion. Maybe if you would like to add some weird monster voice sounds to my voice, that might be cool too.
I could throw your voice into manipulator and have that like kind of like tractor growly effect to it.
Tractor growly.
I don't know how to explain it.
I guess the cop killer, his voice would be sort of like ragged and like rough and hoarse, but also sort of maybe like sort of inhuman, sort of like maybe not mechanical, but maybe sort of like
maybe a little
bubbling or oily or echoey.
Maybe like he's kind of turned on, but he's shy, you know.
Or maybe he would have no, he doesn't have sex. He never has sex. Or even thinks
it took you a while. It took you a while to react to what the fuck I just said.
Yeah, because I just couldn't put it together. It just didn't compute.
But cop killer doesn't have a penis.
Maybe he would have sort of like that thing where like he would sort of have like multiple voices. You know, like Dorman in Shadow of the Colossus, how he has like multiple voices speaking out of the same voice. I don't know. I mean, maybe you'd have a little bit of that like reverb thing going on. He's multitudes. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there, because he's a communist. Because he's a communist, you see.
I'm just being silly.
I'm just kidding. Unless, what else was I gonna talk about? Nothing. That's it.
Can you guys tell me what this whole perfect comic party thing is? Can you explain?
Perfect
No.
comic party.
Great question. The answer is no. Moving on.
Perfect comic party is an incentive structure to get myself and Ben to actually work on our comics. And
cool.
The idea is we will make chapters and then put them in a PDF together, and it'll be like, oh, it's our little Shonen Jump, kind of.
Oblivion. That sounds cool.
That would be. That would be really cool. You guys could even put it up early on, like, the Patreon for people.
We could, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Well, I mean. Well, why post it? Why post it early?
Well, you know, to incentivize people to. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I hate our patrons. I don't want them to have anything. Oh boy, they don't deserve it.
Yes. Speaking of comics, it's out. It's final. By the time this drops,
Cheesy.
Act 1 of McPaglachi is all out on Twitter.
I was sad when you posted it, because I saw you posted McPagliacci, and I was like, oh my god, it's here. And then I tried to read it, and it wasn't all the way out. And I was like, no, I can't read the whole thing yet.
It was Act 1, yep.
How much of it do you have done?
Oh, Act 2, by the time this video drops, Act 2 should already be starting, like, on Twitter. The whole thing will be posted on my Patreon, obviously. But I currently...
Like the whole thing?
Yeah.
Or you mean the whole Act 2?
It's only 2 acts. So, and Act 2 is shorter.
Oh, okay.
And I only have 6 pages left to draw, and I'm pretty sure to get that all done by the time this video drops. If it doesn't drop... I recommend you just check my Patreon, or I actually have the whole thing on my Instagram, because Instagram has this feature. Instagram basically has kind of like the little, like, you could put a story, which is like a little tiny video, kind of like that thing that Twitter that was trying out, where like, oh, you could put kind of like a little quick clip that stays up for 24 hours above, like, if you're doing Twitter mobile, it'll be there. Instagram still has that feature, and I literally like put every page in McPaglachi on there, and then I collect it together in a reel. And if you go to my Instagram profile, it's like right there in a collection, and you can just read all of Act 1. And it's literally I just dropped all of Act 1 on Instagram, and all of Act 1 is also on my fan Discord. And I've been slowly updating it on Twitter. It should be all out by now, by the time this video is out. Currently, as we're recording, I have like 4 pages left of Act 1, and I'm going to drop those off tomorrow. But it's been pretty good. What do you think of it so far, Ben?
I think the idea is really funny. I really like it. And also, yeah, I was reading, I guess I've only read through what was up when I caught up, which was, oh god, can I spoil it? Can I say what happens? Or
yeah, go ahead. It's fine.
The part where I got to the part where Ronald catches the Hamburglar and Birdie in the back room. And I don't know, it's pretty good. I don't know. It's like, hey, pathos. I don't know. I thought I'm compelled. Hey, I was like, hey, maybe this opera was pretty good back in the day. I don't know. Might have been interesting.
I really do love hearing people say that, like, oh, please, Cheesy, drop the pages early, because like I'm so tempted to just look up what happens on Wikipedia or something.
No, I want to know.
Because people are very enthralled, and Act 2 is pretty good. I have a couple more Easter eggs and cameos in Act 2. There's a lot in Act 1 during that big splash page. I'm not gonna name them all. Right. Let people figure it out.
Right.
But
wait,
yeah, I'm
big
happy.
Splash page. You mean like the first one when with like the big parade? Yeah.
There's like a lot of cameos I put in there of characters that have only appeared in one commercial and never again. Right.
Well, I might.
And there's a couple deeper cuts in Act 2.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
I'm
liking it a lot. I think it rule. I think I'm a McPagliacci fan. I'm a head. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping.
I'm a pag head.
I love Mick Pagliacci. I love the way he's abusive to his
I like that
wife.
he's a groomer. I like that he's just a groomer.
Yeah, it's great.
He's straight up Judge Turpin. Sweeney Todd. Yeah, Lamau.
It's so funny you mentioned Sweetie Todd, because I was joking with my partner, being like, if this gets really popular, I'll do like an adaptation of Sweetie Todd, but all the characters are like the Chuck E. Cheese and Rockafire explosion animatronics or something.
Okay.
Right. And what I'll do is that every character that Sweetie Todd kills is actually an animatronic that was decommissioned and isn't used anymore. Right.
Interesting.
Maybe I'm probably not gonna do that. I got like a bunch of other ideas, but I'm glad people are liking it so far.
I like it a lot.
It's great.
I do recommend that our listeners check out Mick Pagliacci.
Mage Pagliacci. This is my comeback from the disaster of Clown Milk. This is the comeback right here.
Yeah. True.
Right.
True. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
epic.
It's good and I appreciate it. Thank you for your work on it.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, did you read it?
I read it when you first dropped it, so I'm only a few pages in. I haven't seen the bit with Burger Boy. What's his name? The hamburger.
Yeah.
Burger Boy.
But yeah, I will read the rest of it soon. It's good. It's a funny idea. I don't know the opera, but it's obviously like what if serious thing, but with silly people in it.
It's there's like a version on it. There's a version in like several parts on YouTube. In case people want to go watch it, I recommend you watch it after you're done reading my version, because each version is like slightly. I've seen two different versions of the opera, and I kind of pick and choose parts, because that's the awesome thing about like operas or plays, is that they're always different every time you watch them, and and even they can even have all the same like cast members, same set, same build, same everything. It's still like always very different
because it's like, a live performance.
Yeah, and even like stuff like seating, even like where you're sitting in the theater is like changes too. So
I mean that changes in regular movies.
Sure,
well.
Sure.
Wait, no, it
but
doesn't.
like in a regular movie, they choose the shot.
Wait, no, it doesn't, because in a movie, even if you're sitting in a different spot in the theater, the shot in the movie is the same.
The
that's
parallax.
That's what I said.
I understand.
Yeah, like
right.
They choose what there's someone choosing what you focus on while in a play. You could sit closer, you could sit in the back, it's like
And
in the
sometimes
middle,
you
you could sit
decide
if-
you want to just throw shit at the actors and just see what they
some-
do, like tapping on a fishbowl.
I've been to like plays where like the seats are like surrounding the kind of theater, and it's like it's interesting, But
True.
I'm
I've
glad
definitely
people-
had that thought when I'm like in the theater at the top part, and I'm like, ooh, if I arc it right, I could hit the middle of the stage from here. I really could. I could throw my drink. Oh, that would be so funny. Oh, I shouldn't do it though.
I've had that thought at the top of a tall building. I think, haha, I could just jump off the edge. Haha, it would all be over. Finally, haha, I shouldn't do it though.
I'm not gonna do it though.
I'm not gonna do it
TV.
unless.
Unless
are you
someone pushes
saying-
me and
are
I
you
can't help it.
Saying that it's wrong to want to kill yourself, that's your right, Ben.
It's
How dare you.
if wanting to kill myself is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
That's so funny because I do this thing. I do this terrible sin where I re-listen to old episodes of the PCP.
Oh no!
No! Which one?
and
You know what they say? Fool you once, shame on us. Listen to us once, shame on us. Listen to us twice, shame on you. say that
I
all the
re-listened
time.
to the suicide episode.
Oh lol.
Gib, you were on there. Ben wasn't.
I don't think
which
I
is
was on
funny.
that one.
Yeah, you weren't on that one. And it's like God. I really do think the key here is that you guys we need to get back to like just having like 7 people on one episode talking over each other. I think that was the magic spice.
It did. Yeah. It had an energy to it for sure.
I think Ben, you should just like over invite people to the podcast.
I don't
Fuck it.
I haven't really like invited anyone in a while.
Yeah.
I did ask one person not that long ago if they wanted to come on, and they said they were nervous or whatever. They didn't want to do it. And I said okay.
You better invite as many people as you can before you start pissing off people. You can't get Pan Pizza no more.
Can we get the jilted former members of the Pizza Party podcast? Can we incorporate them? Can we
You might.
merge them into the amoeba that is the PCP universe?
It depends. You gotta like word it right because well, I the thing is I don't think Jim or Izzy talked to Pan
No,
because the thing they were already
they
barely
don't seem
talking
to
to
like
They
him
only
very
talked to
much
him during,
anymore.
like yeah, exactly.
Pan just seems like a guy that exists. I don't see how I could dislike him or
it's
like
so,
him. He's completely neutral.
I think, I don't know. You know what? I'm just speculating. I kind of get a feeling, sort of a Doug Walker, like he doesn't know what he's doing, and probably that sucks for everyone that works with him. I don't know. This is the feeling that I've just
you
in
know what?
in the fallout of the Pizza Party podcast. Everybody seems really upset with how everything was done.
It's
He's a real
just-
Nate, you could say.
I think I
Yes.
agree. He's being a huge Nate.
Not
It's
well,
just
not
so-
that bad.
It's
he,
so
he would raid your
funny.
streams if you.
Pan Pizza would have raided my fucking stream.
It's so funny how it's like former members got kicked off without like Pan telling them just because Daft Pina showed up and it was like, dude, I would literally do everything for you. You just have to show up. And Pan's like, yeah, sure, yeah.
And
Let's do it."
Daft was just like, wait, okay. And Daft was like that, and Pan was like, okay, sure, whatever, do whatever you want. And then Daft was like, okay, well, I'm kicking off the former members, they're gone now. And Pan was like, whatever. Like, is that how it went?
Well, how it went was that like, oh my god, like I saw like how it went was that the former members found out they weren't gonna be on because of the tweet that dropped of it getting rebooted, and Pan never told Izzy, who was supposed to be in charge of the new podcast, anything.
Okay,
And then
hang on.
after that, Pan like started apologizing, like, "Oh, I'm so sorry.
The tweet that dropped was from Daft saying the Pizza Party podcast has been reworked and now I'm on it and my friends are on it and the old guys are gone. Or is that not right?
That's they never mentioned anything about the old people being gone. They just
Okay,
didn't say
so Daft just tweeted the Pizza Party podcast will now be these new people. And that's the
Yes.
announcement. Lol.
He said he'd be in
Daft
charge.
Pino. I don't like Daft Pino.
Everything. The more I learn about him, the worse he seems.
Oh, want me to give you some exclusive dirt on Daft
please.
Pino that is not
Please
public
give me a-
knowledge?
I don't
Yeah.
see. I think that Daft would never betray you like that. So I really think that it's really, really despicable. No, I'm kidding. I think Daft is a snake, and he would betray anyone. He would betray his own mother for a nickel, just like Shadow from Final Fantasy VI.
I haven't spoken to Daft. Several of my friends have. My friend Mage, who I've mentioned a bunch. He was in a video about pencilmation that Daft did. No, I think it was. Remember that artist Ephirion Art? They're like that really good artist who also like
Vaguely.
said like a whole bunch of extremely.
Was that the person who was like, I can't be? They were like, were they like pretending to be black or something? Or
no,
they were. Someone else?
No, they're actually black.
Oh, well, okay.
I thought there was no way to really clarify if he was black or not.
No, they posted pictures of themselves.
Okay.
They posted pictures
full
of their
on-
hands, didn't they? Just their hand.
It looked dark to me.
Oh well, I
Trick of the
trust him.
light.
If you
Trick of the
want
light.
to trust him, go ahead.
I'm not gonna just assume someone's white because they said the N word.
That's the tell. That's the tell.
I'm just gonna
All I'm
assume.
saying. Yeah, go on.
And I saw their hair too. It looked like it
Okay,
looked like,
I just remember. I feel like I heard that he said some stuff, and people said you shouldn't say that. You're not black, and he said yes, I am, and other people were saying I don't think he is, and so that's what I remembered.
And then he posted pictures.
Okay.
He didn't post his face, but you saw his arm and saw his hair and stuff. And I don't know, looks pretty black to me.
Sure.
I don't care about the N-word stuff particularly because that's up in the air.
Right.
He did like post a bunch of like pictures of nooses saying "haha trans people and yourselves." He was doing that shit. He is an actual piece of shit. I do not like him, and I do not want to defend him even a little bit.
Right.
The issue I have with Daft Peanut in that video is the way he. Oh god, maybe I shouldn't mention this. It's the way he roped Teleperte into being on there, because Teleperte doesn't like to comment on this sort of stuff. He's just not comfortable talking about sort of controversial topics. It's just not something that he is comfortable doing. And Daft Peanut's like, hey. Can I call you real quick? And he's like, yeah. He's like, okay, can I record you? And Telly's like, yeah. And then he's like, okay, look at all these screenshots of things Ephirion Art did. Now tell me, give me the soundbite. Give me the soundbite of you saying that you're disappointed in him. And Telly is sitting here thinking, I don't want to be here. But like he would just kind of pressure it in because he wanted
to be able to put a soundbite of. He wanted to be able to have like here's Teleperte saying that like how disappointed they are in so and so.
Yeah, and it's just kind of weird to do that to someone who without like like just putting someone on the spot and being like, hey, you're going to be in my video. I'm going to use you as the bludgeon. You're going to be the bat that I'm going to use to like smack this guy and be like, oh look, this artist you look up to is disappointed in you. It's like I don't know. I feel like you should like. Get that person's consent to be in like a drama video if they don't want to be in a fucking drama video.
Yeah.
Even if the criticism is extremely fucking valid, I don't think that's a good thing to do. To someone.
I mean, yeah. If Teleperte wanted to make a comment on that, then like cool. But if he like didn't want to, and Daft like extracted it from him for use in his content, then that seems weird and bad. Teleperte seems very non-confrontational, I guess. Teleperte seems like he's quiet. I don't know.
He's just a quiet like I just want to draw.
Right.
I just want to draw and chill. Okay.
I know on 2 occasions Daft Pina has talked to 2 different friends who are black, and to ask them, can you like voice over this line where like it's a criticism on a white person about like them being like racist, because Daft didn't want to do it, and he's all thinking like, oh, if I get a black person to voice it, it sounds more like oh, this is a big no. And
he's trying to make the race war real,
and both black people that I'm aware of said no, but I think he did found like one black person who said yes to like doing
Scab.
Yeah. I found this like Reddit post that Izzy made on the Rebel Taxi Reddit, and I read it, I reread it, and like there's some fucked shit that I forgot about, where like there was an opportunity where Pan could have told Izzy and Jim what was gonna happen, but he just stayed silent the whole time.
So okay, I'm it's just I kind of can't believe it. Like, am I right in that like Daft just said, "Hey, let me take care of the podcast," and Pan was like, "Okay," and then nothing else was said, and then the announcement comes out that's like, "There's a new cast."
Okay, so
and that's how Jim and Izzy find out. Like, that's insane.
So there was a voice call, like, because Izzy was Pan said to Izzy that, oh, you could be in charge of the podcast at MomoCon of last year after they did their panel. And then Izzy was like getting ready for that, and then suddenly she's getting like DMs, and like Daft Pina is like voice calling her and giving her all these suggestions for the podcast, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you telling me all this? And Izzy was I think then after that they were in another voice call with Jim and a bunch of close friends, and Izzy was trying to clarify with Jim and Pan, like, do you want like the podcast to be something where like we're trying to make money, or do you just want it to just be a friend thing? Because up until that point, the whole time the Pizza Party podcast has just been a friend thing. It's just something that like an outlet for them to talk, right?
Right.
And Jim said Jim wanted to be a friend thing, and Pan never really gave an answer to like what he wanted, apparently, right? And so then like meanwhile, like Izzy keeps getting like DMs from Daft Pina, and she's not replying to them because she's like, who the fuck are you, dude? Fuck off. Like, I don't know why you keep DMing me, right? And then Jim, I think okay, I'm looking at it right now, and it
turned out he couldn't swim.
Yeah, so I think Jim then texts Izzy, and he's like, did you know about the podcast reboot? And like they both found out due to like the tweet, and they both had no fucking idea.
I mean, so the long and short of it is that Daft just pretty much booted them without telling them.
Ultimately, I think what happened was that, and if I like,
see, I don't know. I mean, I gotta say, like,
to give Pan like a modicum of credit, what I assume happened is that he was probably approached by Daft to run the podcast. He said yes, and I think maybe Daft. Maybe I have no evidence for this, but maybe Daft brought up the suggestion that, oh, I'll tell Izzy about it. Like, I'll be the one to break the news to Izzy. And Pan was like, all right, dude, yeah. And the whole time, like, Daft is trying to send these messages to Izzy, and she has like no idea why, because no one told her that he'd be newly in charge. And then like out of nowhere, they were dropped without fucking realizing.
This is so stupid. I'm sorry, but I'm not willing to give Pan any credit. Like, what the fuck is wrong with everyone in this? Like, I'm sorry, if you're Pan in this situation and you have any fucking integrity or a fucking cell in your fucking brain, you hear about this and you go, oh, what the fuck? Why did you do that? Well, Daft, get out. You know, yeah, I told you could take over the podcast, but I didn't think you were gonna kick the hosts. Obviously, you can't do that. Leave. Undo everything that has been done. It's my podcast, and oops, made a mistake. Let's hit the reset button on it. I don't know. Unless he didn't want to do the podcast anymore for some reason. Like, why does any of this mean that
I have ownership? Yeah. I won't do the labor, but I will make the decisions.
I think because Pan unironically is like full on like. I was thinking about it over, and I was thinking back to all the times. I was thinking back to all the times Pan said he doesn't care about this podcast. And at the time, I was thinking, oh, that's why he's so nonchalant about the podcast, because he doesn't care. But maybe what he actually meant was, I really don't care at all about the this podcast.
Like, does he actually just not? Shit. Does he actually just not care and not give a fuck and not want to do it?
It's the thing is that
if so, then I guess don't do it.
He just does it ultimately, and then the thing is that like the thing that I don't know, I think Daft got a bunch of shit too, because everyone figured out easily about the whole Just Stop video, and how like, oh, obviously Daft is fucking pulling the strings here, right? And then
Right.
Just Stop clarified, and then like Veronica drops her version of the video, and she's all like, "Oh yeah, Daff is like this cynical little asshole who's like always trying to manipulate shit."
Right.
And just like all these things like dumped on the same week for Daff, and Daff was getting so much bad press. If you look at the last Twitter post that Daff made, where he talks about, because his recent video was he did a video about the AI Seinfeld thing,
Yeah.
and the majority of people in the comments are replying with that one picture of Quagmire and Brian having dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all like spamming that image to Daff because
I see.
in Veronica's video, she sent that image to Daff to make fun of him because she was trying to say, "Oh, you're Brian in this picture."
Yes.
And Daff got really mad about that. So
Lol.
everyone's just spamming that to him,
Lol.
right?
You are the soy jack. You are the Brian.
And ultimately, I'm looking here at the end of like Izzy's whole post about Pan.
I
and
mean-
she
I mean-
mentioned some.
Pan owns the whole operation. All Pan would have to do is just say, "We'll just keep doing never mind. We'll just keep doing the Pizza Party podcast as before." There's literally nothing stopping him from just doing that.
I think
So I guess he just doesn't want to, which is fine, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna call this now. They're gonna reboot the podcast again because I'm looking at like people talking about the new lineup, and everyone says that this Dunsville guy who's like Mango, who's like Pan's boyfriend's friend. This guy called Dunsville. He apparently has like a pretty bad history, so he's probably gonna get in some drama or some shit, or someone else knew. It's so like.
Well, it was, I don't know, it's so funny. Like, they said, okay, the podcast is rebooted with a new cast, and then, okay, no, never mind. The rebooted podcast is no, we're rebooting it again, but now with my boyfriend. Oh, never mind. No, okay, that's not the pizza. That's actually a new podcast with a different name, but it's still with the new cast with my boyfriend. Okay, now that's canceled, and now we're gonna go back. I don't know. Do you think they're just going to go back?
What I want to know is where's the podcast?
In all of this, the question nobody's answering. Where's the fucking podcast? It keeps moving.
Finally happened. It finally fucking happened.
We lost it for good. There's no. No coming back.
I'll say this: the podcast is probably going to keep existing as long as like Pan and like Mango are dating.
Okay, but that's not the Pizza Party podcast. That's the P3. It's not the PPP. It's the P3.
It's the P3 podcast.
It's a nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. The podcast is harder to find and more elusive than ever.
I'll say
Slips
this.
through
I'm
your
kind.
fingers.
I'll say this.
Podcast melted into my pillow, and all the gathered turned into sand.
I'm not really looking forward to this new podcast. If you couldn't tell, but that being said. Like the thing is that because like look I'm like very neutral with everybody on this.
Okay.
Even someone like even like Mango, I think they're all right. They're whatever. They seem chill. I've talked to them in the DMs. They seem chill enough. That being said, I have listened to Mango talk on Twitter Spaces, and he mostly just talks about all the sex that he's having with Pan.
That's funny. I mean, whenever I briefly followed Mango, I unfollowed him because he was annoying. Like most of his posts are just about how he's Pan's boyfriend, and I just find that insufferable.
I'm pretty sure that's what he's gonna be like on this new podcast, which is like, cool. Oh god, I'm not gonna look forward to this.
Awesome.
That I'm gonna keep commenting though, no Jim, no watch on the new episodes because I still think that's super funny, and I seriously needed to catch on.
You know what? Maybe I'll stop by. Maybe I'll drop a no Jim, no Izzy, no watch.
No Jim, no Izzy, no Ken, no Nolan, no watch.
No Nolan, no watch. Yeah.
No Nolan, bring him back.
Bring him back.
He's now a little bit less controversial than Daft Peanut. Bring him back.
Free our boy.
Oh god, it's epic. It's great. It's. All my podcasts are changing before my eyes. It's funny.
Oh, you know what? Gib, I was trying to build a website. I was building a little website on my computer. There's not much to it. It's pretty much just like a page with like a list of links to like download the episodes.
Oh yeah, the MP3s.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just envisioning that like the PCP website will just be like a landing page with just like 2 columns, and on the left is all the PCP episode MP3s listed in like reverse chronological order, and if you want to listen to the latest one, you just click the top one and it downloads. And on the right side is, you know, the 2 soon to be filled list of perfect comic parties PDFs, and you download them, and like not much else to it, really. I think that's kind of my vision for the PCP website. Just simple hub, just a simple hub for our content. Yeah, imagine that. Anyway,
simple and clean,
simple and clean and gay,
and the way it should be tonight.
That song.
I'm hard.
Yes.
You know, I've always found it so weird that song is about like, it's about red flags in a relationship and like hesitancy to commit and like uncertainty in a game that's like thematically just about like love and friendship are good and we love love and friendship so much. Isn't that weird?
It is weird.
It is very weird.
I always thought that like the lyrics of that song, like I love the tune of it, I love the song, but the lyrics of it are like weirdly like mature and like morally gray and ambiguous compared to the content of the game.
It's okay. It's a Japanese game, and kids don't listen to lyrics ever.
That's true.
When I was in elementary school, the 2 most popular songs were about like jizzing, like just coming on women.
What are you fucking talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know.
Psycho.
You don't know
sick
little
fuck.
You don't know Little John. Skeet 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 skeet. Skeet
Oh
skeet.
wait.
And
wait, no, that's true. You're absolutely right.
And then
the
the other
sweat
one,
my balls. That one.
The other classic one was Daddy Yankee's Gasolina, which was about like a woman who loves it when you come a lot on her.
I don't even know that one.
Oh, that's a little bit too ethnic for you honkies, huh?
I would say yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
You got caught.
I don't. Huey's too black sounding for me. I don't like singers.
You got caught being white again. Uh-oh.
Caught in 4K.
On 4K. Oops, got him. Ben Saint caught being white again.
Don't you like that part in American Psycho where Patrick Bateman is racist?
It was pretty good. I want to get a T-shirt of Pat. I might just make this T-shirt myself and sell it. Because I feel like this would be a really good T-shirt to wear nowadays. Because the Jewish community needs it. But it's the quote where he's all like, "Whoa, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks," just on a shirt.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay, and it'll be a picture of Christian Bale, and he'll have a yarmulke. Like, oh, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Yeah.
Only he should be a goblin.
He plays a goblin.
I heard that because in the original obligatory Patrick and Nateman, but I heard that in the fucking new Hogwarts, I almost call it the new J.K. Rowling.
Patrick Bateman would have rated my stream.
He would have. Like I heard in the new Harry Potter game, there's even more like Jewish comparisons to the goblins.
The bad guys are goblins.
I heard that a while ago.
It's a goblin rebellion.
Okay. There's a goblin rebellion, and I know that there's that horn that is supposedly similar to like a Jewish horn that is described in the game as just being like annoying.
They have horns? Have you been watching too much Borat, Ben?
No,
not like a musical horn. Like
Oblivion. Do you not watch Curb Your Enthusiasm? There's a whole episode where Larry David is giving the Jewish horn that calls all the Jews when he sounds it. That's a real episode. That's a real fucking episode.
Okay. From what I've heard, I know that like the center of the plot is it's about like the goblins have a rebellion. But I've also heard that there's sort of a twist at the end, and like it turns out the goblins were framed. Like the goblins are actually not bad; they're being like framed or manipulated into doing something, whatever they're doing. Also, okay, that star. I
Yeah.
know the reason that's there is because this scene was just filmed in like a real building, and that's just what the floor of the building that they filmed
I
in
know
was
it
like.
was a real
Yeah.
bank. It was a real bank. So you're
Right.
saying it's real. You are JQing right now, Ben, by saying that.
No, what? No, I just
Got it. Yeah.
listen. I'm just I'm just defending J.K. Rowling. Okay, I'm just saying she's good. Actually, I'm just saying we should listen. She has a lot of important things to say about women.
Obviously, they just picked a bank and probably didn't even think about it, and that's how that got in there. And it's just really, they probably no one was even thinking about the whole, the drawing of
I mean,
the big
it's
nose
enough.
I don't think
thing.
It's honestly enough that like the bankers of the wizarding world are the goblins described as they are in the book. It's like the comparisons, the sort of like,
You know what this is?
Did you have to write it like this way?
You know what I think this is? Okay, it's what you were saying. I think Cheesy, you were saying about how was it Grant Morrison?
Alan Moore.
Alan Moore, like even he, despite being like against
being, like, a
colonialism,
huge
he sort of falls
anarchist.
into the tropes. I don't know. I think that's what this goblin thing is. It's like, the goblins do look like an anti-Semitic stereotype, and it's not like anyone set out deliberately to make them that way. It's just like our cultural conception
so used to
of a greedy banker is like so inextricably tied to that image.
That kind of
came out that way.
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of the game Peaks of Tower that came out. By the way, great game. There was a character.
I know what you're gonna say. I saw the picture.
There was a character called Mr. Pinch, and people were saying this is like anti-Semitic caricature. And it's what's so annoying when like people hear that and they say like, oh, actually you're anti-Semitic because you say it looks like a Jew. And it's like, no, we're not saying it looks like a fucking Jew. We're saying it looks like a Jewish stereotype, idiot. Those are two different things. That being said, someone
Let's post
said like,
Mr. Pinch.
yeah,
I'm gonna find an image of Mr.
Pinch posting right now. But anyway, everyone was saying he's actually based on Ebenezer Scrooge from the Christmas Carol, right? I looked up the name Ebenezer. It's a Jewish name, and that makes me think like,
God.
And like Christmas Carol is like
even
Dickens. Yeah, even Dickens couldn't.
Dickens.
Yeah, because it's like there's all these like subtle things. Like people are saying, oh, it's okay, it's not anti-Semitic because it's based on Ebenezer Scrooge. And it's like, well, Ebenezer Scrooge himself is anti-Semitic. Kind of a character, right?
Cancel Dickens.
I mean, think about it. He's a rich guy who doesn't celebrate Christmas. Oh, gee whiz! I wonder who those people are.
Oh no! Oh God!
It all makes sense.
He was there. He was there at Golgotha.
It's
nailing our Savior to the cross. It was him.
It's all these subtle things. It's just so it's just
insidious.
You gotta question everything. Like
my main question is not like in the fucking early 2000s or late 90s or whatever when they filmed the first Harry Potter movie, were they like intentionally doing that? I think it is like you said, like they just went with the tropes and didn't think about it. What confuses me is that after all the discourse in current year where people are thinking about this shit and people are like aware of this shit, why would they then in the new game that just came out give the goblins a musical instrument that looks like a traditional Jewish thing? That's the spicy question that I'm wondering about.
I don't know.
It's like
just
you could say, I mean, it is true that it's like it's culturally like passed down, unconscious biases that we just don't really think about. J.K. Rowling had that when she designed the goblins the way they did, but it's also like, and she just turned out to be a massive bigot as well in a different way. It's like Lamau.
Yeah, right. I like to believe because she was neoliberal the whole time. That's why.
Yeah.
She's a huge neolib. Even like, God, I want to fucking, even like, I'll say it, even like in Villainverse, I have like very kind of unconscious things. Like the main character is this goblin guy and he's like the source of all evil, right? And it's like, damn, like what, like, because the thing is,
is the villain Jewish?
The villain isn't Jewish.
Okay.
But he's like part of the original first like people that showed up on his planet, and that could go back to like, oh well, Jews are kind of like the oldest religion almost.
I've seen the history of history of Earth, spirit science.
and
I know about the Hebrews coming
and-
from Mars or whatever.
And the thing is that he's like a goblin guy who loves gold, and it's like, oh my god. It's the thing is like I love the villain as a character, and I love the Jewish people. You won't find a bigger.
Love the Jews.
You won't
love
find
Hitler, and I love Sigma, and I love X, and I love Zero.
You won't find a bigger a Hebrew like myself out there. You know, I'm saying that right now. I'm a huge ally. You know, I look. If it was up to me, I would have converted to Judaism, but you know, they won't allow it.
They won't let me.
They said I'm not funny enough.
You won't give them your foreskin.
I'm banned from temple after the incident.
They said I'm not funny enough to be Jewish, so you know what? And they know better. You know, they've been around here the longest. They know better.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I am gonna rethink a lot of different things because I feel like there's like enough in Villainverse where it's like, okay, it's not. I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic. I just love goblins. I love goblins.
Yeah.
I love goblins. I love little greedy characters.
I think I don't know. Some people say that like goblins are always anti-Semitic no matter what, and like I think that can't possibly be true. I think there's definitely versions of goblins that are okay. And
there's
fine.
a lineage,
Okay,
but that doesn't necessarily mean that every depiction is with that intent.
It's
just a cultural thing now. It's like a little creature.
Most goblins I see now are just short green women with huge tits.
This
is how I'm gonna redeem the villain. This is how I'm gonna redeem him. He is going in a future chapter, and this is not a joke. This is 100% not ironic. In a future chapter,
Jesus.
I am going to make him mention that he has a foreskin. Boom! Problem solved.
Or like a panel of him
avoided.
eating pork or something.
No, maybe that's how they defeat him. They tug on his foreskin, and he screams, "No!"
Spoilers!
Yeah,
Spoilers!
Have him eat pork. Just whenever you can, just have him do something that's not kosher.
Yeah, exactly. I'll have him do so much like kosher stuff. And you know what? Let's be honest. Like a real Jew wouldn't create this massive galactic operation that the villain would have. Come on, that's a little too much work. Come on.
Was he? Didn't he fuck like a giant bug?
Yeah, he did.
Planet. Is that kosher? Is that
maybe we
Is that haram?
Fuck. If I'm gonna go, I should go back in time and redraw that image where we see the villain's bare
You should have a
ass.
Free Palestine sticker.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be like, finally, I've collected all the villain balls, and I'm gonna Free Palestine.
Yeah, wait, just make him like he's the most evil creature in the world, but even he can be completely evil. He does support Palestinian liberation. It's the one thing that he's good about. And it proves that he's not Jewish also.
Nah, you can be Jewish and hate Israel. They're two different things.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
We're just trying to do as many anti-stereotypes as possible. That's all.
We're just trying to be as not Jewish. We're just trying to be as anti-Semitic as possible here because we're trying to not be Jewish.
Everything I do, I do it for the Jew. All right, everything I do it for the Jew. And that's not being ironic.
What if he is circumcised and he kept the foreskin and he keeps it like in like a case and like he has a guy who like goes through the case and like cleans it off for like display. He
has the most foreskin.
You have to show it. You have to show it so that we can see that yes, it is still attached. It's the only way. It's the only way.
I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out.
It's attached. It would have to still be on his penis.
Speaking of like funny little goofy characters.
Okay.
I'm gonna give a pretty brief hot take here, and this is gonna get me canceled.
We haven't gone far enough on this episode.
I think this design is really cute, but I know it's terrible. It's a terrible design that we should not keep reusing. And
okay.
Do you guys know what a gollywog is? Popo? Do you guys know what a gollywog is?
Gollywog?
Yes, I know what a gollywog is.
Yeah.
It's the Dragon Quest slime face, but with blackface as well.
Yeah,
Dragon Quest slime, Mr. Popo.
I hate how cute this is, but I know it's terrible and we shouldn't do this at all. That being said,
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
I mean, yeah, it is cute.
It is friendly looking. It is very friendly looking.
It's got that same like the eyes of a black cat sort of face.
It's like
True.
there's like ways to kind of like redeem this. It's just don't do the lips. I feel like once you do the lips, you fuck
Oblivion.
yourself.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Oblivion. I've had enough.
Only when Cheesy Manfredo is here does imagery like this appear on the PCP.
Yeah, in the chat now.
Explain yourself.
You're putting me on a list, Cheesy.
There's this whole bit in Alan Moore's book League of Extraordinary Gentlemen where like because every like piece of fiction is canon. One of these guys shows up, a gollywog shows up, and he's like on the good guys team. He's like a good person. And the whole time I'm thinking like, this is bad, but I mean, at least he's like a good guy, right? But then like later in the book, it talks about the lore of the gollywogs, and they're like, they're a race of aliens that were enslaved. And I'm like, okay, all right, buddy, all right, Mister, maybe,
buddy. Okay.
Alan Moore
look at these non-humans. Oh god, I hate that. I hate that so much.
Fucking like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is kind of like for every one step of a progressive direction, it takes like 2 steps back, right? Like, he's shining a light on there's a trans character. He's shining a light on like characters that wouldn't have spotlights in the books that they're in. He's like reevaluating like British neoliberalism. It's a commentary on fascism. All this stuff about culture is worth keeping. It's great. It's awesome. It's base. But then he doesn't really question that maybe some of the imagery we have of like older like pop culture isn't really worth keeping because it's kind of like it kind of like pushes a very like racist or bad narrative because there's like certain kind of like characters that pop up in the book because it's like it's all pieces of fiction and it's like and then he has like Fu Manchu as one of the bad guys in the first book and it's like oh boy. And there's a lot of. It's a good book, but it's oh boy.
Speaking of being base and progressive, I went to a protest march rally this week. Actually, Munchie invited me to come with him. He alerted me this was going on. There was a shooting. There was a quote unquote police involved shooting, if you know what I mean, of a student at UMass who was cutting himself with a knife. So cops showed up and he like fled from them and they pursued him and like cornered him. And they say that he lunged at them, but they, who knows if that's true, but they did shoot him, and he died. So
it's just assisted dying, you know. It's actually progressive if you think about it.
Yeah, they were giving him a hand. They could see he was trying to do something. He's like, hey, buddy, need a help? Need a little help?
Cops are terrible.
I got something much stronger than a knife.
Cops are terrible at helping you in any way except for killing yourself. They're like good at that's like the only thing they're good at.
It's like. Okay, I don't know. I just kind of think that, you know, yes, this guy was having a crisis and he was cutting himself and he had a knife. And I kind of think that probably it was likely that nobody would have died if some dudes with guns hadn't like pulled up in a squad car and been like, freeze, motherfucker, get the fuck over here. You know? I feel like that probably exacerbated the situation. And maybe he would not have perished if not for it. But we'll never know. So we went.
We'll never know. It's impossible to know.
It is impossible to know. It's just we can only speculate. So we did a little march and we yelled. We got
That's
we
epic.
went up in front of the police station, held up a big portrait of him, and said, "Cops, we're not fond of you." We did it. We said, hey, why we wish you would sir, we wish you would reconsider your methods. And then we left. And that was it.
There was I just reminded myself, there was this weird YouTuber, I don't remember his name. He does like very dry videos like responding to conservatives on issues like gay marriage, where like some guy would be like, well, God said this thing, and I'm not anti-gay. I'm just anti-being gay. You know, some wishy-washy,
of course,
slimy, weaselly little argument like that, and he'll be like, actually, and he'll respond with like pretty good points, but like
You don't know
One of the video-
you don't know the name of this dude?
I could find it. His name's like Free Letters or something.
Okay.
It's very dry. Like the videos are very like low effort. They're not like particularly smart or like engaging.
Okay.
It's just like background noise. But one of the videos talking about gay stuff, he every time he mentioned gay marriage, he'd also or gay rights, he would say gay rights and euthanasia or assisted dying, or I forget the term he used because I don't know that. Apparently there's a politically correct term. I don't know which one.
Is it the Canadian thing, MAID, medical assistance in dying? Is that it?
I don't know, but like the video was about gay rights, and the guy who was responding to it was about gay rights. Like, see, this is why I don't like it when you say this thing about gay rights and assisted suicide, and he would always like add and assisted suicide every single time he mentioned gay rights, and it was weird. I'm like, what does this video have to do with that? And also, why aren't you mentioning the issues with assisted suicide being a thing under capitalism, where people would be pressured into ending their lives over their like medical bills and other shit?
In recent months, I've seen it talked about that, like, I guess there was a thing in Canada was doing, like the Canadian government was giving suicide assistance to people, and like some people were saying they were like pressuring people, like poor people, into committing suicide. That was the story I was seeing. I haven't really looked into it, but that's just the word on the street and the grapevine.
That's what I mean. I have to take these memories with a grain of salt because it is my parents who are very conservative. But like when my dad like spoke out against what would like, because me and my dad, he used to drive me places and we'd just talk about philosophy and ethics and other stuff. And he was a pretty smart guy on most things. Mm-hmm. Like the stuff he would always mention is like, like the issue with it is that like usually when it's being implemented in countries, like they'll have like all these safeguards and stuff to try and prevent, people who are poor or people who are just like, who are suffering because of like, like poverty or like because of like medical bills or other thing. Like they'll try and not have doctors sell you that as the cheaper alternative to getting like, cured, and how that, at least according to him, how that usually doesn't work and it usually gets out of hand. Like in theory, like it's a good thing, but like in practice, it doesn't usually work out. And
you're talking about assisted suicide.
Yeah, assisted suicide. Yeah. So I at the time I figured, oh well, it's just universally bad. Now I realize, oh well, most of the problems with it are probably due to capitalism. Yeah. But like, like I wouldn't want that in America right now, where if someone's like, oh, do you want $50,000 of medical debt, or you can just kill yourself? Like, I wouldn't want to. I would want to, between the two issues to solve it, I'd rather solve the debt problem than just be like, nah, bro, just end it. Like,
yeah.
But I don't know. I thought it was weird that this video just kept mentioning that in conjunction with gay riots.
So this is the guy who was supposedly someone else was being like anti-gay, and this was a guy who was trying to be like pro-gay, but he kept like mentioning assisted suicide. Why? Yeah, why? I don't get it.
It was just out of left field.
Subliminal messages. What's that? Remember when
it's really important that gay people are allowed to be gay and also kill themselves.
And also you're allowed to kill yourself. And they can also kill themselves. Them specifically.
Really important for gay people to be able to do that.
And serve. I love gay people, and that's why I want them to be able to serve in the military and kill themselves, and that's it. Nothing else. I want those two rights for them and no others, please. Amazing. But yeah, very mysterious, very baffling.
What was that? Kind of reminds me of that one video that kind of someone uploaded at the start of like the BLM protest like 2 years ago, where this guy was like screaming and yelling, and he seemed to be pro BLM, but he's unironically said like like all people, Black lives do matter, like it doesn't matter what race you are, we all could like be a stupid N-word with a hard R, and people were like, whoa, what the fuck?
Ha 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 ha. You thought he was cool, but then he fooled you.
He has the right energy. His language just isn't appropriate, but he
sure.
Gotcha. He liked black people, but like
that's very nice.
Hot dog.
All right.
I'm gonna get canceled and like
I've not seen the video in question. I don't think
I'm gonna get Daft Peanut's gonna mention this podcast in the cheesy takedown video.
Well, he fucking better.
He's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, oh,
Yeah, we
Daft-
need the
if
views.
If Daft Peanut, he like please cancel us, Daft Peanut, please. If he wanted to cancel you, he would probably say Cheesy Manfredo is evil because he made a comic that says that famous people on Twitter are bad, and I'm a famous person on Twitter, and I'm a big Twitter artist, and he was a jerk, and he said rich people are bad, and people with lots of followers are bad, and that offended me. And that would be his main complaint about you, I think.
That's epic.
In my opinion.
Cheesy said the Gollywog design was pretty cute, but
He said it was cute. He said it was cute.
Pretty
but
kawaii.
it's racist. So is Cheesy pro racism?
Is Cheesy saying that racism is cute? I don't think so.
And then he's gonna get like
I, Daft Peanut, am actually against racism.
he's gonna get like a
In
black
my
content
opinion, it is
creator, to read like a quote against me. He's gonna get like Veritas Joe or something.
He's gonna message me on Discord and be like, "Hey Ben, can I talk to you real quick? Can I record you? Okay, cool. Hey, what do you think about Cheesy?" And I'll say, "Oh, Cheesy? Yeah, I gave that guy $800 to have that comic made, and he still hasn't made it." And he'll say, "Okay, great, got it." Cheesy. Cheesy's a scam artist. Cheesy's a thief. Cheesy's a demon. Cheesy's a monster.
Oh God.
Yeah. That's what's gonna happen.
Look, no, it's not my fault. It's social media. It's been destroying my mind. And the only
Mine too, man.
The only cure is if I get 100K followers. That's the only cure that will fix it. I swear. Like just 100K, I'll be good.
The saddest thing that I have had to witness recently is that guy on Twitter, the autistic guy who is obsessed with Eeyore's 6 girlfriends being blue Simpsons ninjas, no sexy and for free. You know what I'm talking about?
Ben Hughes.
Yeah.
Ben Hughes. He keeps posting about like how upset he is that he fell under 10,000 followers. Like he's really bothered about it. And
Epic.
He keeps posting like, "Help me. I'm under, like, please get me over 10,000." And I'm like, I just hate seeing it every single time.
You should retweet
Painful.
each one of those posts where he's all like, "Come on, guys, let's get this guy out back. Let's get him back to 10K, guys."
What's his handle?
It's Ben Hughes something.
I found it recently, so I was sending Ben Hughes to one of my other friends.
How do you spell
I was putting
Hughes?
The word.
Hughes.
All the Bens on Twitter.
Oh, yes.
You can't trust them.
I think maybe it's not. Maybe it's just S.
Huggies, yeah.
Here, I found him.
Oh, I don't follow him. I'm doing my part. I followed.
There we go. Ben Hugh 264223554.
Damn, buddy, you already got 9K, dude. You're good.
He was over 10K for a while, and then I guess bot accounts being deleted or whatever.
Well,
he's only at like 9.8 now, and he hates it.
Well,
he's so close.
Well, Ben Hughes, just fucking. How about you just update your fucking content that you're posting? The same joke over and over again. You're so epic and cool, dude.
This guy?
He's barely getting like 50. He's getting like under 50 likes on all.
This guy is epic and cool, and yes, I love that he posts the same joke over and over again. And it's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's a sincere appreciation of Eeyore's 6 wives.
If he's so epic, why does he have 10K?
Yeah, it's true.
As I thought.
I don't know. Why
Ben Hughes says, "I'll keep focusing on the Simpsons females, ER, and all the prehistoric animals." So he's staying the course. He's not changing up his content to fit the algorithm.
fucking Raven follows him. Damn, Raven, when are you gonna follow me back?
I saw Raven. Raven did some ninja fan art.
Raven, when are you gonna follow me back? I literally agree with everything you say. I love your comics. Was it something I said? Was it something I said? What did I do?
Big Twitter artist. She was offended.
They.
She's a big. They?
Yeah, they go by they them.
They were offended because they're big and they're bigger than you.
It's gonna change.
You can't go saying that.
It's gonna change once Mimi already drops extra souls. Raven's gonna be like, "Oh, written by Cheesy Manfredo. I'll go give him a follow."
Executive produced by Ben Saint.
By Ben
Saint.
a follow. Doesn't Ben? Wait, they follow you already, don't they?
I think they did, and then they like purged their follows, and I don't think they follow me anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was like a while ago.
Well, look at
Bummer.
Let's see who follows Ben. Wow, Juniper follows you.
Juniper does follow me.
I'm
not exactly sure why, but I appreciate it.
Wait, which Juniper?
The one that invented Goblin
the
mode.
worm. Yeah, the Goblin mode one.
Yeah.
The what?
Can you DM Juniper
I
and
don't
be like,
understand.
yo, this cheesy Manfredo guy, pretty base.
The person who literally popularized the term Goblin mode.
Mhm.
Juniper is like the final boss of Twitter. Juniper's like the ultimate poster.
The only Juniper I know is the Moth VTuber who has a cool Eldritch Moth character.
Look, if you don't know Juniper, then I'm sorry, but you just don't have it in your NGMI.
The majority of the people, people that follow
Juniper is one of those weird names. It's probably a tree. And
I think it is.
I just got reminded. Looking at your follower count, Asterios Coconuts is gonna have me on his live stream in March.
I was on Asterios' live stream.
I saw
Asterios Coconuts.
You did a good job.
I educated him on the history of that guy with the glasses.
Asterios, back in November, I DM Asterios and I tell him, "Hey Asterios, do you know about the Bluey fandom, like the adult Bluey fandom that's growing?" And he's all like, "No,
so good."
He said, "No, tell me." He told me, he's like, "No, tell me more." Well, I basically explained I gave him like a brief summary of what the Bluey adult fandom's like, because I like Bluey.
Yeah.
But my partner is a massive Bluey head. Actually, they were like on the ground floor when the fandom first started, like 2 years ago.
Jesus.
Oh, 2 years ago. Wow.
Yeah, 2 years ago it started. So I've been witnessing firsthand like the Bluey phenomenon, like right here in my bedroom.
That's sickening. That's sickening. I hate it. No.
Yeah. Look. It's fine.
It's not fine.
It's great. It's good.
Ben can't imagine.
Imagine
a family,
being into a show for little kids. Like, imagine like.
I'm sorry,
an
adult. I'm sorry, a fandom, a group of people that come together around shared appreciation for a cartoon for children. What is society? What is happening to society? Back in my day, this wouldn't have happened.
Back in my day, you know what we would do if we found out that someone was into a little kid show?
Mm-hmm.
We would draft them. We would send them to Nam.
We tie them to the back of a car, and we just go to town. We just hit the gas.
Australians, a loving family. I could never support such a thing. Ben.
Asterios. So I sent that to Asterios back in November. Asterios did not reply until 2 months later.
Oh.
And out of nowhere he replies and says, "Hello? Yeah, I'm gonna read for all this now." Oh wow, this sounds great. You want to come on my live stream and talk about it? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm down. And then so we set a date. It's gonna be like in March. He added me about when the date is gonna be. I know everyone's gonna forget the date because this is like in fucking March, and most PCP fans forget everything they heard once they're done with an episode.
Yeah, real dummies, those guys.
Real little funny fellas. Okay, March 26th.
Real losers.
March 26th, like at 7 p.m. East Coast time, I think.
All right, well, remind me.
Yeah, and
I won't remember.
He says live stream with the clown fucking guy. That's me. In case you were wondering.
The clown fucking guy. Yeah, that's about right.
After McPuglachi, I'm gonna double down on that like monster man.
You're gonna be double down to clown.
Double down to clown. I actually had a genius idea for another clown porn comic. And
oh my god!
It's not gonna be Clown Milk 2. I still have to. There's still a couple things in the background I have to fix up. There's a couple of lives. There's a couple of friendships and lives I have to rebuild in the background. To get that,
you have to ruin
to get that back. To get that ship running again. I had an idea for a clown porn that would have just been a solo comic. Then I could make a joke about being like, I only make two types of clown comics, like serious comics and porn. That's the two genres of clowns for me. That's gonna be out. I don't fucking know when, but I am gonna double down on the Monster Manual. Did I tell you about that? But
No?
the monster
No?
the gimmick was like, oh, this is a monster manual for a video game that doesn't exist. Like,
Oh,
we
oh,
Oh,
yeah.
right,
You
right,
think
right.
you
Yeah, I
might have
remember.
mentioned that before, actually.
yeah, like we were
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be like, yo, we built a machine that pulled out this monster manual for what would have been a Super Nintendo game. And the game doesn't exist in our reality, but we have the monster manual, and I've been kind of like thinking about it like slowly, like, oh, maybe I'm gonna try to do some like Super Nintendo research to see like what are the limits of the system to see how accurate we could get like our like monster manual would be to an actual video game, right?
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Interesting.
I think
That's cool.
I think people will dig that. It seems like niche enough, and I'm gonna
I
do it
was
with
okay.
what?
I was talking to my friend Dwoob yesterday about this artist called Alex Deegan or Deegan. Do you know who that is? You ever heard of him?
Alex Degen.
Alex
That sounds
Deegan,
familiar.
Degen. He made a comic called Soft X-Ray Mindhunters, and he sometimes works with the Catamites, who is the guy who made Space Funeral, and he makes lots of other weird indie games. But Soft X-Ray Mindhunters is like a wordless, like sci-fi, like fantasy thing about these
Ooh.
guys like going through all these like weird like dream universes. Like they have to hunt down these brains and like destroy them basically.
This looks cool.
It's really cool. But he does he's done a bunch of things what you just said reminds me of them. He has another book called I think it's called The Martianoir Library, and The Martianoir Library it's not really a comic. It's a book of they're drawings of like magazine covers or like comic book covers, and there's no comic, there's just the covers, but it's just a series of covers of what is presumably an in-universe comic, and there sort of is a story that's told like through the progression of the covers of these comics that don't exist about this character called Martianoir. Yeah. And
That's cool.
Dwoob showed me another older book of his that I'd never seen before yesterday, and it was a similar thing. It was just illustrations of these like it was like a team of like child sleuth geniuses doing like solving crimes and like finding mummies and stuff, and it was like just like sort of it's not really like a story, just like a series of images depicting these characters in scenes.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
he's good. Soft. I think I've probably talked about Soft X-Ray Mindhunters at least once before, but it's a really good comic, and it's big. It's a big book, and it's quite long and wordless, and the illustrations are really nice. So,
Yeah,
I'll
that's
post the fucking link.
I've been like I haven't bought it. I only maybe bought 2 new comics like last year because I've been so focused on working, and also I got into a very expensive hobby, which is action figures. But been buying a lot of those, like a little fucking man child. But
that is very.
I've been
very
yeah,
man childish.
It is very man childreness, but like the Starfire, the fire star figure that I have just like activates a sexual urge inside of me, so I can't help myself when I look at it.
Naturally.
Right. Yeah, this looks really cool.
I like this a lot.
I'm reminded about like I kind of have like a for the monster manual we're doing. I'm actually working on it with my buddy Kazoochachoo, who's in your
Kazoo,
server.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. I love him to death. And his art style is like this. This is like the first piece he made this year. It's really good.
Let me see.
That's good.
Oh yeah.
He's a really good artist. He it's me and
I
him.
like the woman.
We're kind of doing this thing.
I like the woman.
It looks cool.
And in our private,
cool.
we have like a private server for the monster manual where just me and him. And what we do is we just kind of throw designs into like a chat, and then it's like, oh, what do you think of this? Oh, what do you think of this? And then we just kind of go back and forth, or like just any idea I have, I just throw it in there. Like I just come up with a name, like what about Gloopity Gloop? And then he's like, all right, and then he just draws a design based on that name, or he gives me a name and I draw it, and we go back and forth. The only problem is, and like, look, don't get me wrong, I love Kazoo. I've had him. he's like my co-host on like 5 different podcasts.
I didn't know that.
Kazoo is just Kazoo takes like decades to draw one picture.
Oh,
And
that's a bummer.
That is his one flaw. If he could fix this flaw, he could become God. He could become a big Twitter artist. If he fixed this one flaw. But it's okay because I'm gonna whip him into shape.
Sometimes I have that
manual.
same problem, actually.
That's my number one problem.
See, the thing is that you guys don't have like deadlines, or you don't have.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have like time limits where like, oh, if I don't do this by now, I might become homeless or
No, I have a deadline of if I don't do this, I'll have wasted my life. But like the timeline's pretty generous on that one.
my
Ben, have you seen Your Life in Weeks?
No.
Oh, get ready for Dread.
Jesus. Are you gonna
Did
post
Did you know that you spend 100% of your life being stupid?
Yep.
Is that what it is?
do you know that every second of every hour you're inhaling air that is touching another man's cock?
Oh.
Did you know that?
I
Did you?
I didn't.
Did you know
actually.
that your body is comprised of molecules that once were farted by somebody? Somebody farted you.
Ew.
Oh, nice.
Probably.
That's gross.
Yeah.
Epic.
Atoms.
Oh no. Oh God.
What's
Your
this?
life in weeks. Oh, I've seen something like this
Each
before.
one of
What
these
is-
is a week.
what is
That's how many
this?
weeks you'll live. Probably. That's my result with my birthday put in.
I don't.
It's my birthday next week, which is why
Oh.
it's right about to complete
So
a row.
each little bit there is like 5 years.
Each line is a
Fine.
year. Well, here's mine.
Oh, is the non-red space? Is that like how much time you got left?
That's like expected life expectancy.
It's
I'm
over.
good.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Yeah.
over.
I'm good. I'm gonna crank out like Villainverse chapter 500 by then. Good.
So like age 0 to like 15, basically you're not real.
Yeah, I could get to like Villainverse chapter.
You can change it
1000
to
by
months
then.
too. If you click on
Yeah.
weeks, you can select months.
I don't know about you guys.
This doesn't
that's a long
apply to
time.
me.
The Cheesy Manfredo library is gonna be pretty big by then. Pretty
Damn.
big library.
I just gotta put out every single one of these boxes. You put out a new chapter. And damn, that's like it's not that many. Oh no, it's not that many. It's not that many boxes.
It's a lot of boxes.
It's not-
Try counting
it's
them
not that
with your
many.
hand.
Not that many boxes.
You try
Not
counting
that
each
many
of these boxes with your hand, you'll run out of fingers.
Oh my god!
That's-
You know what I like
And
to
then
do
each
is
box
when I
contains
can
7 days with multiple millions of
I
seconds.
don't want to look at these.
Not
I don't want
millions.
to look at these boxes anymore. I've had enough. Frankly, I've had
you
enough.
know what I like to do. You know what I like to
What's
do when
that?
I complete a project.
What's that?
I like to. I haven't actually done this before. This is the first time I'm doing this, and this is gonna give me my dread. Is I will highlight how much time I spent mucking around on the last project. So see, this is my life in months. The yellow squares is how much I spent working on the animation that I just finished.
Oh,
It's such a big chunk of my life on one loop.
Oh my god, I don't. Oh, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about
Imagine these as like
time.
like bus health bars, or like
yeah.
the Zelda hearts. Yeah, you got a lot of them. Got a lot to go.
Now I'm looking at like time that I spent working on like Slime and Punishment. That's like way too many of these boxes.
Oh, this is all the years I wasted with my bitch of a wife.
Exactly.
All the fucking years I
All
wasted on that bitch.
more like every single one of these red boxes is a year that I wasted on my bitch of a life. In my opinion,
I gave that whore the best years of my life. What was I thinking? What was I?
It's been
fucking
Delightful.
it's
thinking?
been more than a decade since My Little Pony came out.
Yeah, like Oh my god, yeah, like a quarter of these boxes are post MLP. Scary. Well, no, a third. More like a third. Yeah. Although I didn't get into it until it was several years old, so I don't know. Well, fuck it. Oh, that's the podcast, everyone. Bye.
No.
I've had
No,
enough.
I'm
right, well,
making
speaking-
it worse. I'm making it worse for
I'm
myself.
demoralized.
Speaking
I'm now
of
highlighting the
guys,
amount of
just
time I spend
work.
working
Just
at
make-
Pencilmation.
Show me
Just make
Pencilmation.
stuff. Just make stuff, guys.
No.
God, it's not
Shut
that
up.
hard.
No, I
Make
won't.
Things.
No,
I won't make stuff.
I'm making.
Ooh, I don't. Oh, I can't make things.
It's
I
so
can't
hard,
Make
it's
things.
so
I
hard.
can make things, and I want to say at least like one thing in this whole
Fine.
podcast because like
Yes.
every topic has been like, oh, I don't care about that.
Oh.
I'm sure our audience feels the same way. Every topic. Oh, I don't care about that.
Yeah. Now I know how they feel.
Yeah.
But I have been productive on the Clarissa stuff,
Hmm.
and I'm sticking to my pace. I'm getting I did a calculation. I did 9 pages finished. They were already aligned. I was doing the shading, so it
This
took
week?
me last week. Yeah, 9 pages,
That's
and I
pretty
have
good.
10 left for this chapter. So maybe the end of February, beginning of March, chapter 4 of Clarissa Gunsmoke will be done, and then the Perfect Comic Party issue 1 will be soon after, assuming that there's other stuff to put in there.
Hmm.
And I did a calculation. I did a calculation based off just like my current like slow-ish pace, of like doing line art and then doing shading. It will take me roughly, for a 20-page chapter of a thing, about 3 weeks from doing all that stuff, and then that's assuming that I keep the pace I was currently at, and that I don't have any major setbacks or like bad days. So like probably like 4 weeks is a good estimate for how long it will take to get a chapter done. So a month, and I have 10 chapters of Clarissa overall. I'm on chapter 4, so in 6 months it'll be done. That's my
the whole thing, like all 200 pages.
208 pages. Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's cool.
That's-
It is a lot.
That's
I'm
quite
very
a
bad
lot.
I'm very bad at condensing my story into small, normal amounts of stuff, but it's gonna be good. It's gonna be very good.
I'm rooting for you, Gib.
Thanks.
Yeah, you need to pump that Schmidt out.
I feel more I don't know, capable of just being just doing the work. You just gotta keep the pace that you can match, so that you don't like freak out when you're doing fine.
Yeah.
Because like if you get some work done, you're like, oh shit, I could have done like 7 times that much work, and in reality, you could not have done 7 times as much work. Don't worry about it. You're doing fine. Just keep going, and it's like it's good.
Right. If you're making progress, then it's like, okay, just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing it right. Okay, apparently I can't remember what I talked about last week. Did I say last week that I had sent my files of Slime and Punishment to the printer? Would that happen last week?
You did.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now I won't mention. Thank you. I won't mention it again. All right. No problem.
Gib, if I could just ask for one request in Clarissa Gunsmoke, I need you to make the characters look wackier. They need to be wackier. They're not wacky enough.
Wackier.
Look them more goofier. Make them.
I think you should. Yeah, I think maybe you should just start over and make him wackier.
I mean,
Look,
I don't disagree. I think I struggle a bit with like, it's got to be good, so I have to be anatomically correct, which means I can't do this pose. That's too wacky. And then some of the sketches, some of the drawings are like end up kind of lame, like kind of stiff.
I need you look. Look, everyone who I'm so surprised when I find out about a One Piece fan, and then I look at their work and I'm like, are you not taking the lessons from One Piece, where it's like characters are just wacky, or like or even like something like in Araki's logic with like characters just having weird poses, because like being weird is just more memorable than being like neutral or whatnot. You're just
I
saying.
mean, I don't think I'm going necessarily for a One Piece look.
You should.
I don't.
You should.
I definitely should have, and yeah, I agree, wackier characters. But like,
Same goes for Ben.
I don't know. I like subtle stuff, like Peanuts.
That's-
like Charles M. Schultz, like the way he does like extremely subtle expressions.
Okay.
Like Charlie Brown being like depressed in a very specific way, and it's like, yeah, like there's only tiny little flicks of ink that make you feel like that particular way, and when you look at it.
Okay, but where's the
I like subtlety.
where's the Charlie Brown gift shop in Tokyo Universal Studios? Oh wait, that's not
I
there.
don't know.
Oh, there's a One Piece
That's-
gift shop. No.
Oh, you can't answer that, can you?
Boom.
Oh, you fake
Got her.
fan.
Look, they
Ben,
put
Ben, that goes
they-
for you too. You got to make your characters wackier.
Yeah.
There's-
Okay, yeah.
It's not wacky enough.
I'm not as wacky
Phantom
as
had some
people
wacky-
expect.
Phantom had some wacky expressions
So, like,
in Slime and Punishment. He had some wacky panels.
Sometimes you just have to like draw characters with just one foot in the air, and every time you see them, they just have one foot in the air for no reason. It's never explained why, but it's just memorable.
Is that a JoJo thing?
It's just the thing. It's just a thing people do.
What? 1 foot in the air?
you just gotta be goofy. Just be goofy.
Oh, what I'm imagining right now is Sanji with his foot like fully upwards,
want-
like 180
I
degrees.
want you to look in the
while
mirror.
he's smoking a cigarette, all cool.
I want
Well, he's eating
everyone.
a lollipop, you mean?
I want everyone to look in the mirror and say to themselves, "I gotta get goofier. I just gotta get sillier."
Look, no.
I
I see
have
what
to
you're
be-
doing now. You're trying to clown us. You're trying to make us You're just put on the makeup.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
No,
You know,
I see what's
Speaking
happening
of which,
here.
it wouldn't hurt. It
Aye,
wouldn't.
Cheesy just wants us to put on clown makeup so he can fucks
Look,
us.
what? No, look.
I see your
look,
game.
Look, Gib. But speaking of which, Gib, it wouldn't hurt to put on some more color, maybe some more makeup, and a big red nose.
Yeah, a little foundation.
Some red
Aw.
nose selfies wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't
Tease
hurt
that
anybody.
hair. Tease that hair out into a big fro. Dye it some wacky colors.
And Ben, I hear that. I hear if you really want your teeth to glow, estrogen is pretty good with that. I hear that like taking estrogen is pretty helps you glow. It more,
And really big shoes.
Really big shoes.
Really big shoes.
And,
All right.
Filled with estrogen.
I hear like a lot of people think breast implants are expensive, but not really. I hear they're pretty affordable in the area you live in. Just saying. Just saying.
And they're not just for women anymore. They're for everyone.
That's for everybody, especially guys who take HRT. Come on.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
I hear you though. I know it's a little hyperbolic, but yeah, some of my character designs are like stiffer and like more reserved than they should be.
Yeah.
I still like Clarissa. I like how her hat is like stupid hat, but it's just a symbol of a cowboy hat.
No.
And she's but she's like really cool though.
That's drawing comics though, right? Isn't it just like the more of it you draw, you just like how push the characters, push them more and more to be like, wackier
like
poses,
exaggerated poses.
You exaggerate them more and more. It's a process. You push it. You're always pushing it.
Push it, funny, goofy, right? And then
I have one other thing that I wanted to mention this episode, which is I just wanted to mention that the Radcon 4 Dojin is done.
Nice.
The Dojin.
The Dojin is done. The OVA
Hell yeah.
is not done. Nate is supposedly done. Almost. He's about 7 or 8 times now. He said it's going to be done soon. I promise it's going to be done soon. I'm definitely going to get it done this month. And then he's just totally ignored it every single time. But maybe this time he means it for real. The Dojin's done, and I have the copy. I have the PDF of it, and one of these days when the OVA is done, I'll release it. And it looks really great, and everybody did a really great job. And I especially was impressed with Drinking Moth, who did a lot of pages and a lot of big, like, full-page spreads. And they were really good and really quick. Drinking Moth, like, fucking got all these pages done and, like, got them done in, like, a day. Like, they were so good.
That's pretty good.
Was so impressed. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Shout outs to Drinking Moth in particular.
I still need to commission Drinking Moth.
Everyone should commission Drinking Moth. I can't recommend her enough, honestly.
I wanted to do the picture for the League of Nate Fuckers voicemail compilation that I said I was going to do like a year ago.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
It's great. And also, what was there? There's 3 pages from New. New did some, and Simsy and Simsy sketched 1 page, and Kaiju did a couple pages, and I think is there someone I'm forgetting? Gib, am I forgetting anyone? Help.
I don't know.
I can't remember. I'll probably think.
Oh
of it.
wait, who was the? I don't know if we used the guy like Edward.
Oh no, yeah. A bunch of them were from Ed. Yeah,
Yeah.
that traitor, that turncoat.
Maybe it's time I finally follow Drinking Moth back. Maybe it's time.
I think you should, perhaps. I think everyone should follow Drinking Moth on Twitter.
Word.
All right. That's the last of my notes for this week. So I have no more content.
I'm looking at this. Oh, this is the months I've been alive, and I'm like, I know that this is like usually used as fuel to feel depressed about the finitude, the smallness of the world, and the life is just a bunch of dots on a page, and there's so many of them already filled. But like,
That's right.
if you turn those little circles there into like grapes, you wouldn't be able to eat all those grapes. It's actually quite a lot. It's actually a lot more grapes than you'd think.
Never would have thought of it like that.
When I put it this way, I just put this in. Oh shit, that's got my birthday in it. Let me crop that differently.
But if they weren't grapes, if they were grains of quinoa, I could easily eat all of those.
Oh, you're 2 years older than me?
I am gonna replace it with one
You're
that
29.
covers up the date of birth. So
You're 29?
You're about to be 29, Oblivion.
I thought you were like 25.
I'm 27, turning 28 next week. Here we go. So
Wait,
the blue is how much
I mean, they
time
technically could count the dots if they wanted to find out your exact age.
Yeah, but that's
Well, you could find out what month.
Yeah, they can only find my month from that. And I just said my birthday's next week, so
yeah, true.
Anyways, the blue, that's how long me and Kai have been together. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Fuck.
We're coming up on 10 years.
I was gonna say, how many years is that? 10 years.
Each row is 3 years. So
how the time flies, how the turntables.
Yeah.
Let's reflect. Let's take a moment of silence.
I've been a brony longer than that. Blue dots, though. I had an extra
Your one
third of a
true
row.
love. Your one true love
Yeah.
is My Little Pony. Friendship is magic.
I always come back to you, my true love.
But my home, my love, and my ladies. MLP did it and did it and did it. Brandy.
You're right.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Ladies.
Ladies nuts.
Lay these
Got 'em.
nuts on a
Got 'em.
table.
That's a pun for different ways, like ladies nuts, and lay these nuts.
Correct.
Erect.
Erect.
Is there Oblivion? Do you read One Piece?
My whole experience with One Piece, one of my friends, his name was Christopher Hall. I'm calling him out. He's autistic. More autistic than me, which is
Got him.
unforgivable. He tried to get me into One Piece. He showed me the first episode. I don't remember if it was dubbed in English or not, and I didn't like it. And based on that, I will condemn everything.
You know what? The show is bad. Don't watch the show. Except sometimes
I know.
it's
That's
really
that's
good.
what everyone's always said.
It's true.
No, I disagree. I think the show's cool. I watched every episode up to episode 300 or 400.
I did too, but I was like a child. I was like 14 when I watched the show.
Yeah, and children are the future.
Wrong.
So they know
Children are
what's
the past.
best.
I used to be
I'm
one,
never-
and then I got over it.
I'm never gonna watch the show. I'm gonna stick to the manga. Sorry, sorry,
it's
gamers.
the
I'm sticking
pacing's
to the
just
manga.
better. I'm sorry. You can read the manga in half the time it takes to watch the show. I'm sorry. It's just
art
better.
isn't about how quickly you get to the end, Ben.
Yes, it is.
I just
Yes,
It's like, the baby's shoes never worn. Oh, it's the best art ever.
Done sooner equals better.
Hot take. I'm gonna stick to the source material.
The better a work of
take.
art is, the faster it lets you just be done with it and get back to counting your fucking pennies and investing in diversifying your portfolio and in finding a high interest savings account to put your money in. Okay? That's what it's about.
The manga is good. I would prefer the manga. It's just that the anime has a really good soundtrack and sound design, and like I can't imagine knowing
that's
One
what
Piece.
It's got going for
I
it.
can't imagine really knowing One Piece without knowing the sounds and the voices and the music of the specific moments where it's like super emotional. It's like,
it's all in my head.
Damn, Geno7 should do a video on the sound design of the One Piece anime.
One Piece,
And on
it
how
just looks a little goofy.
That's good.
I know, right? Isn't it great?
Things
no.
to look
They
good.
have
That's all
multiple
I'm saying.
clowns in One Piece.
Where's my cool
True.
emo edgy boy protagonist, huh?
That's Law. You're a Law
Man.
boy.
Man, shut up,
Aw,
Oblivion.
Is there a boy for
Kill
me in
you.
One Piece?
Yes, there's a guy his name is Law, and he wears
Trafalgar
a hat.
D-Law.
Trafalgar D. Law, and he wears a hat just like that pickup artist Mystery, and he has tattoo knuckles and a big sword. And
He's
That's
got
not
a
what I
tattoo
mean
knuckles
by
that say
emo boy.
spelled
and
death.
everyone
This guy's a
and
punk.
he's got. You think he's punk? He's a little emo.
He looks like he looks like he looks like, you know, he does drugs and smokes cigars and like listens to white boy rap.
White boy rap
Yeah.
is true. Not cigars.
looks like
He's
he-
not a cigar
Looks
guy.
like he makes white
Sorry,
boy
cigars. I meant
rap.
cigarettes.
Well, there's I'll show you my favorite girl, my favorite One Piece girl.
Perona.
Is, it's Perona. She's not emo. She's
Mwah.
I mean, I guess that she's goth, right? I'd say
She's
goth.
Lolita Goth.
She's like pastel goth.
I have two different Perona little figures, and I love her.
I love
She's
Perona.
my wife. Perona's great. Good taste.
Prona has
Yeah,
the
this is
funny
why-
eyes.
She does have the funny eye. She's got the. I'm sorry, but she's got the gollywog eyes.
I love funny eyes. I love it when a girl got the funny eyes. She got that goofy look in her face. She got the silly.
She's
Look,
got that.
silly,
when I was a
silly
kid-
It's a
sight.
pickup line.
My
got
favorite
that
character.
goofy
She's
look.
got that wog in her.
When I was a
don't know
kid,
what
my
that
favorite
means.
character was Raven from Zoids. I thought he was the coolest boy. He's so emo.
Zoids.
That guy's got
Yeah.
dust hair. That's
I was
a
a big
dust hair
Zoids
if I
boy.
ever seen it.
Real Zoid head in the call right now.
Yo, Zoid.
Yeah. I don't think it holds up. I don't think Zoids holds up. But when I was a kid, I
Yeah,
loved
no
the
one
shit
talks
out of
about it.
I vaguely remember. I
Wait,
remember when I
Oblivion.
got cable.
I'm like, wait a minute, Oblivion. You've got to read or watch One Piece. There's so many girls in there.
I
You like
would,
them.
I would
Yeah.
definitely read it over watch it. I'm not watching a show that long. It's too much. I'm already watching Detective Conan, and that's taking years.
That's now that I'm sorry. How can you sit on your high horse and judge reading One Piece when you're literally watching Conan? You're literally watching Conan
I
right
would
now.
say, I would argue that One Piece.
you know
feels
why
like it's
I'm
going
watching
somewhere.
Conan? There's actually a good
Look at
reason.
this. Look at this
I
lady.
don't
And-
believe it.
Unless you can read. Oh my God, she's amazing.
It's Boris Sandersonia. You
She-
gotta
she's,
read.
she's
to find her.
unironically really pretty, and I'm not
Yeah.
saying that as a meme.
I love her.
She's
If there's a
great.
One Piece waifu, she's it for me.
I do appreciate that at a certain point, Oda seemed to commit to making wackier women. He did not do it for a long time,
She
but then at
is
some point he was
fantastic.
like, "Okay, I'll do
You
it."
could always,
But
you could
no,
always
there
get
is actually
wackier.
a very good reason to read. To watch Detective Conan over read it, and that's because the English translation is utter dog shit. When Funimation localized Detective Conan, they changed it to Case Closed. I don't know
Yes.
why. Detective Conan is already an English title for the show.
I'm
You
gonna
didn't need to-
be honest. When I hear detective, just the name Conan all I can think of is Conan the Barbarian. It does not conjure images of like a genius child detective.
Arthur
If the name
Conan
is
Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes. That's what
Nobody knows this.
You're right.
Not
You're
Conan
right.
O'Brien.
That's just not what I think of. I don't know. That's just me.
Not-
Well,
But
well, ignoring that,
Conan O'Brien.
not only did they
Verse.
change the title, they also changed Shin-Chi's name to Jimmy Kudo. They changed
What's wrong
all the
with that?
characters' names to like English names.
Yeah.
They
did that thing.
made, now it's in America. It's not Japan. It's America, which doesn't make any sense.
Look,
when
they
the
did that
FBI
to
gets
Phoenix
involved.
Wright, and I love that game. So, like, what's
Yeah.
the problem?
The problem is that it doesn't make any fucking sense because the fact that they're in Japan is extremely important to like a lot of the stuff that happens in the
Ah,
story.
you know, well,
because
that's
the
true.
American,
Phoenix Wright as well.
the American police do get involved, and that's like a whole plot point, and that makes no sense. They just fucked a bunch of shit up, and all the official like English translations use that for some reason, and it's really dumb, and I don't like it. And the show does that, and also the show adds a whole bunch of extra like stories that are also really good.
So I don't. I'm sorry. All that you just said, those were like complaints against the English dub, right?
Yes.
But you
and
like
the stuff from the English dub was also put into the English translation of the manga as well.
I see.
They did that to the manga too, and I'm just like, why? Why would they do that?
I don't know. That's just what they. It's really funny how for like a while there, like they couldn't just have an anime be in Japan. They had to make it like about America. They had to change it.
Yeah, which is weird because
Yeah,
I'm
kids-
growing up in New
they
Zealand.
couldn't
Like,
have
why is
them
every
eating
anime
Japan.
set in America? I'm not.
They
American.
couldn't have them eating rice. They had to pretend they were donuts or fruit sandwiches or whatever. And it's just like, why? I think it would have been okay. I think you could have just said, yeah, these guys are Japanese and they're eating rice. It's normal.
They're
But
eating
what
rice
if my
in their
child
rice cooker.
asks me about what is
bacon
Japan, and
lentils.
they learn about rice? What is that weird Oriental food? Ew. That's me, an
yeah.
American parent.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're right.
I'm so
it's
valid.
Woke, I
It
dare
was
say.
woke. Being Japanese is woke.
Woke.
I think. Yeah.
I think it's woke being Japanese.
The Japanese gender.
I have to use the bathroom. You guys, can I? You guys mind? Could I interest you in letting me use the bathroom?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
My bathroom.
Could
Bye.
I
I'll be
piss
back
my
in a minute.
pants? Damn.
Little does he know that I diarrhea dumped in his toilet and now it's blocked.
I diarrhea dumped in his ear when he was asleep, and he didn't even notice.
I diarrheaed out my butt, which is where it
Oh, yeah.
comes from.
Oh yeah, I should also mention that the reason I'm watching Detective Conan is because it's Kai's favorite series of all time, and he's sharing it with me. That's the other reason. I probably wouldn't watch it
pretty
if
cool.
if it weren't for
Yeah.
that.
Like, genuinely, when people say, oh, I can't get into X media, it's so long, I'm like, shut up. What the fuck are you gonna do with that time?
Oh, you're complaining you got more of a good thing? Yeah.
Oh, people don't actually go for bite-sized entertainment. They just like are intimidated by something that they can get invested in. I don't know why. I just don't get it.
For me, it's because there are so many shows that I do want to see in my lifetime, and I have a finite amount of time on Earth, and I don't have the digibro spirit of being able to watch fucking everything. I don't have that luxury. So shows that are shorter, I can watch more of them and get more unique experiences out of that.
It's
Within a
fair,
certain
I
amount of
guess.
time.
It's just
I think that's the main
I don't
reason.
relate. I don't relate to feeling like I need to see everything.
Yeah.
Or even that many things.
I personally
There's like lists of movies and
Yeah.
TV shows I've heard are great. It's like, oh, I should probably watch Scarface at some point. Like, I've heard that reference so much. Maybe like I should watch the film. But like I'd rather not. Every day I say that.
I would prefer if someone could make a list of here are the list of Detective Conan episodes that are actually like relevant to like the main story, and like here are like from the ones that aren't related to the main story, or introducing characters who will become important later. Which, like the only grabbing like the top 10% of the best mysteries to include. So that way, instead of having to watch 1,000 episodes, I only have to watch like 200 or something, or maybe two or 300. Like, I would probably prefer that experience because there are like some episodes that are just like, okay, that mystery was kind of boring and predictable and blah. But then there'll be like episodes, like anime original episodes that have some of like the best mysteries in the entire show that are like super engaging and clever. And I'm like, holy shit, how did they come up with that murder and that like alibi and that like method and all this shit? And it's like really fucking crazy, like cool stuff that they come up with sometimes. And
you know what's a
anime original episodes do a lot of good stuff with that sometimes. So I wouldn't want to just do the ones from the manga.
You know what's a really good show I got into, and me and my buddies in my private server, we started watching Columbo, and it's a really good ass show.
Is that Detective Man?
Yeah, Columbo. And do you know like the general premise of it?
No, but I've seen his face. I think I know what he looks like.
It's really interesting because the type of mysteries they do, the most common kind of mystery is the whodunit, right? Like, you know, that's like the default usually, right? But Columbo instead is it's a type of genre called how you catch 'em is what it's called. And what it means is that at the start of every episode of Columbo, we know who the killer is, and we see them commit the crime, and every little thing they do to make sure they don't get caught. Like, they always have like every little like thing, like figured out. Like, they always like think twice. They like get rid of evidence, and they're like, "Oh, I did it! I committed the perfect murder." That's always like the first third of every episode of Columbo is the murderer. We see them, we know their name and everything, and they're committing the crime. And they're getting away with it. It's like, I did it. But then the premise of the episode is like, what is Columbo, the detective, gonna figure out to solve the mystery? And it's so fucking interesting. You know, it's unironically like a shonen battle. It's like, because like both sides are trying to like, the killer's trying to like kind of like get the better of Columbo. Like, oh, Columbo isn't gonna figure out this bit because I cleaned it up, or like in the spot I came up with the perfect lie, or I have an awesome alibi. And Columbo's whole gist is that he kind of seems like kind of like he's like kind of messy looking. He's like really short, and he always seems to be asking like questions that are kind of stupid, right? Or he starts talking about his wife, which is like his catchphrase, and But eventually Columbo figures out like a small detail that connects everything else, and in the end he kind of like reveals the bombshell, like, oh, well, this is how you did it. And then the killer like, what Nani? And then the episode ends. And it's really it's so fucking awesome. He also, the majority of the killers are like are rich people, are like they're the ones who are usually killing people, and it almost becomes kind of like this like class thing where like Columbo is like
working
I don't know,
class hero Columbo.
He's working class hero, even though he's a cop. He's a working class hero, and he always kind of like gets the better of these like rich fucks who think they're so smart. And he's all like, I don't know, but my wife told me you're the killer, and that's basically every episode. It's really
the secret clue that put it all together. My wife had a dream; she saw it in a vision.
And every episode is like a movie. It's like I think the original, the first episode was actually a TV movie, but like people liked it so much, they ordered a pilot, which was the second episode, and every episode's like an hour long, but it's really good. I love it. Big Columbo.
I can definitely say there's a lot of like Detective Conan. Like it's not like every episode's a whodunit. That's like half of them, but there's a lot of episodes that are like we know who did it, or like we can like one person is very obviously suspicious, but like it seems impossible. Like they were somewhere else. They were like sometimes they're like they were on a plane like flying somewhere else at the time of the murder. How the fuck did they like pull it off? Like, did they change the time of death? Did they, or it's like in like a locked room, you know, and like they were somewhere else, like, and how did they pull that off? How did, if they committed the murder, they would have had to have locked the room, but we can't prove how they would have done it, so we have to figure out the method. And it's really fucking good sometimes, like some of the shit, and like they teach you real skills that you can use to murder people IRL. It's based.
Ooh, I remember I saw a couple episodes of Case Closed, and I literally like never realized that Jimmy is like an adult that's been transmogrified. I thought he was just a kid, and like it like never came up that he is like a magic child.
That's the whole like running plot, is that he's trying to figure out who are the people who behind making him into a child.
I know, but it just never came up in the episode
still don't
that
know.
I saw.
I genuinely believe that will never ever be solved. Like that, I don't know. It's sort of like the most annoying, compelling thing to get you to read on, because I like mysteries. But you know, you can get tired of like, and he's just solving the mystery again. Like, there's only so many types of mystery you can do. And it's, you know, it could get boring, but there's that hook. When is he gonna find out who turned him into a baby? When is he gonna get that information? Never. Never will he get it, but always will you want to see.
I can confirm that's not true. We found out a lot of stuff about the organization and who made the drug and
Organization
stuff. Organization 13. The point that I'm at. Yeah, Organization 13.
Because it
the
made
black
him 13
organization because
years old.
because their outfits were designed by Nomura. You see.
Yes.
Yeah,
it all comes together. And my wife had a dream about it. Do you know that guy? Do you know that like there's like an American congressman who like literally posts on Twitter about how like his wife had a freaking like vision from God in her dreams or whatever? This is a real I think it might be Clay Higgins. I think it might be Representative Clay Higgins. Like his wife had a fucking vision and is a prophet of the Lord. And that's why, I don't know.
And that's why I deserve to be reelected.
That's why we have to raise taxes on, I don't know, farm supplements or something.
This is why we need to raise the price of gravel.
They're gouging us on gravel. These tariffs on gravel. My business.
Some fucking gravel.
Gravel's fucking killing me.
I got a big gravel in for my gravel.
I got a big old gravel for you right here. Grab my penis.
I got a big old gravel for your derriere.
What the f... doesn't make sense. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah.
Help. Police.
Colombo based. Recommend. Watch it. It's on Tubi for free.
I wish Colombo would tell me what the fuck any of you are fucking talking about so we can understand.
As I was going to feed the cats, I heard something about a congressman having a vision from God or something.
Yeah. This guy named I think it's Rep Clay Higgins, and like he's occasionally posted on Twitter about how like his wife has these like prophetic like God dreams that like foretell the future and stuff.
Oh God,
it's awesome.
You know, I watched Flight of a Conchords recently for the first time. There was that episode with the guy at the fruit stand who's super racist against New Zealanders.
Yep. He's played by Aziz Ansari. Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds like a name he would have based on his visual appearance. I'm racist.
He is Indian. I could say that because he's a fellow brown brother like me.
Yeah, he's the guy. He was in Parks and Rec.
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
he got like canceled for a millisecond, but it was only because apparently I forget the details, but people kept saying that like, oh, it was just because like this woman had sex with him and she was
nobody liked that.
I don't like that very much. That was upsetting.
Cancelable behavior.
Having sex with women in 2023? Yeah, no,
not anymore. I'm sorry.
That's fucked up. We can't allow this.
It's over. I'm sorry, you took it too far. We have to start rolling back.
We have to go back
because you had sex with one of them.
This
was the plan.
Rolling back.
Was the plan all
rolling back. Women's rights. Rolling. J.K. Rowling. Rolling back. Rolling.
That's what rolling rock. Want. Rolling rock on the rolling rocker. Yeah, rolling rock on the rolling rocker.
I wonder if I made a.
Could not fucking believe it.
I made a tweet like a couple weeks ago where I said that a best case scenario, Universal Studios just buys the rights of Harry Potter off J.K. Rowling. But now in retrospect, I don't really think that's going to happen because like it probably only happen if it gets to the point where like the J.K. Rowling herself has like decreased the profits of the franchise, and it doesn't really
I think
seem
to
like
a certain extent she has.
I don't think it's like enough, you know. Like,
it might not be enough.
No.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that
Wasn't
point
mine.
yet where
It's like it's only been increasing because as the people who grew up with the films start getting incomes, they start becoming man children about it, and they're like, oh, I love Harry Potter. I remember that, and now they're all buying like Harry Potter stuff as an adult.
It's
yes,
with
that's
the whole
true.
with the whole Hogwarts Legacy thing. It's like moments like this that make me realize that like you spend too much time on Twitter, you start thinking like this is something everybody knows, but it's not really true because on Instagram, where I mostly follow like close people who live in my city, they're playing the Hogwarts game and like they don't know nothing about the J.K. Rowling like shit. Or I would like post something on
most
Instagram.
people don't care to the average person, and I honestly I sympathize. I do. It's like to the average person, it's like that's a political debate, and I don't even want to look at it. I'm not going to take any position on anything. That's politics, and this is a video game, and I do not want to. Don't acknowledge that those have anything to do with each other. I'm just here to play a video game. I kind of get it. I don't like it, but I understand that it's like I don't want to engage with the takes about this. I just want to consume product.
This is why
and,
in a couple of months I'm going to drop my video called I Prove Every Story is Political with just one chart. And I have a chart that like proves everything is political.
Interesting.
What does it chart? Like politics over.
Yeah, it's a PragerU graph that's like the axes are unlabeled and it's just like politics versus time and the arrow just goes up.
Politics. So they acknowledge that politics is relative. That's relativism, which is Marxism, which is if society agreed that killing babies was good, then it would be good because that's relativism. And leftists want to kill babies.
I agree.
That's the conclusion.
I didn't agree with anything until you said kill babies.
Yes.
Well, I love killing babies.
Also, I believe politics is relative. A woman driving in a car in a video game isn't political unless you live in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you this. I kind of like I like go down to like the core of what politics is and like forget ideology, like forget left or right. That's not even what I'm talking about. Politics is ultimately just like how society functions. That's all what politics is, right? And this chart like that I have, I'm gonna post it here, like kind of like you could fit stories into this chart, like in not just in the squares but in between squares, right?
Has this been updated since the last time you showed me?
No, it has not. I've been too busy.
I don't think I've seen this before.
Okay, but I'll explain what I mean. So, like the top says blatant. So that's when
first of all, you spelled preserve wrong.
Okay, who cares?
So
anyway,
I'm gonna roast you for that.
All right, whatever. Who cares? English is the colonizer's language. I don't care.
I know it rules.
Anyway, at the top we have blatant. So that's when like a story is like obviously political. So either it's like the main character is like the president or something, or the main character works in like some sort of political body. Then obviously it's political because someone is like, working in the system itself.
This is a story about politics.
Yeah. Right. And then at the bottom is like subtle. So it's like when like no one in the story works with anything political at all. They're just like people, or they're like abstractions of people or whatever, and left and right we have state power and then non-state power, and there we have like preserving state power, and on the right we have changing with like non-state power.
This is like politics is downstream from culture or vice versa, sort of difference.
So the biggest way to figure out what could fit in this chart is like pick a story and like think about, does society change by the end of the story? If society does not change, then it's like it's in the preserve section. So like by the start of the story, if the government or everything that functions around it is the same, it's on the left side of this chart.
I'm thinking about Harry Potter. I'm thinking about Harry
Right.
Potter now.
And then on the
shouldn't
right
the
side
right
is like
be
if society.
preserved? That's what conservatism is all
forget. No, it's not. There's no ideologies here. Like forget left or right politics.
Yeah, true.
There's no ideology. So like for
I'm just
example,
joking.
you know what would be all the way at the top left side where it's like blatant preserving and like state power would be a movie like Independence Day, right? Because all the major characters work in the governmental body, and the bad guys don't necessarily have an ideology. They're just aliens. They're just a force who wants to change our world, right? And we want to preserve America. So at the start of the movie, America exists, and at the end of the movie, America still exists. Nothing changed, right? We have preserved society. That's like right. And at the top right corner where it's like
and
changed.
that's good.
Yeah, sure. That depends on you. And then, and at the top right corner where it's like blatant and like changing society and like it would be kind of like non-state power. We would have something like One Piece where there's like people actively changing society. Like society's gonna change once we get to the One Piece, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Probably.
But
right,
also
yeah.
state power will probably change.
I feel like the like an artwork can be put in many of these different zones.
Well, see, that's the beautiful thing, though. That's the beautiful thing about this because like every one of these stories I mentioned could be debated on. So like nothing is permanently like stuck in one place.
Well, I don't think it's like one place or another. I just think some things can be multiple places.
Like you could have a story where like the main characters are trying to change society and then they fail.
Like overall, yeah, exactly. Like
where would you put My Little Pony on this?
Well, okay, does Equestria
people
exist?
change you is where I put My Little Pony.
Okay,
but you're also changing the community and preserving Ponyville from attacks.
Twilight became a princess. That's an increase in state power.
Yeah,
well,
so it's like all over
individual
the place.
episodes.
Equestria exists at the start, right? There's still a monarchy at the start of the series, and there's still a monarchy at the end of the series, right?
Yes.
So My Little Pony is more episodic, so it'll be closer to the center, which is the status quo zone, and that's mostly reserved for like episodic like superhero media or like sitcoms. They're all in the status quo zone. Nothing ever like it's always just everything's kind of the same.
Changes.
Nothing changes, right? Yeah. Like that's where the majority of like just superhero media in general.
So by this chart's logic, is that non-political when nothing changes?
Well, I think the idea is that it's still political by saying the status quo.
It's all political. If a story takes place in a society, it is political by default, right?
Yeah.
And the characters just kind of like because like the characters doing nothing about the politics. It's still like a commentary on politics itself, right? You know,
sure,
right? So, like,
because, unconsciously, perhaps, but yeah,
it's
unavoidable.
When it's like subtle, when they're like, because I mean, you might say it's kind of more blatant in My Little Pony because she's training to become a princess, which is a person in a position of power, right?
Well, she doesn't even really train to be. Well, she kind of trains to be a princess. She has to learn friendship lessons.
Ultimately, she becomes a princess, and she kind of like keeps the like. Well, if she's a princess, it's some sort of monarchy, right? Some sort of like.
It's honestly more like a divine appointment than it is like a hereditary monarchy.
Okay,
I don't know how familiar you are with
just like
the material.
Real monarchs.
You can like as long as like the divine monarchy has some sort of like kind of state power, you know, like the princess implies there's a state power or something, right? You know.
There's parades. There's Canterlot. There's lots of guards, castles.
I think like if I were to kind of like be more kind of like try to like keep things simple, I think the top left would be kind of like people preserving society. I mean, it says right there, like top right, like it's people like kind of changing society, and the bottom is more like society is changing you, right? Or like like either society changes you or society keeps you the same, you know, and that's when those are more reserved for more like kind of psychological stories or stuff that's like more character driven.
Into
you know,
society also gazes into you.
Yeah, like at the bottom, like probably at the bottom, I would put something like Taxi Driver, where the character of Travis Bickle like ultimately stays the same because society has kept them the same, you know. Because he does this giant action where he fucking goes into a brothel and starts shooting up people, and he basically committed a massacre. But the thing is, the fact that since he killed what society deems the right people who deserve to die, he's considered a hero. So he's like his terrible actions are justified. So he stays in this state, and you know, and it's kind of like all of this is very obvious if you've seen Taxi Driver, because the final scene is Travis looking. Is everyone here seen Taxi Driver?
I have not seen Taxi Driver.
Oh, it's a 10 out of 10.
I've heard people talk about it.
It is
I
the
have
best.
not seen Taxi Driver, and I will watch it. So
It's the best crazy white boy movie ever of all time. Like, no other crazy like that movie is the reason why I love Crazy White Boys. Is that movie, and that movie's fucking 10 out of 10.
Who would win in a fight? Travis Bickle or Patrick Bateman?
Probably Patrick Bateman, to be honest.
Because he's in better shape. Because he does 1,000 crunches every morning.
He has more experience.
He'll win,
people.
but no one will believe him.
Travis Bickle is like sloppy, you know. And you know, also American Psycho could probably go like here at the bottom, where like
his name is Patrick Bateman.
Okay,
unless his actual name is what's the other guy?
Patrick Bateman.
Wait, don't they say in the movie? Wait, Patrick, you're the American Psycho. They call him the American Psycho in the movie. I remember. Jared Leto calls him like, Patrick, you're the American Psycho. He says that.
I don't think that's true. There's a part in the movie where he's mostly Patrick Bateman, but sometimes there's another name for another guy that sometimes it's like he killed that guy, but then other times like people call him that name. Like he might actually be that guy that he thinks he killed. Sometimes.
At the start of American Psycho, like Patrick doesn't change. Like he just kind of just stays the same ultimately, because the society that he's around himself has kept him the same. So he would be like at the bottom left, you know.
Is that political? Is that really a measure of?
Well, it's saying it's the fact that he's being kept the same says something about like society, right? Just
maybe.
That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna eventually like really, when I do the video, every one of these squares is gonna have a movie or like a story there, so people are gonna have like a better like idea what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You know.
Well, I'll watch it.
Do you like it? Do you think it's interesting? Do you think I'm onto something?
I am not sure. You have to convince me. You'll have to give me more examples and maybe lay out a full case.
Not gonna lie, I haven't seen this chart in like months, and I'm just pulling out things to remember.
I don't know. Well, Gib just stepped out. I was about to suggest going to voicemails, since we've been going for like 3 hours now. Unless I don't know. Unless there's anything else you guys want to chat about.
I want to briefly promote my animation that I finished of my character.
Which one is? Oh yeah.
My character Thalia with her big floppy tits, doing a funny, putting a penis between her tits and flopping it. That animation is done. It's out. It's on my Patreon.
It's on your Patreon. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Here I was getting excited. Here I pulled out my dick because I was about to jerk it, and you're like, oh, it's on your Patreon. Never mind.
Yeah, it's on my. I'm so sorry that it's on my Patreon.
It's the only way.
I just became flaccid.
Do this to you. I'll show a little safe for work preview that Eleazar can put on screen.
Jesus. Wait, I haven't seen it yet.
Oblivion. I'm just gonna say it now. You haven't made it until like your animations appear on a TikTok.
Cumzone has appeared in TikToks, like the audio.
Yeah, we need
the animations.
There's this current like TikTok meme going where it's like that. It's like a clip from SpongeBob where he's watching like the sea anemone, and then Gary comes in and he changes the channel to football because he doesn't want to get watch.
Yeah.
So the meme is that it's like it's like a bit of it's like the animated porn right before they get down to the fucking, and then like Gary comes in and SpongeBob changes it. Once your animations appear in that Oblivion, you made it. But
I
until
could do
then,
that right now. I could make
It's
that
the
shit
only
myself.
way. Yeah,
That's
No, you
cheating.
can't do it yourself.
That's
doesn't
cheating,
count.
though.
Doesn't count if you do it yourself.
Okay, there have been times where I've gone to 4chan, like gone to D to look for cool boob porn, and there'll be a thread like a hot succubus women, and I'll just see my character in there every so often.
Yeah.
That's happened 3 or 4 times. No, sorry, 2 or 3 times.
Oh wow, there they go. Oh wow, they're undulating. I'm looking at the video you sent me. I think I seen you working on this animation.
I don't. Where's my link? I don't see it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, Cheesy. Hold on. I'm currently. So
That
remember,
is a fluid.
Elliot-
That is a fluid flop that they got there. That is smooth
Mm-hmm.
and shiny. Is how I would describe this.
Speaking of 4chan, I was notified a while ago that last Halloween, there was a thread, or maybe 2 Halloweens ago, there was a thread that used Pumk as like a little Halloween thread, and it wasn't mentioned who Pumk was or what she was from.
They just.
I'm
Put
pretty
her
sure.
there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the person who made the thread knows because they know her from they had like Bale Jape gifs and stuff. But then people were like, "Oh, this is a cute little Halloween mascot," and they sort of adopted her. And then people started drawing her. I was like, "Oh, hell yeah!"
wait, do you have some?
Nobody
of the
knows it's
drawings?
me, but they're just enjoying the character design. That's really nice.
Can you share some of the art that was made, if you have
I
it?
think some of it was already existed. But I can put some.
I want to see.
Put some
Epic. This is cool.
I'm gonna put some.
on me. Thank you.
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna-
I titled them Anon because I don't know who made them.
That's really cool. Someone
I should
notified.
put a poll.
Someone notified me that some people have posted my comics on 4chan. Specifically if you guys seen my Akira bike slide comic that I made.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know that one.
Yeah, that got posted
Oh.
apparently.
These are funny. What?
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. Saw that in the middle there. Oh my
No.
god, these are cool. I love these.
Are you too chicken to trick or treat in all the threads? I don't even know what this is.
Yeah,
I was
what
just-
is
It's
it?
a
They-
little.
They made her small with an O.
Yeah.
the
Give her a
hidden
little,
punk.
give her a
I
haircut.
like the candy cane whacking her. That's really nice.
Oh. She looks upset.
the hidden punk
This
fandom.
little shrimp.
Hello, shrimp.
Yeah, the Pumk fans who don't know Bale Jape. It's just
Yes.
really nice because it's like, yeah, character design.
That's
I did a little character and it resonated with people.
That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. You love to see it.
Love to see it.
Gib, what do you think? Should we go to voicemails? I feel like we're getting to that point.
Before that, did you read the One Piece chapter?
No.
You fool.
No.
Well, what do we want to do? Do you want to do
I wanna
voicemails first?
I want to skip it.
You
I
wanna
don't want to
skip it.
I don't want to do. I mean, I don't know. We got guests. We can't be rude. Be rude to read.
Yeah,
One
I don't know.
Piece.
I don't know what a one.
No,
Piece
I
is.
mean like not with them. I mean like that's why like after the voicemails, like the show ends,
No.
and then we talk about One Piece.
Well, I guess we could do that. Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, you could continue after voicemails. I could say bye, and you could keep the episode going,
Yeah.
reach the 5-hour mark.
I mean, I hate.
Yeah.
I hate to kick Oblivion fall off.
If you don't kick me off, Kai's going to kick me off. He'll be like, "You're being on the podcast too long. I want to be loud in the living room."
That's fair. That's reasonable. Okay. I mean, we could do that. Yeah, sure. All right. Voicemails now, and then One Piece after, I guess.
Sure.
All right. So the first voicemail is a link to a YouTube video, and it's just called Moon Stuff, and it's this just video of a guy on the moon.
Oh,
And,
this is me. You can disregard the audio and just send the link. since I'm already here, I can just
the-
explain it.
The comments
Oh.
are turned off because everyone's like, "Oh, it's fake."
Wait,
I bet.
oh, they turned off the comments. Yeah, so this was a few episodes ago, Ben. You were talking about, wait, did we ever go back to the moon? And the answer is yes, we did, and we took better cameras.
Wait,
Um,
I mean, did I say that? Because like I know we went to the moon several times. I know we didn't just go the one time.
God,
did you mean like after the first like burst of missions? Was there like another one?
Yeah, because
Okay.
we
Yeah.
went. I know we went a bunch of times, but like we kind of just haven't been doing it for a while because like there's not really anything to like get on the moon.
God,
There's not a whole lot humans can do, but a
Yeah,
It's so
machine
my-
can.
freaky
You know
with the
what?
completely black
It-
sky.
I love
Yeah.
that you bring
Yeah.
that up because I remember I was talking to a coworker because I told a coworker that like yeah, I'm like anti-conspiracy theory. Like I really do. The majority of conspiracy theories are like incredibly fucking bullshit and stupid. And he's all like,
Mhm.
"Oh, so you actually believe we went on the moon?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course we went on the fucking moon." And he's all like, "Oh yeah, how come we never went back?" And I'm like, "Cause there's no fucking resources. Why would the fuck would we go back? There's nothing to."
When you
get
send a
back.
robot
We
to the
did
moon,
go
you can
back.
fold it up into a cramped space. It doesn't need a life support system. It doesn't need room to move around and stretch its muscles and breathe. It doesn't need food. It doesn't need water. You don't have to basically for human habitation, especially usually they send a couple people at a time because it's better that way. You're gonna have to the size of the craft has to be 5 or 6 times bigger and 5 or 6 times heavier, which means the rocket needs to have 5 or 6 times more fuel because the fuel to payload ratio isn't something you can just sidestep. A bigger payload needs more fuel, but then the fuel also adds more weight, so you need even more fuel, and it just becomes ridiculous. The Saturn V rocket was fucking gigantic. We don't usually use rockets that big because
so
they cost
basically-
billions of dollars per launch.
So basically, I
Um,
told my coworker all of that Oblivion just said. I told that to my coworker, and he was fucking stunned, and he fell on the ground, and everyone clapped.
Also, Ben, you mentioned parabolic arcs. I want you to watch this footage of the lunar rover. Whenever you see dust kicked up behind it, notice how it doesn't swirl around like it would in air. The dust particles just follow a parabolic arc and fall straight to the ground.
Let me.
They don't linger in the way air does.
It's like halfway through,
Yeah.
they're driving towards the camera.
It kind of just. Yeah, it kind of just kicks up in these little waveforms behind the tire.
And then just falls
And
straight
it comes
down.
up and then down and up and then down. Yeah. Yeah, they
And
don't
it-
linger because they don't. There's no air for them to hang in. Huh.
There's no air, and they also accelerate towards the ground too. The camera's moving quite a bit, but if you're able to catch every so often, when you see it hit the ground, it actually speeds up quite a bit before hitting the ground because it just accelerates the whole time,
Yeah.
which wouldn't happen in air. Dust particles are tiny. They basically have air resistance basically completely overwhelms them. You can't do that without filming in a vacuum. And because of the low gravity, you would also have to film it, basically have a high-speed camera, film it at 90 frames per second, which we didn't have 90 frame per second cameras that could record for 10, 20 minutes or hours at a time back then. That technology didn't exist. High-speed cameras could only record for about 90 seconds, which would be for 30 seconds, which would be 90 seconds after you slowed it down. But if that's the case, then the dust makes even less sense because that would be the dust moving in slow motion, which the dust would have had to be moving 3 times faster than that, which it definitely wouldn't do if there was air. So it's impossible to fake. It's just not possible.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this effect is just you would never be able to do this. Wouldn't act like that.
Yeah, I saw a YouTube comment. I guess I turned off the comments off since then. Someone was saying, "Yeah, this is clearly stop motion," and I'm like, first of all, what fucking stop motion animator
People
can do
just
a
say
shot?
Words. People just fucking say words. Oh my god.
They're saying they claim that the
Think about
astronauts
the
don't
things they
move,
say.
and they're like, "Oh, the astronauts are stop motion." I'm like, first of all, stop motion in the 70s was janky as fuck. The animators back then just weren't as good as the people we have now. And that's not a technology thing. That's an artist thing. Who did they hire? Secondly, these shots go on for minutes at a time. No stop motion person can do a shot that long without making a mistake and having to start over. Also, dust. How do you do stop motion dust? Are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, you ever seen any fucking movie ever? They never do stop motion dust because it's so fucking
you know what would be interesting?
Stop
It'd be
motion movies have
interesting to
only been
see-
able to have that since CGI could do CGI dust over top of a stop motion movie. That's like what
would be
Leica does.
It would be interesting to see like a doctor. What's the guy who does the visual
Dr.
effects?
Disillusionment.
Captain
The-
Disillusion.
yeah,
Captain
Captain Disillusion
Disillusion
video about how how you couldn't fake the moon landing footage.
I would
There
love
was,
him to, but
You know,
There
I
was
think
a
he's
Adam
addressed
Ruin
that people want
Everything
him to
episode
do that,
about it.
but like he just, I
he's
think
like Mythbusters, or it did it better than I ever could, and I think no, he could do an even better job. Mythbusters barely tapped the surface. in
There's
my
also
opinion.
a lot of things aside from like actual moon footage that proves the landing was real and everything. And I think the biggest thing I always go back to is the fact that if the moon landing was fake, the Russians would have exposed us like right then and there, because they had
Right.
way more shit up there, and they would have known, right? Unless
Yeah.
your logic is like, oh, the Russians are in on it too. And it's like, in the middle of the fucking Cold War, they weren't on the same fucking side, motherfucker. They
yeah, it
would've-
was a
That's
whole.
true.
They
That's true.
colluded to make the Cold War.
but
It was
then-
just a little prank that they pulled on
and
every
then-
single other person.
And then you would have to believe in a bigger body, and then it goes into the people that are like, oh, well, who's secretly controlling the strings? And it's like, bro, I don't.
It's a one world government, but also fuck the Middle East. They're terrible, and we have to kill them.
It's a one world government, but they want globalization, but
agree.
we're already at globalization, and like it's so fucking. Oh god, I'm so fucking tired. I was listening to
It's yeah.
I was listening to the. Cold
It's
Cuts.
literally more. It's more believable to just be like, no, maybe it would actually be simpler to believe that we just went to the moon. We just launched a rocket to the moon. Like it's not that far.
It's
The grand scheme of
I
things.
was fucking listening to the Cold Cuts podcast with Yellow Swag and Beetle Moses, and like just the way that like I like Beetle Moses, but I really just hate how casual he is about like just believing in conspiracy theories, and he's all like, yeah, I do think the moon landing was fake. It'd just be so easy to fake. And I'm like, oh my
Are
god,
you serious?
you fucking dude! Like I swear I thought you were supposed to be the smart member of this podcast.
Easy
Yeah.
to fake if you know
Jesus.
nothing about cameras
Yeah,
or
it's
physics or
so-
anything.
That sucks.
Oh
That
my
sucks.
god, I was fuck.
This
there's so many-
this justifies every bad thing I've ever said about Beetle Moses.
He's a
Which
cool
is-
guy. He's still like kind of the better half of that podcast. Not gonna lie.
Oh God, that doesn't fill me with the confidence.
I mean, if they're on a podcast, they're already too far gone.
Right,
Wait,
right.
wait,
It's too late.
Wait, Eleazar, cut out the following that I'm about to say because it's kind of like some personal shit.
A few moments later.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Should we go back to voicemails now?
Yeah, we can go back
or-
to voicemails. This
No,
is-
I have a mini topic. It's really short. Trust me. It was
All
funny.
right. Okay.
I fell down the. I didn't really
Stairs.
fall down the rabbit hole. I got it. I saw the fucking.
Elevator.
I fell into a
No.
elevator shaft. No, a mini Scientology rabbit hole again. I fell down to it deep a few years ago, learning about
Jesus.
all the fucked up shit that Scientology does and how insane and like batshit crazy the organization is and how they like attack people.
Do you know any
And how-
Scientologists?
I actually, I met one when I was at animation school. One of my friends, one of my best friends at the school, turned out to be a Scientologist, and he was talking about the South Park episode, and he actually broke down into tears talking about it. And how, like,
Oh no!
He got bullied.
Oh.
He got bullied. He got bullied so much because of it, and how he doesn't understand why the stuff that they said in South Park isn't even true. That was my first exposure to it.
And
then he tried to show me like some Scientology videos, and it was like the very like that corporate music where it's like all like
Yes.
uplifting and spiritual, and it's like come join our institution.
I watched the
and unlock
Tantacruel
your true
video
power.
about corporate music.
Yes,
That was a good
yes. Boba Way. Yeah, they were Boba Weighing in there.
one. Boba Way.
And,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but then I don't know. Later, I ended up falling into that document. I ended up watching that documentary series about Scientology and how like all the shit about the aliens that South Park mentioned is true. There's recordings of L. Ron Hubbard talking about it.
That's the stuff that like they don't tell you until you get like deeper into it, right?
Until
Yeah,
you
it's
reach OT free, which an average person would have to spend around $300,000 in donations to reach that level.
fucking hell.
Oh, you think
But
they
yeah,
were
so-
lying? You think they were lying when they put like this is what they actually believe? And then
No,
in the
they weren't
episode?
lying. Every person who's ever like left Scientology has like corroborated. Like yeah, like they teach you that at OT free. That's like standard. So without getting too much into it, I just noticed this is the leader of Scientology, David Miscavige. He has those glassy, like those empty, like glassy eyes that a lot of
Yeah.
like crazy like demonic like religious people have.
Is this guy AI generated?
No, that's just how he looks. Kenneth Copeland has it. Has those eyes.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
The Heaven's Gate guy also has those glassy eyes.
Okay.
I just noticed it.
This
These
guy
people
looks like
are
a-
demons.
This guy looks like a comedian.
You ever seen?
This guy is like Leslie Nielsen and
Which guy is the comedian?
the third guy.
Yep, Ben, you ever
The third
seen?
guy's the guy who
This
made
guy's, like,
people-
this guy's like Rodney Dangerfield, Leslie Nielsen, and who's the guy who was Steve Martin? He's like those three people in one guy.
I mean, I thought it was pretty funny when he had all those people commit ritual suicide by drinking Kool-Aid. Pretty sure it was that guy.
No,
right?
that wasn't him. That was Jonestown.
That wasn't Heaven's Gate.
That was Jonestown.
It was Jonestown. Heaven's Gate was similar though. It also
Yeah, they
killed a
had
bunch of people. It
similar.
wasn't
Ben, you
Kool-Aid.
ever seen the video where that image comes from?
No.
It's pretty wacky. You might get some inspiration.
Heaven's Gate. Ew, initiation tape.
You know what's funny
This
is
guy should have painted his teeth with quinine.
you know what's funny is that the site where these guys committed their mass suicide is like I think I'm like an hour and a half away from there. It's pretty close by. It was like a big house in in a neighborhood, and after they committed like the act, like all the neighbors like got together and bought the house and then fucking demolished it because they didn't want like a couple of weirdos to come and check out the place, because of like tourist reasons or whatnot. Right.
Mhm.
So it's not, it's
Mhm.
technically, it's there, but it's not because I think they built a new house over it.
Good for them.
Yeah, it's
Good for them.
Damn.
it's wacky. Oh, also, when they committed the mass suicide, they were wearing a specific like Nike shoe, and after like that mass suicide, they stopped making that shoe, and that shoe goes for like, it costs so much on fucking eBay now.
Because they don't. Just because it's
They
like-
don't sell it, and it's it's infamous
Yeah.
now.
and,
Yeah.
and suddenly, consumption under capitalism was ethical once again.
it
It just took
was
one
really
mass
funny
suicide.
if that was like their best shoe, and they're like, "Oh, we can't make it anymore. We gotta make the worst shoes now."
Damn it! White people ruin everything.
Yeah. Shit. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. What's happening? What are we talking about?
Scientology.
Oh yeah,
Scient-
Scientology.
Scientology. Demons.
I love it.
All of them.
Demons.
Terrible people.
I love demons. I am a demon. I love evil. I love material harm. I love to cause it.
So, speak voicemails.
Yes. Okay. The next voicemail was where are we? You got an image here. We got some image posts. That took us that long to get through one voicemail. It was like an hour. Okay. So this is
Oh my god, what is it?
The beast
What?
out of the earth, and then I saw the second beast coming out of the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb, but it spoke like a dragon. It exercised the authority of the first beast on its behalf. Something. Aurora. Oh, so like Mage is the devil?
Not the devil, the beast of the earth.
Earth beast.
Guys,
2 horns like a lamb, spoke like a dragon, fire to come down from heaven. Okay, like the aurora borealis. It deceived the inhabitants of the earth, just like Mage does every day.
The fucking 666, the number of the bitch.
Gives
Hey,
Number
yes,
of
that's
the
my favorite number.
The beast was given power to give breath to the image of the first beast so that the image could speak. Oh, like a VTuber. Yes. Oh my god, it's all holy shit.
yo, is this
Amazing.
true? Guys, is
Is
this
this-
true? Is this true?
I would
About-
say
I can't
Mage?
believe Mage
this
is
confirms it.
Nero Caesar / Neron Caesar 616.
I could
insane.
I had a feeling. I
Had a
had a
feeling.
feeling. Gotta
I got a
say. Not that
feeling.
I'm shocked, but not that shocked.
I got a feeling
Uh,
that Mage might be the devil.
The devil.
That
This
Mage
calls
might
for
be
wisdom. Let the
devil.
person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is a number of a man. That number is 666. It's just dawning on me how goofy that is.
Yeah.
Like the number
I mean-
of the beast is the calculation.
Yes,
Like, what
because
is
you
that?
calculate it. Okay, so in Roman, this is a common thing in Rome, is that like, you know how Roman numerals, they're made out of letters, right? If you add the letters in someone's name together, you can get like a number. and so you can calculate someone's number. And Nero,
It's
like his number was 666, or 616, depending on if you spelt it Nero or Neron. They're two spellings, and Nero killed a bunch of Christians, and they also it's not just for number. They also specified that the beast is just Rome. They say there's like 7 heads, which are 7 hills, and the tail is a river, and there are this many crowns on the head. This many crowns came before, this many crowns will be, and this specific crown, which if you looked at how many Caesars had had up until that point, that also matches up with Nero. And all the stuff it says he's going to do is stuff that Nero did. It's very much just, it's a guy in history.
I think it's a Hebrew thing. There's this thing called gematria, which is just like
Hebrew does it as well.
Yeah, maybe the Romans also did it. It's
the Romans had their version of it, but like there was a similar thing in Hebrew as well too.
Yeah,
but the number 666 and 616 comes from that translation, not the Hebrew version.
It's really funny when people in the modern day will try to do it with like modern English names, like as if like people in the Bible would have like known how like the numerical gematria would work out for like the English spelling in the year 2023.
And it was divinely inspired.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's also true, definitely.
God told them
and all the stuff about this. Hey guys, this is very obviously Rome because of the 7 hills and the river and all this stuff. Just ignore all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it basically like explains what the metaphor is in like plain words. Like
fuck it. Also,
what an image.
This next voicemail is I mean, it speaks for itself. Pretty much speaks for itself. I have no comments. No notes. The next one is called Their Song to Pass the Time Helps Them Not to Forget. And it is posting right now. All right, let's give it a listen. 3, 2, 1, go.
99 Kawasaki scroll on the wall. 99 Kawasaki scroll. Take one down, pass it around. 98 Kawasaki scroll on the wall. 98 Kawasaki scroll on the wall. 98 Kawasaki scroll.
Hey, you know what? I'm glad they're keeping busy.
He's amazing.
Epic.
Okay, next one is called It's Trash. I gotta make sure I'm posting the right one here. It's Trash, there it is. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, what up, losers? Just wanted to say, Gibbs outside. Fucking trash, man. Fucking trash, not even good. No cross-hatching, no technique. Fucking garble, man. But got no time to go into detail because you hear that? You hear that? It's my fucking bad, man. It's my fucking bad.
What?
Yeah, gotta have this. Got a sex to have, man. Got no time for you losers, man. About to have fucking sex.
What?
I mean, what do we think?
Cross-hatching? What's he talking about?
He has to find the sex. What did he say?
Was he saying Gibbs' art is bad because there's no cross-hatching, and then he has to have sex now, so he can't continue.
Sex?
Yes.
Well, that's fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
We all have to.
We all gotta have sex. You must. Not with each other though.
Ew.
No, never.
I don't have sex with women, Ben.
No. Next one is called what is it called? Issuing an apology and a correction. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yo, so I just got done, and I gotta say, now that I'm not a virgin anymore, I had to rethink a lot of things. My entire perspective shifted. And I have to say, like, Gibbons' art style isn't just really fucking great, man. It's way better than Band's. Like, on so many levels.
True.
Yeah. Great art style, man. Also, I'm a comic as well.
Hey. He got there.
Good. That's how it works. You have sex, and then everything you thought before completely 180s.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Ben, whose virginity regrows every 30 minutes, as was established.
Yeah, and every single time
cast.
I 180 on all my previous beliefs. and then I have sex again, and I revert, and I just keep flip flopping.
You're like Sisyphus.
Am I?
Yeah.
I keep trying to push my virginity away, and it just keeps rolling back down.
All you really need is a sissy's fist in ya.
Hey,
I'm back.
Whoa! You can't say that on
Cheesy
TV.
Manfredo is back. No, I could say that. I'm a chaser. I could say that.
Oh god, it's true though. Next one.
You're a tracer.
But I want to be chaser.
Next one is called. Oh fuck! What's the next one? It's called Unveiling an Elaborate Ruse, and it's posting. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
I wasn't really a virgin. It was all an act. I was merely pretending to be a virgin for the show.
Wow.
Please don't write in a newspaper that I'm a virgin. I've had sex at least multiples of times.
I was fooled.
No, seriously, but I was listening to the Drawcast again, and there was this one episode where it was like locally sad and distraught about her art style, and she was talking about how she felt she was shit because she didn't have like the technique, and I just felt really sad about that because I really like your art style. I really like the way you use color and shape design. I think it's really expressive, and it's something I really miss in my art. So I've thought I'd call in and just let you know in case you might still feel that way, because I think it would be really sad if you felt like that about your art style because of some weird notion of what constitutes technically good art.
It's funny.
I am consistently down on myself. That's true. It's not good. I know I've gotten better over time. I think my art style right now is pretty good. Obviously, well, it's not obvious, but I do want to improve in various ways. But like, I don't shit on myself quite as much.
Yeah,
so I'm getting better at it.
Good.
Like later chapters of Clarissa Gunsmoke, I read like I go over the sketches, and it's not just the art, but it's like the layout and the expressions. I'm like, oh my god, I'm actually emotionally moved by my own comic, even though I wrote it and I'm reading it again. It's like, oh, this is gonna be so good.
That's
I
honestly can't wait to read the whole thing.
Hell yeah!
I've been looking forward to it for a long time now. Sick. Okay, next one. Moving right along here. The next one is called. Let me find it. Wish I had lubed up beforehand. Oh well, what you gonna do? And let me just post that right there. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Sorry. You know what? I'm not falling for it. Not this time. I'm not listening to the whole thing. Oh, but wait, what if this time is the time where there's...
But what?
Wait, has this happened before?
A couple times.
Somebody just farts on a voicemail, and Ben is insistent on listening to the whole thing to make sure that there wasn't a real voicemail in there. I always turn it off.
No.
But Ben loves it.
Real farts aren't funny. I'd rather just hear someone scream. That's better.
No, this time I'm afraid I've learned my lesson. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you, sir. Shame on you. Farting.
That was horrendous. That was horrendous. That sounded like someone shitting into a bowl. It didn't even sound like farts entirely.
It might have been.
I could hear little droplets. That was horrible.
That's disgusting. I'm glad I stopped it. I
should have stopped it when I had the chance. And you
learned the hard lesson that I had to learn. All right, the next one it is. Wish I'd lubed up. Yeah, lube up. I always lube up before taking a shit.
What does that mean?
All right, next one is an image. Live feed from Ben Saint's house.
Rats.
And there they go.
Oh, it's the Knishes guy.
Knishes? Do you mean
maybe it's something else?
You mean that yellow mouse boy something?
No, yeah, Rat Boy King.
Oh yeah, Rat Boy Genius shows up at the end here.
Yes, Rat Boy Genius. That's the one. I've seen some Rat Boy Genius. I've been shown some.
I found out that the The guy who runs Rap Boy Genius. Well, I initially found out that he's actually like a Hollywood composer.
Yeah, I
who
heard that.
appear in a movie, but then I also found out later that he's apparently this weird like right winger, which is disappointing if true.
That's too bad. That's too bad.
Nothing is ever good.
I don't know really anything. Someone showed me Rap Boy Genius, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then they were like, yeah, this is a guy who used to like make Hollywood soundtracks, and now he makes this. Like, okay.
Good for him.
Okay.
Good for him. The next one is called Kong-Alleluia 2. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kong's got style, so listen dudes. She shrinks in size to suit her mood. She's one cool Kong, you'll not be wrong to choose her. She'll skip and hop and make you clap, but love is not a monkey rap. It's a quick and it's a nimble Kong-Alleluia. 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 Kong-Alleluia.
Well, what can I say other than
Kong-Alleluia.
Kong-Alleluia? What a piece. What a piece of shit. Rollin' Rock on the Rollin' Rocker.
J.K. Rowling on the Rollin' Rocker.
Playing Hogwarts Legacy on the Rollin' Rocker. Playing Hogwarts Legacy with my power glove. Ah. What do we think? Thoughts? Prayers?
These are pretty good. I like these.
I want to know. These are pretty good. I heard the one in the last episode too. It was pretty great.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
This isn't.
production.
Is
What
this you?
motivates this man?
Is this you, Oblivion?
I don't know.
Is this you again?
I don't sing. It's one of the things I don't do.
Well,
I thought
I do. Haha.
I thought
Oh my god, it's cheesy?
I thought
No,
it was
it's not me though. It's not me though.
it's not just like the lyrics to the Donkey Kong rap put into like the into the other song, the Hallelujah song. It's
mixed
original
up
lyrics.
just enough so that it
Yeah,
fits.
yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
If I ever, I don't do voicemails. If I ever just need to say something, I just ask to be on the podcast.
You just say, "Let me on the show," and then we say, "Well,
please let me be on the show."
strong-armed your way in before, so it's too late."
I promise.
This is the
I
guy
won't
who
make-
did the PCP episode 300 theme. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is that Sasuke Pro?
I don't know the name of the person. It's like I fell down and hurt my knee. PCP. Those.
Oh no, Sasuke Pro is he did the other. They did that. I don't know their gender at all. They did the.
I don't know.
The I'm listening to the P. Sorry, darling, I'm listening to the PCP right now. It's so addicting. That's Sasuke.
No, I don't know about that. I
No?
meant that the theme. The theme. It was like a one-time theme that we used in episode 300. It
Yeah.
was submitted as a voicemail, and then you were like, "Play this at the start" or something.
I do remember that. I can't recall exactly how it went at the moment. I'm not
Yeah.
smart. All right, next one.
It sounds
is-
like that guy to me.
Okay.
Guy or girl, I don't know.
Right. Who freaking knows? Next one is
Who
called
knows anymore?
These Days. The next one is called Dark and Darker Part 2. There it is. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
I know, these voicemails, really, they're just a chance for me to talk to you, Ben Saint, my idol. I don't care about the others. Well, the other. You know who you are. It's really just you, Ben Saint.
Yep.
Who's he
I'm
talking
obsessed
to?
with you. And I hope you didn't miss out on the Dark and Darker playtest I told you about earlier. Because it's over now.
I did.
And you missed
I'm
it.
sorry.
That's all. It was some bullshit. It sucked. Devs, they can't balance their own
Oh
game.
no.
I died to a fucking zap. A singular zap. Yes, it's true. And the slowest, like, the fucking best spell is zap. And it's, like, the basic spell. Like, why can you do 90 damage with a zap? Anyways, fuck this game.
I'm glad.
It's fucking garbage.
Good thing I missed
They're
out.
never gonna fix it.
Hey.
Instead of like fixing the balance of the game, they implemented the solo queue shit that nobody asked for.
All right.
And it was.
Thanks for keeping me abreast of the dark and darker.
But you should play it and you should buy
situation.
it. It's really
I appreciate the heads up. Next one is called PCP Appreciation. This is from Prince Isolation. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everybody. With this new content renaissance of sorts that the PCP has recently been seeming to go through, with both people starting to stream again, the possibility of the perfect comic party, and things overall looking a little bit more content wet as opposed to content dry.
Right.
I thought that maybe it would be fun to sometimes, call in with a little voicemail that's just appreciating the content that we're all enjoying from the PCP and from Ben and Gib and from all the nasty little creature guests and side people
True.
on the podcast. So without further ado, I want to inaugurate the Ben and Gib Appreciation Hour, or the Procrastinators Appreciation Hour. And, I don't even want to be the only one to do this. If you have something you appreciate about Ben and Gib, call into the podcast and talk about it.
Yeah.
Do it.
I agree.
It's really cringe and annoying, maybe, but also, I don't know, I like it. It's
I agree. You should tell me what you like about me.
Yes, it would be nice.
Tell me nice things. Keep me going in this dark world we live in.
I'm feeling particularly content wet, as they say.
I'm feeling...
My Fire Emblem streams have been fun. I want to do more often.
Oh, yeah.
Because somebody in the last stream did the tallied up, it was Crunchy Spoon, tallied up the average time to beat all of the Fire Emblem games, and it was like 600 something hours. And if I played like 5 hours during one stream, like per week, it would take like multiple years to play them all. I think some big number that was like, I could probably do more than one stream a week. I don't know when though. But at the moment, Clarissa's taking priority.
Yeah,
I guess for the foreseeable future. So I don't know. But I'm enjoying being more doing of stuff. It's very good to be doing stuff.
Yeah, I'm not like, I haven't been drawing, but I have been getting stuff done lately for what feels like the first time in a while, and that's exciting. So yeah, it's pretty wet. Yeah.
Moist.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours. Yeah, and I'm drenched. I'm soaking wet. Right now. Okay, next one is called PCP Appreciation. Gib coming back to stream.
It's extra.
I think Prince has put his money where his mouth is and has actually submitted some items of appreciation. So let's go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Back.
Okay.
Well, huh? What? What happened? What was that?
That sounded like a little Gibbism.
Was that me? I didn't sound like me.
I don't think it was you. I think it was, but it sounded
know.
like a Gibbism.
Well, I remember saying back when I got back from a break, but that doesn't sound like me.
Let me listen to it.
I'm not sure.
I feel like it's an impersonation of you.
Oh, this is just meant to appreciate like what you say when you get back to a stream.
Oh, well, I guess I did say that.
Well, the next one is Ben coming back to a stream. So maybe these are partner content. Okay. Ben,
oh no, it's 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's start again with the stream. Okay, let's get started. is there even a reason to go on? Oh God, is there even a reason to go on? Can I do it? Can I do this? Oh God, I don't know. Oh, okay, let's just start. Okay.
I mean, first of all, true. Second of all, I mean, that's a bit is exacerbated by the fact that I was streaming Battle Network. Oblivion, you were there. Okay, something nice happened.
I was there for a little bit, yeah.
You were there maybe you weren't there. Did I already ask? Were you there when Gamers Tavern gave me those maps? Did I say that already?
No. I think you tried asking me a question like 40 minutes ago when Hughes was talking. Maybe that's what the question was.
Well, yeah, okay. So Battle Network is really annoying because there's so many random battles and it's really hard to navigate the maps and you get lost really easily and I don't know where I'm going. And it's honestly, it's kind of a nightmare. But during the last stream on Friday, Gamers Tavern messaged me a link to a zip file that had all the in-game maps in it. So now I can just look at the maps and know where to go. And it's genuinely, I feel like this is going to cut my playtime in half and it makes me like so much less annoyed by it. Like it's a really great help. So, you know, I probably was whinging a lot.
You have cheated the game and yourself. You have learned nothing. You have gained nothing.
Yes, and I'm so happy. And I probably was whinging a lot because the game was really being a book with its pages stuck together for a while there.
Darn. I was only in the stream for like 20 minutes. I popped in, mentioned the Nate thing, and then stuck around for a little bit and talked about my teeth rotting away.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember. Wait. Was that in the stream that you were?
Yeah,
I remember you mentioning your teeth.
That was in the stream chat. Yeah, I was just typing on Twitch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, and once again, I gotta thank you for alerting me. What a turncoat traitor and a backstabber Nate is that he wouldn't raid me. You know, I appreciate to know. It's better that I know. You know, it's better that I know, so I can just deal with it. Next one is called PCP Appreciation Bonus, and it is right here. We've only got like 3 more, by the way.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
And now, as an added bonus, here are 2 important famous quotes from internet celebrities Give and Take and Ben Saint. From Ben Saint: "You're high. You've smoked the weed, and now you're high." Ben Saint, 2021. Now, from Give and Take: "Life is a mistake. Don't quote me on that." Give and Take, 2020.
Oh, no.
Hey, good one. Hey, that was a winner. That was a winner.
They got him. I got you.
Okay. Next. How do you come up with this stuff, kid?
I don't know.
Where do you get it?
I got a gift. I got a gift of the gab.
A gift of death.
Gift of the kebab.
I'm hungry. Next one is an image. Let's look at it. Wake up, Ben. It's time for your 6-hour-long gay Riku analysis. Is that my nagging bitch? It is.
Who is this? Is this?
I think it's you. I think it's supposed to be you. I don't know.
What is that
person
going
really
on?
knows what you look like.
What's going on with your hair?
Yeah,
like I've got 2 sets of hair. I got my green hair and like an afro wig as well.
It looks like you got those Russian hats on, but like 3 of them.
That's true.
I'm sorry. This was really getting me. Because it really do be like that though. It really do be like that though. If you think about it. Okay, next one is wait, okay. Actually, the next one is like a Google search link. It's design a Spiderman. And then this is
let's design a Spiderman.
And then this is the link.
Search Spiderman plus OC.
Yeah, this is just a Google search for Spiderman OC. I mean,
How do
What
I
are we
type
looking
this
for
into
here?
Google?
I mean, yeah, I see a bunch of them.
Is there something in specific?
No,
Is Ben Saint just gonna jump out at me?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Honestly, these Spider-Man OCs, they don't buck enough of the trend.
Nothing too interesting is popping up.
It's just like, oh, what if I was a green? I don't even see a green Spider-Man.
I see a green. Well, he's not a Spider-Man. He's a Venom.
Exactly.
What are the Venoms
He's not
called?
a
What creature is a Venom?
Symbiotes.
Symbiotes.
Too many of these are red. You gotta branch out. You gotta be like I'm this particular breed of spider from South America. It's orange and like with gold stripes, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Nah, all these people are just doing what if I was Spider-Man?
Okay.
What if I was
one.
wearing the same costume?
You know what? What?
I saw this one. I don't really care about the costume. I just think the girl's cute.
Sure.
She looks like Ryuko.
I'm gonna say it. Terrible voicemail. Terrible voicemail. Not a lot.
Pretty
not
bad.
a lot going on here. Not even a voice in this one. The next one is the last one, and it's called Important PSA from President at USA.gov. 3, 2,
The butt
1.
heist.
3, 2, 1, go.
You, Ben, did you already explode into a fit of righteous fury over Nate not rating you and still not having delivered the Aviatus episode?
Many times.
If not, please proceed to do so now, and feel free to implicate Tom and how he deserves everything bad that's happening to him into your unbridled rage fit as well. Honestly, these people are pathetic losers. Said.
Zeb.
That's kind of a terrible Donald Trump AI
Awful.
voice. I've heard better.
Yeah.
I've heard way better ones.
That was
Yeah,
it has to be like deliberately bad because that like sucks a lot.
No, I mean, I don't know, because there was the voice girl from last week was PCP 500. That was not me. Eleazar seemed to think it was me. He was like, "Hey, do you have that one?" I'm like, "No, I didn't do that one. I did the other Nate ones." My Nate was better, but I also probably had better training data for it, because I still have every, and I only have this for Nate, every like wave cleaned up, like pristine, like fully background noise removed.
Do you
etc.
have that from when you were the PCP editor? Is that why
Yes.
you have all? I see.
I also have all the voicemails from back then, because it's always fun to like take an old voicemail and fuck with it, and then you won't recognize my voice.
This is why,
because it's not me.
We've given over our voices to Oblivion Fall to train AIs on and create content out of, and just remix.
No, I only do it with public figures and Nate. People that I know personally, I won't do it with unless they explicitly ask me to and enthusiastically consent to being turned into a fucking meme.
I mean, I am cool with it as long as it's funny. If it's funny, anything goes. And I'll decide.
That's how I try and operate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I guess I did do your voice, Ben. I forgot.
Yeah, I thought so, which is fine. Hey, that was the last voicemail. That's it. We're done.
Oh wow!
Oh, wow.
Epic. Made it to the end.
That is the end.
Well, I mean, hey, the floor is open. Let's talk about stuff. Let's talk about our feelings.
Well, let's start the episode.
How do we feel about this episode? Let's review.
It's like 5 hours long.
It is
Yes.
4.5.
Especially if you talk about a piece, a single one.
Yeah, if we do One Piece after this, we're gonna hit 5 hours, no problem.
That whole section where I'm just talking shit constantly, that's gonna be taken out.
If we gotta cut that, then yeah, I'll cut out a big chunk of it. Lamau. Okay, fair enough.
I'm
look for that in a bonus compilation, I guess, coming soonish, whenever that happens. Well, what do we think? Are we gonna, if we call it, Gib, do you want to do One Piece after Oblivion Fall takes off?
Yeah.
My husband Kai just came in. And kissed me on the forehead.
My husband.
He just kissed me on the forehead and poked my shoulder gently and smiled at me. I think he wants to hang out with me.
I think I'll be leaving too.
You don't want to talk about One Piece with us, Cheesy?
Ben hates it when people have loving relationships.
I'm like,
I kind of do. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Ben,
go read McPagliacci.
Read McPagliacci. By the time this episode's drop, Act 2 should be starting on Twitter, or you can just go on my Instagram, because I'll probably just have all of Act 2 there.
Eleazar, please put a timestamp in when we start talking about One Piece. Thanks for being on, Cheesy and Oblivion Fall. I had a great time, as always.
Always a blast.
Appreciate it. And, have a nice life, idiots. See you never.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for the podcast coming back in.
Thank you for letting me on the podcast.
Mwah. Okay. Love you. All right. Let me
hate those two. I hate them. It's the joke every person says as soon as somebody leaves. It's funny to say I hate them.
I hate those guys. That son of a bitch.
That son of a bitch.
Let's pull up the One Piece chapter. So are we on chapter 1075? Is that the one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we got Labofe's death game.
Labo, yeah.
And there is a Vegapunk
on the cover.
Gorosei.
Granted an audience with the 5 elders due to scientific genius. So he won the scientist competition with the bubble tanks, I guess, and then he got to speak to them.
Gotcha. Makes sense to me. Oh, I see. When the screen dies, it becomes the flag of Finland, or whatever. That's a joke. That's a joke I just made about this panel right here.
Oh, it's Scotland. I don't.
Oh, sure.
Finland is a right angle top left. No.
Is Scotland the blue and white?
Yeah.
Diagonal. Okay. Oh, yeah.
St. Andrew's cross or something.
Yes. Yeah. The St. Andrew's cross is the diagonal one. Right. They can't leave because the lasers will shoot them. Right. That's still happening.
Yes. The lasers will shoot them because the control thingy is offline.
Okay. Organoid. Artificial human. You guys can create organs. I thought Vegapunk got chopped into pieces. What? Okay.
Well, what are you confused about?
Well, I don't know. Are they? Are they looking at like the seraphim? Are these like seraphim being made in these tanks here? Like they look like these weird blobs.
I think they're not seraphim. They're just sort of like scientific. They're in the laboratory, so there's there's all these different things, not just the seraphim, and they're looking at like the ability to create organs for like surgery, transplants, and Chopper's like, wow, medical science is amazing. That's so cool.
My translation said it's an organoid, and organoid had an asterisk and a translator note that said artificial human. So I don't know. It sounded like she was saying they're just growing a human in there. But
I mean, Chopper says you can grow new organs. That's. Yeah. I get the sense that this part is like, because Nami earlier was like, oh, you can create diamonds. They're like learning the value of science, I guess.
Yeah, learning all about the important lesson that science is the future, and the future is cool.
The camera feeds keep going Scottish one after the other.
They just keep going Scottish, yeah. So they've split up. Okay, they've split up into
to look for Dr. Vegapunk
for Stella, and we know that he's with Bonnie in the Kuma room.
Haha, Kuma.
Mm-hmm. A bubble gun. These strong bubbles can reflect anything. Just like Kuma's, just like the Pacifista's bubble shield.
Just like
bubble-based technology.
Just like Gomu Gomu Fusen.
Yes. The most powerful technique. It's an attack that bounces things back. I didn't realize that the Vegapunk, the eating and sleeping and pooping Vegapunk is like a giant. I didn't realize she was huge.
Yeah, I don't think you ever saw her from like next to someone else.
Yeah,
was, like lying down with like small robots. I assumed there was very tiny robots all around her, but no, she's just really big.
Yeah.
It's still so fucking weird that they all feel the satisfaction of taking a shit after she does.
Do they all feel this?
I think so. I think that was like the introduction to it. It's like she pooped, and
I
they were
thought it
like,
was
finally.
She feels the satisfaction for all of them. Like she is the one that handles all the eating and the pooping and the sleeping, and she's just like, oh, I love it. Oh,
I forget.
I don't remember if they comment that like, oh, yep, I feel that other self is taking a shit, and I'm a big fan.
I guess that would be weird.
It is weird. Okay, we have Pythagoras' head.
Got his little feet.
Yeah, his little feet. Oh no, okay, it's the star eye. Okay. Stop, York. Don't get any closer. Oh no, she has been turned to stone. She is dead. Why can she shoot a laser? Is it just because she's got pacifista laser technology?
Pretty sure that's why.
Yeah.
Oh, beam.
Beam. Is it like based on Kizaru fruit? Is that
I don't
canon,
know.
or did I
think
just
it was-
imagine that?
I mean, it looks like it in the anime.
It looks exactly like Kizaru's. Is it the Pika Pika fruit?
I can't remember the name, but yeah, sounds right.
I think it's Pika Pika.
I don't think they ever say the pacifista just have lasers, and then Frankie learns how to make lasers. So I think it's just a science thing. Frankie finds Vegapunk's like old lab in the 2-year time skip, and he learns a bunch of Vegapunk stuff. And one of the things he learns is how to make a laser beam, just like the pacifistas did. And then he comes back and he does a little beam, and everyone's like, "Oh, cool, Frankie, you're so much better."
I suppose lasers are just a thing you can make in science.
Yeah.
I made a laser beam one time out of a fluorescent tube.
But I eated it.
No. Didn't. Not true, actually. This Kuma... Okay, the proportions on this Kuma are, like, really stupid. Look how stupid he looks. This one right here. I'll post.
Yeah.
He looks really dumb.
I mean, he's a child. He's just a kid. He's just a boy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, but they're all children.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on a second. No, okay. I thought that this one I thought was an adult. Like he was made first, and I thought it was just like the ones that just woke up are the kids. Because didn't we see Kuma? Didn't we see child Kuma into the memory bubble? And he didn't look like this.
No, but we don't know. Like, we don't know exactly how they're modeled. I mean, I picked up that they're like, oh, the Seraphim are children, and therefore his bigger head means that he's like younger than his adult self.
Yeah,
he doesn't have quite the jawline yet, and he's sort of softer looking.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe this is just like him as like a teenager or like an adolescent, whereas the one we saw in the memory was like little boy. But he looked completely
like a big
different.
Little boy. He did. I guess it's the hat and the eyes being like white that changes it a lot.
It's the jaw. Him wearing the hat and the chin. He has some chin here. He had no chin in the memory. Okay, I gotta read. So who ordered the pacifistas to do this?
The Seraphim.
The Seraphim.
I think the only reason.
It says here the one who gave this command was Vegapunk. If my orders aren't being obeyed, then that means okay.
It must be by the original Vegapunk, which is like, it's a little sus.
Because it wasn't... Because Sentomaru outranks the CP0s, but it wasn't him. And the only one that outranks Sentomaru is Vegapunk. So if they're not listening to CP0...
And then the Gorosei above Vegapunk.
Then Vegapunk must have told them to do this. Right? Is that right?
Yeah, that's the only explanation, and at least based on what he's saying here, is that the Vegapunk Prime, the Stella, said, kill everyone. Or at least they seem to be...
I see.
We don't know whether they're fighting the Straw Hats necessarily, because the Straw Hats are with different groups of people. They're all with a different Vegapunk, and also the CP0. But I don't know, like, what the hell could this order be for?
I mean, we've seen Stella is just like a baby with Bonnie, and he didn't... When would he have had time to give this order to the Seraphim to commit war?
It's odd.
Yeah.
Because early on in the chapter, there was like, oh, there's a mysterious person there, and we learn that it's the Seraphim walking around destroying cameras. So they don't want anyone to know. And there have been like tiny hints that like the Seraphim are not like quite like the Pacifista in that they're not totally robotic.
Yeah.
They're like, they have a bit of humanity, and then Zoro felt something when he was fighting Mihawk earlier.
Yeah.
And so it's like, are they acting of their own volition at this point? What would they want? Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Could the Seraphim have been a failed experiment, and it's like shit's going wrong, and they're just like, you know what? We don't want to be friends. Actually,
I mean, this Kuma was obeying the CP0, but maybe he was just pretending the whole time. Yeah, maybe they're just going rogue. Hey,
but number one, I forgot this part. He says, yeah, between the communications blackout, the barrier sealing us in, and the Seraphim rebelling, seems like it's an elaborate plan. Somebody's trying to kill us all. So that could be Vegapunk.
Who said that?
The number one face.
Oh,
Daft Punk.
Shaka. Yeah.
Shaka.
Yeah, I see him right at the end.
Like he says like, yeah, because we don't know how the communications were blacked out. We thought it was somebody else, but like, who else is there? Like, Stella has been revealed to be an ally. Although if she's with Vegapunk, maybe she still isn't an ally, and it's like a double ruse.
You mean Stussy?
Stussy, sorry.
Yeah.
So many stas in this chapter, in this arc, too. Yeah.
I mean, I guess we
didn't recap the chapter.
We didn't recap last chapter. Listen to the last episode if you want to hear last chapter recapped, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, like, you read it, but we didn't talk about every page.
No.
But yeah, things are destroying the cameras. Shaka's like, what's going on? Everybody's split up. Nami and Brooke are with the little guy. And they're finding, like, diamonds that are artificially generated. And she's getting money eyes. Belly eyes. Chopper and Robin are with the big one. And they're doing the classic, like, arc. Everyone split up and search for clues, sort of, so that you can be in a different situation,
right,
different place, so you can have a different battle with a different
time
person.
To pair up our characters in different combinations and see what kind of chemistry they have together. Yeah.
Yep.
Classic bit.
So, like, everyone's splitting up. Sanji says he'll be a dog for Stussy.
Yep. Same.
That's
same.
That's
though.
pretty funny.
Same. All right. This graph. I'm a little bit unclear on what's being communicated here in this
and
thing of the
Food Lady
tower.
gets destroyed. Food Lady gets completely obliterated.
She's turned to stone,
kicked
by Amazon.
And then Boa Hancock.
Boa Hancock, that's right. This like tower here, okay. So this is like, so they're in Tower A, and it looks like Tower B and Tower C have been like blown up. And like has the top of Tower A has been like cut off. I kind of don't remember when that happened.
Well, it was just before the Seraphim had been calmed down. If you remember, they got up there and then they started blowing shit up.
Okay, yeah.
Because they were still with CP0. And then one of the Vegapunks, I think it was the little guy, he flew at them and he was like, "Wait, stop!" And he just got the command in time, and then they all stopped. But by that point, Mihawk had sliced the building.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
and the other two had blown stuff up.
Okay,
so it's like,
doesn't Mihawk have like a legendary blade? So like, I wonder is this like child Mihawk? Like he's got a similar looking sword. I wonder if it's just like a replica and like it's not as good.
I would imagine it's not as good, or just like it's made of, it's comparable, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, guys got like world government money, could probably afford.
Maybe they could
commissioning.
Maybe they could duplicate. Maybe they could duplicate the powers of like a cursed blade with science somehow,
or like a hacky infused blade.
I mean, they can make frickin' anything else they want. They copy these like legendary people and their fruit powers. Like it seems like they can just fucking do anything. Making a magic sword seems like a trifle compared to all this. So yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised.
So the main thing of the whole chapter is people are split up, and then the Seraphim are evil.
Mm-hmm.
We got Boa Hancock with Usopp and Frankie, and then Mihawk and Kuma Seraphim are charging up, trying to kill the CP0 guys. And so they're fighting, or they're about to fight Luffy and Zoro. We don't know where the Jinbei one is.
Yeah.
He is not pictured.
Yeah.
I think there's only those four.
So are they're all in like separate towers, right? Or are they just on different? They have Tower C, floor 3, Tower B, floor 2, Tower A, floor 2, Tower A, floor 2. They started in Tower A, floor 3.
Building C, 3rd floor.
All right,
they're split
setting
up.
up for stuff.
Yeah,
this is it's starting to get a little bit like Wano. Like, okay, the floating city is up here, and then there's like a tunnel down here, and like the
Honestly,
magma is like going down through the thing, and it's gonna hit the weapon store, which is down below everything.
Even when Oda does these little maps with labels for all these different sections, and then says, when you cut to a different situation with different characters, and there's a little box saying, "Oh, this is the left side of the Great Hall," or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I cannot understand what that is.
I can't hold it in my mind all at the same time.
It's better on the anime, because like they have like little animations for little floating heads that move here and there. In fact, I did that in Belljape. I remember doing a little Belljape one of those because I liked it.
I see. Yeah,
if I can get that image.
All right. Well, I mean, I think I've pretty much got a handle on what happens this chapter. So he's not. Oh yeah. This map.
It's like there they all are.
I remember there was
It's so coherent.
A lot going on. Oh yeah. Oh right. Belljape was good. Actually, I forgot. Belljape was kind of cool. Actually. Now I remember.
Belljape.
When's Belljape 2?
Once I finish Clarissa, I think Belljape 2 is the next like thing people will want to see. So I'll probably work on it then.
I think this week I should probably, having finished a bunch of other stuff, I think my work this week is probably going to be the PCP website, and I should probably get started on Beastcapades and pick that up. I should actually like get to it, I guess. I haven't really even touched it. It's all been talk so far. I have to do something about that.
Yeah.
Too hard. So hard, but I'm
How fast do you
strong.
think you can make however many panels you're thinking of?
I don't really know how many I'm thinking
Like drawing
of.
it is kind of secondary to
honestly,
thinking up what is going to happen.
Wait, say what?
For Beastcapades, like drawing it isn't that strenuous. It's more like trying to keep everything in your head, like where the story's going and writing.
The most daunting part is that I have to go back and I have to reread it to remember like where I was and like what was going on and recall like what I was going to have happen next. I've kind of forgotten and lost the plot. So I just have to do that, and until then I don't even remember like what the plan was. I have to figure it out. And so I don't even know. I don't even know how long the like next chunk is going to be. Shit, but fortunately it's on my website, so I can just go and read it all there, and I'm sure I'll pick it right back up. And yeah, actually drawing the pages is not that hard, especially if I kind of eschew the like GIFs thing. Because like, I mean, I was doing the GIF animated, like that's not really that necessary. And for like a PDF version, that wouldn't carry over, so it's not that important. If there's something I really want to animate, like I can do an animated panel and just be like, check out the animated version here.
Dummy.
Dummy, idiot, stupid. Why are you reading this on a static format, nerd? Check it out on the World Wide Web.
Whoa.
All right.
To cap off One Piece, because we finished talking about it. And then the CP0 are gonna team up, looks like, with the Straw Hats in order to fight the Seraphim, which is gonna be a little bit of a hijink, I think. They don't like the look of it.
Oh man, how quickly the turntables. Enemies become allies.
It's my favorite trope.
To lovers. Yeah.
It's funny because it's like Lucci was always such a, back in the day there was like, oh, Captain Smoker, he's the bad guy, but then you beat him, or like you're more powerful and you run away and it's like, those dang Straw Hats, but he sort of respects them. And it's like, you know what, this Smoker guy, he's not so bad. But then there's Lucci, and he's like, this guy is a murderer, a killing
machine.
This guy's
a real fucking sicko, yeah.
There's no way this guy could have a Vegeta moment, but here we are, where he's forced to be friendly.
I mean, I guess he's still a bad guy, but,
He's definitely still a bad guy.
We need all the help we can get against these
He's not as bloodthirsty as he used to be. He's just sort of like... I mean, I
haven't seen anything
people
to suggest that he's like nicer or good.
No, he's not nicer, but like it's just the vibe, like forced camaraderie.
He's wearing white now. He's a good guy.
But what about all that white guilt?
Yeah, true. Yeah, never mind. That's much better. Much better way to interpret it. Well, I don't know. I think that's it. That's all I have to say about it.
The one thing I have to mention about this chapter, two panels that look exactly the same. It's when I think it's Lilith is screaming. She's like, what, a seraphim? Why are you here? You scroll down a bit, and she's like, quit joking around. We don't stand a chance. It's exactly the same.
Oh my god!
Angle.
Yeah, they do.
Scream.
She's just maybe she just likes yelling.
And I know why it's that way. It's because her eyes are covered on that one side of her face, so you have to show her from that angle when you show her saying anything, and she's also still scared and shocked. So she's screaming, and it's the same face, and it's the same angle. It's just like,
I guess she's screaming louder in the second one.
It's just like a little bit louder. You got to do something to differentiate it. It's funny.
Yeah, it's very similar. True.
You can make a gif out of it.
Lilith is cool. Lilith looks awesome. Her hair rules. Her jacket is sick.
Yeah, they're so cool. They're
so fucking cool.
Like Lilith especially, and generally the outfits in this arc are amazing.
Yeah, I love them. They're all
it's
just
funny and cool,
really
but also a little bit like
and unique and fresh.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like wasteful sometimes when it's like, man, all this cool shit, and it's like you never really get a chance to like take it in. You know, Oda just makes so much good shit all the time. So many secondary, tertiary characters that just got funny, cool designs that are really cool, and you see them for 1 chapter or 2 chapters, and then they're just never again seen.
Well, but then
there's like hundreds upon hundreds of characters that are just really good.
The more it goes on, the more you keep seeing these old characters that were seen like one time, and it's like, oh, they're back. Like, oh, let's check in on what they're up to. Like, oh, they're like, you know, at Marijois, or oh, they were at the Reverie, or oh, they're like working inside the world government, or they're in the Marines trying to do something, or they're on a secret mission, or whatever. There'll be like a throwaway character like that, and then so many of them end up like brought back and recycled in some weird new context, and it's cool when you know, like you see a guy that he's like, oh, I totally forgot that was a character, but he's back.
Yeah.
It's great.
I love it. I guess there's not like a lot going on in this chapter. There's not like a lot of revelations. There's a question though: who the fuck
is
fucking?
Is Vegapunk bad now? Is Vegapunk betray us?
I'm trying to think if there's a likelihood that he is bad, because it's like he's working with the world government, but he knows the world government wants to kill him, and he's siding with the Straw Hats to get him out of there. Why would he kill him? I feel like there's some other mysterious third party that is actually here.
Narratively, I think if Vegapunk were evil, they would not have the characters questioning, like, wait a minute, is Vegapunk the one who's doing this? Like,
yeah.
Probably not, because we're wondering about it.
I think it's a potential misdirect to have the mysterious person going around destroying the cameras be the Seraphim, because it's sort of implied that there is actually another third party, like unknown person here doing these things, but they're not the Seraphim. Maybe they can talk to the Seraphim. Maybe it's maybe the Gorosei teleported in because he's just like super strong, and he's just in there.
So do you think there is a third party, or do you think it's just one of the Seraphim? Like maybe it's the Jinbei Seraphim who is not around. Maybe he's the one doing it, and the Seraphim have gone rogue.
Well, either the Seraphim have gone rogue for some reason or another. They decided to have their own thoughts and feelings, and they've chosen this path. Or
foolishly, yeah.
Or they are being controlled by either Vegapunk, who is, for some reason, telling them to do this, or a Gorosei, which is impossible, I think. Or, you know what it could be? I feel like this would be kind of unsatisfying, because it's just sort of like building up a mystery for no payoff. But like maybe it's a mistake in the programming, and Vegapunk's like, oh shit, oh geez, I didn't mean for that to happen. Let me click this button.
That would be...
now they've calmed down again. It's like, already like did that.
He just was careless. It was like, I forgot to carry the one.
Like, whoops.
Shit.
Like it could be funny, but like,
yeah. Yeah, man. I think
it's a bit of a letdown if that's the reason.
I'm kind of going with the Seraphim are going rogue, and they're just kind of decided to do their own thing, and they're making a break for it. They're hatching a plan. That seems like what has been suggested by all the, oh, there's some humanity in you, yada yada.
Yeah. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah.
That's the chapter.
All right, are we done?
I think so.
I think that's all I have to say about this chapter. And we've been going for 5 hours now, so I'm really hungry. So I'm probably gonna go. I am very
hungry as well.
And I'm also hungover. Did I mention I'm hungover? Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Had a couple of seltzers, and then I forgot to
No, you
hydrate
didn't.
before bed, so that's rough. But it's
Terrible.
okay.
That sucks.
I know. It's my own fault. It's my own doing. Thanks for listening, listeners. Thanks for reading One Piece, because it's a good comic. And
Thanks for reading Clarissa
needs-
Gunsmoke, because it's a good comic as well.
Huh?
Thanks for reading Clarissa Gunsmoke as well.
Yes.
A better comic. Because it's got a Clarissa Gunsmoke in it.
True. All right. Let's get out of here. Anything else before we end?
Patreon.com/the Procrastinators.
Yeah, bonus stuff will come out every now and then, and you can hear it when it does.
The secret
we
conversation.
cut out a whole fuck ton of stuff this recording.
Yeah, it was juicy, but not public.
Which will surface eventually in bonus episode form at some point.
All right.
All right, that's it, everybody. Thanks again. Patron us. Watch our streams. Twitch.tv/Saint Comics. Twitch.tv/Give and Take.
Yes.
Okay.
Goodbye.